The story already starts with him at the hospital paying for the medication. The health insurance wouldn't pay for his sister's neural regeneration treatment. The guy was already getting worried, since the insurance was very expensive and still didn't cover it. Pointing at the tablet screen, she shows the price of the medicine. It cost 5 million won, which converted is about $3,000. The amount was very high, and the doctor said she would only walk again if she took this medication. He goes to his sister's room to see if the girl was doing well. Worried, she asked if the hospital bill was expensive. No, it wasn't. Come on, I already got a job here and I'll be able to pay for it, don't worry. She was an athlete in the gymnastics club and tells him she will recover and go back to participating in athletics. The young man gives a smile, saying that of course she will recover and be as good as new. After his parents passed away in a car accident, he even had to take out bank loans to pay for the girl's treatment. Now he was completely screwed, and the salary he earned barely covered 1 week of medication. He even gets angry, thinking about what he could possibly do, and holding a medicine case, he throws it away. Right after, a kitten climbs on top of that case. Money. It all comes down to money. I need to get a job that pays well. My credit score is already ruined and I owe all the banks, and if I don't pay for this medication, my sister will lose movement in her legs. The guy even falls to the ground, saying he urgently needs a new job. If he didn't do that, his sister's future would be ruined. He gets up, slapping his hand on his knee. When he goes to pick up the case, there was a kitten on top playing with it. He grabs the case, but the cat hangs onto his arm. At that moment, he notices that a card had been placed inside it. And when he takes out the card, he starts reading some strange information. Are you urgently in need of a well-paid daily job? Contact the number on the card. Looking at that, he finds it very suspicious. Especially in the place where we live, you don't just find good opportunities like that. So he just throws the card away and leaves. But since the guy lives in Korea, he couldn't throw trash on the ground. So he goes back to pick up the card. Later he gets home and realizes his phone was ringing. It was a notification from the bank charging interest. So he immediately runs to change clothes. He would urgently need to find another job. And since he hadn't thrown the card away, he thinks about calling. After all, guys, he couldn't afford to be too picky. During the call, a woman kept saying some strange phrases, but that was fine. He was there waiting for someone to answer, and after the robot said those strange lines, someone finally picked up. Right away he got worried, thinking it was someone involved in crime. So he even pulled the phone away from his face, while the woman asked who was on the other side of the line. The woman said she was from the funeral work at the municipal hospital, so he ended up agreeing to go there for the interview. However, he was supposed to show up at the place in about 30 minutes, but it was far. And even so, our young man put on his suit and went there. It was strange for a job interview to happen in a place like that. At that moment, a woman appeared while he was thinking that this job was weird. Are you by any chance Lido Jin? Yes, that's me, Lido Jin. The guy immediately blushed. That's because the girl who appeared there was extremely beautiful and charming. When he saw this woman for the first time, he felt two things. One of them was an inexplicable sense of trust. Just because she was such a beautiful woman, he already knew the job wasn't illegal. And the second thing he felt was an inexplicable fear. She got very close to him, and what he was feeling was thalassophobia. I looked it up here, and it's the unthinkable fear of large bodies of water. Only those who saw the sea for the first time know what that is. At that moment, the shameless guy kept staring at her dress, and in a somewhat strange way, she got closer to him. It seemed like she was smelling his perfume. My God, good thing I put on perfume before coming here. After checking everything, she said he should follow her. Alright, what kind of job are we gonna do? And when they got near a woman crying, she said it was a kind of funeral. There was an old man trying to take advantage of the woman who had just lost her husband. He touched the woman's shoulder, saying he adored her husband. At that moment, the woman told him to get his filthy hands off her. And the girl said Mr. Lee should get ready. Get ready for what? I don't get it. While she sipped tea with great elegance, he realized there was a fight going on. That old man kept insisting on talking to the woman, but she wasn't feeling very well. And at that moment, our dear protagonist went there and held the old man's hand. I'm an employee of the funeral service company, and don't you see you're bothering the lady? When he mentioned that he was part of a funeral service, the old man started shouting in disgust and even slapped Mr. Lee's hand. As she got closer, the girl named Sasha said that our hero had met the right person. And while she read something on the clipboard, our hero thought he was wrong, that it wasn't any funeral service at all. And in a mysterious way, Sasha knew all the information about that old man, even telling him the year he was born and how many children he had. Besides that, he was the secretary general of a political group, and now he was a city councilman. Besides being corrupt, he was also a murderer, and ordered the elimination of several people, including that woman's husband. Upon hearing that, the lady is in shock. Last night the guy was eliminated, run over. That's because the man was a journalist who was investigating this corrupt councilman. At that moment, the shameless old man starts laughing. He thought Sasha and Lee were investigators, or maybe prosecutors, and even said he was going to call some employees to deal with our hero. And in a serious way, the lady said that his karmic debt had already been paid, He would be paying for all the crimes he had been committing during these 60 years. And strangely enough, even trash like him had a chance to repent. But ignorantly, the guy keeps saying that this woman is crazy, that she should stop persecuting him, and even makes a call threatening Sasha and Lee. At that moment, a light starts to appear in that man. "Get ready, Mr. Lee. Now that our work begins, we need to stop him." "What? Stop this person?" He wasn't understanding anything. Suddenly, the old man falls to the ground. He goes there to see if the man was alive. She points her finger forward and says they need to stop that person. And when our hero looks ahead, he doesn't understand anything. That's because there was a sinister energy emerging in the place, and suddenly a monster began to appear. It had long fur. He was screwed, since he just wanted a job to get some money, and now he was facing a demonic wolf. The creature asks, "What are those two young ones?" And trying to keep Sasha safe, he tells her to step back. At that moment, the woman they were protecting disappears, and Sasha tells him to stay calm. In fact, they were the ones who ended up in another world, as if it were a parallel universe, thanks to a barrier she placed inside the funeral, so that they could fight there safely. The monster realizes it was placed in the hunting ground, and already prepares to attack the girl. It attacks the ground, destroying everything, but Sasha manages to jump back, carrying the old man and Lee. Our protagonist crashes hard onto the floor. Our task today is to stop this hunt. She explains that these monsters are called Mokdugi, and the creature was spitting lightning everywhere. Pulling out her clipboard, she makes a magic circle and manages to block that spell. Lee thought she was just a stylish woman, but no guys. Upon seeing that clipboard with a magic symbol, the wolf already realized who that woman was, and kept saying that the white-haired woman was a very skilled warrior, leaving our hero surprised. That's why the wolf would have to take the fight more seriously, and ends up firing a blast of energy. The place where they were explodes, and once again the tall girl was there to protect him. The wolf, upon seeing that scene, keeps saying this is a drag and even claims it's shameful. The guy is being saved by a woman, and of course the wolf wouldn't miss the chance to mock, and kept comparing our protagonist to a chick hiding behind a hen's wings. In response, Sasha said that the wolf was getting ahead of himself, since he couldn't even scratch them. "What are you talking about, woman? Stop provoking this beast." With that, she makes a proposal. She proposed a duel between the rookie boy and this monster. Whoever caused the first damage, even a small cut, would win the battle. Of course, the wolf found that an insult. That's why he accepted the duel. Except the human was supposed to get a weapon first to make it fairer. "What? You think? You really think I can win against this wolf? Don't worry, I'll help you." She sets him down as if he were a little prince, and even keeps asking if he brought any weapon with him. "Why do you think I'd have a weapon? I didn't even know I was going to fight monsters. You must have been part of the archery club, right?" "Yes, I was. But I won't be able to defeat him with a bow and arrow. Don't you have any weapon with you?" "No, why would I?" And getting very close to our young man, she keeps asking what kind of weapon he could handle. Since he said that in today's world you don't need so many weapons, she kept belittling him. Calm down, leave it to me. I'm a former soldier." He was acting brave, but deep down he was scared to death. At that moment she tells him to kneel, and the guy just obeys. And by touching his forehead, she was going to pass on a little of her ability. Unexpectedly, she gives a little kiss on Mr. Lee's forehead. And now any weapon he imagined he would be able to materialize. In a serious way, she keeps saying that he could create any weapon from the real world, and even says she's sure he'll be able to materialize whatever weapon he wants. The guy is paralyzed, redder than a tomato, and already slaps his own face trying to control himself. Meanwhile, the wolf is there waiting with the greatest patience in the world, and asks if by chance the boy is ready yet. The duel would be as follows. Whoever hit the other first would win the duel. The guy is already thinking about what kind of weapon he's going to create to be able to defeat that creature, but the wolf didn't want to wait, he already charges right in. What they didn't expect was that our protagonist was trained in 3D modeling. So thinking of any object in 3 dimensions was very easy for him. Normally people materialized only swords and bows and arrows, since it was easier. But our young man was prepared, and starts charging up a power, looking like he was about to launch a Kamehameha. The Mukdugi was already almost upon him, and at that moment he materializes a firearm. The monster lunges with a claw, about to hit him. And Mr. Lee, having very few ideas as he is, already starts shooting. The shot hits right on the little dog's paw, and he doesn't stop there. The guy keeps firing several bullets, and all of them hit the monster. At that moment the wolf realized he had lost, and the guy didn't stop, guys. He keeps shooting. Sasha even gives a little smile there, all happy. He had materialized an M16 rifle. The wolf even admits he lost, and said he didn't imagine that this human could use iron and fire, and even laughs, saying this was very interesting. As promised, he ended up losing the battle, so he would retreat, and said that for today it would be over. But don't forget, my name is Night Frost. I am one of the 6 precious kings. Alright, little wolf, and my name is Mr. Lee Dongjin, a reservist of the Republic of Korea. The wolf just gives a laugh and said he would remember that name and leaves in a somewhat grim way. Right after, Sasha dissolves that barrier, and they return to the real world. The young man wasn't understanding anything, and was more lost than a blind man in a shootout. She simply undid the barrier, and we were back in the hospital hallway. She claps saying that Lee did very well, and now he could relax a little. She snaps her fingers, and his weapon disappears. Instantly an amount is transferred to his account, and now she was going to explain a little more about the step-by-step of this job. But he says he doesn't need it. I only came because of the salary, so I'm not that interested in this because it's too dangerous. Thank you very much, but I'm leaving. Sasha told him to wait a little. In that envelope was the same amount of money that had been deposited into his account, and she kept acting all charming to hand over that envelope. He accepts and gets a little curious. The girl also says that if he wants the job again, he just has to open that envelope and she will appear wherever he is. And after throwing all her charm at Mr. Lee, she says she hopes to see him again, and she was clearly hitting on him. At that moment, we see a flashback of an accident. Our hero, along with his sister and his parents, ended up suffering a terrible car accident. And in the last moments of his life, his father kept asking the young man to take care of his little sister. The next day, after he had defeated that wolf, he wakes up with his sister throwing an ice cube on his cheek, and right after she throws another ice cube, this time on his chest. The guy gets super startled, and she keeps teasing him, saying that he had finally woken up. She asks if he forgot that today she had to go back to the hospital to continue the treatment. She was only going to prepare breakfast and then asked him to take her there. The guy was extremely worried, since he wouldn't have money to keep paying for that treatment. And this was the last session, but he remembers that yesterday, he received a payment for having defeated that monster, and hadn't even checked on his phone. After opening his bank app, he decides to see how much he received. At that moment, our protagonist is in shock. The guy had received 5 million won, which is about 3,500. It was exactly the amount he needed to pay for the physiotherapy sessions, and also the medicine. While having breakfast, he just keeps thinking about that salary. It was a very high amount, and he couldn't refuse a job like that. But at the same time, he keeps thinking it's dangerous, and if by any chance he died, he would leave his sister alone. He was so distracted that he ended up hitting his foot on the edge of the bed, and even fell to the ground, screaming in pain. That job, even though dangerous, paid well. That's why he kept staring at the envelope. Should I open it? Well, I only have money to pay for the next sessions, and the next dose of medicine. And she also said that if by any chance I opened the envelope, she would appear wherever I was. And she even said it in a bit of a strange way. Could it be that she likes me? Well, I can't really be picky with jobs, so I think I'll open the envelope to be able to use the money. At that moment, he hears Sasha's voice asking if he really opened the envelope. My God, could it be that she appeared inside my room? He even gets scared to look back, and when he pulls his blanket, there was Sasha lying on his bed. I don't know about you, but I think this girl is totally into our dear Mr. Lee. He even screams, asking what the hell she's doing in his room. After falling on the ground, he keeps asking if she is a ghost. His sister heard the noise of a girl in the room and decides to go there to check. The young man realizes that she was coming in all of a sudden, and when entering the room, she asks what he was doing. Our young man tried to hide Sasha under the blankets. He was angry because she came into the room without knocking. Then she kept saying she just came to check what was going on. She swore she had heard a woman's voice, and he said it was the phone. At that moment, his little sister started thinking nonsense. You know very well what she's thinking. She knows very well that he is lonely and is an adult who doesn't have a girlfriend. So she respects what he is doing, but keeps mocking him, saying that he's doing it during the day. The young man just pretends and says nothing, while his sister leaves to go to the convenience store. My God, she ended up understanding everything wrong. Well, it's better she thinks that than discovering there's a girl here in my bed. While on top of her, Sasha asked if by any chance he had changed his mind. Right after, they go to a cafe to be able to talk better. He did that to prevent his sister from ending up finding Sasha. A piece of news in the newspaper ends up catching their attention. They were saying that Councilman had died in a car accident that dawn. And the boy asked Sasha if it wasn't exactly that guy they had saved the night before. She said yes, and after they saved him from the hospital, he ended up dying in a getaway in front of the hospital. Ironically, he died the same way he used to order his thugs to kill his opponents. But thanks to our hero defeating that wolf, that old man's soul was safely guided to hell. What? Hell? What do you mean? Wait, what exactly are you? She explains that actually, she comes from another world. If it weren't for the things he saw yesterday, he would be thinking that this girl was crazy. And trembling all over, he starts to believe her story, and asks if by any chance she is some kind of Reaper. She says it's sort of like that, only she was at a rank a bit higher than Reaper, and was called Xinjiang. Searching here guys, Xinjiang refers specifically to the 8 guardian generals, that in Buddhist religion. She explains that her job is to defeat demonic forces to guide souls to the right place. In other words, she basically was a protector of souls. She keeps explaining to him, those monsters were the only beings in all of creation that weren't born in this universe. Those creatures descended from human sins, and since they didn't belong to this world, they were remnants of human souls that dwelled on the edges of life. Those Mokdugi fed on souls, and once they were eaten, they ceased to exist. The scene changes to a guy fighting. Actually, he was doing a kind of training, and we see that it was that wolf who had fought our hero, only now he was transformed into a kind of humanoid. After training, he dusts himself off, and another person appears on top of a tree mocking him. keeps saying that the incredible Night Frost had lost to a rookie human. This person who appeared had a feline tail and kept mocking up there, saying that he was now training breaking stones just to try to get revenge on a boy. The man says that this kitty should be careful with the words, and, winking, she keeps saying that this wolf was very sensitive. Jumping down from above, she keeps saying that he was very mediocre for having failed in his hunt. And in defense, he said that he didn't lose, he only fulfilled the promise. The cat acts like a Brazilian and starts playing soccer with the pebble, and still keeps saying that Night Frost is outdated and that he is no longer able to perform hunts efficiently. That's how the young people nowadays call the true warriors, and the cat keeps laughing there. But Night Frost didn't like the joke very much and kept trying to threaten the cat. Well, anyway, the mother wanted to hear the reason for his failure, and sighing, he says that he will go there to visit her. The cat says goodbye, saying that there's more to do, and turning around asks if that boy really was strong. Back to the cafeteria. She says that people who did many evil deeds, like that councilman, end up staining their souls, and when the soul is stained, it becomes prone to being devoured by those evil creatures. Since it was the fault of the people themselves, our hero said that it doesn't make sense to protect these people who do bad things. But she says that this is to maintain the order of the universe. The souls that accumulated good deeds were fit to reincarnate and become better and virtuous beings in other dimensions. And that was the order of the universe, the law of the cosmos. That's why human souls were so valuable. It took hundreds of years for a new soul to be born. She explains this saying that the soul is the most precious and valuable thing in the whole universe. Now he realized why they needed to protect it so much. It was a little hard to accept all this, but it made sense. Especially because he managed to materialize a weapon, and that wasn't the most common thing to do. When he thought about that power, he could feel that rifle in his hand again. The girl stands up and shows him a scroll with various information, explaining that, according to a person's life, they accumulate several negative actions, and this ends up creating monstrous creatures like the one he had fought the previous night. And if they don't take the souls of negative people to be purified in hell, they will keep creating more monsters like those. And this could cause a gigantic catastrophe for the whole universe. He understands that this is really very important. But he didn't have time to worry about these things, since his little sister was sick, and he needed to pay the expensive hospital bills. So he thanks her for the explanation and says that he will leave. But he stops in the middle of the way because he had an idea. Wait a minute, since you are a goddess, you can very well heal my sister, can't you? And why don't you also fight against these creatures? You need humans. She explains that she can very well fight against those creatures. But if she, who is a goddess, fights against that monster, she will destroy its soul. Humans are the only ones who can purify those creatures when they are defeated, since basically they are opposite forces. The weapons that she creates with her own power cannot destroy the Mokdugi. That's why the deities have made alliances with humans for thousands of years. She extends her hand and ends up holding the fingers of our hero, saying that she needs his ability. She knew that the boy was very talented. That's why he would be the hope to maintain balance in the universe. Our boy blushes, dying of embarrassment. And at that instant he sees his little sister passing by outside. He even lowers his face trying to hide. What is it? Why are you acting like this? Ah no, it's nothing. If my sister sees that I'm going out with a girl, she will start asking lots of questions. For her to keep walking like she is doing, she would need physiotherapy and expensive medicines. And while Sasha was holding his hands, he wanted to ask another question. Since she is a goddess, she could very well heal his sister, and he asks if she could do this for him. If by chance she does this, he will accept this job. Sasha said that she was very sorry for his little sister, but she couldn't do this. The goddesses had an absolute prohibition of directly influencing the life of humans. And even if this divine miracle had good intentions, she would not be able to do this. She says she is sorry, and our boy gets sad. However, our hero already knew that this would be more difficult than expected, but to pay for all the medicines and physiotherapy, he would need a very high salary. In a serious way, he asks if by chance, if he fights those monsters, she could pay for all his sister's treatment. Sasha agrees to do this. And our boy here, folks, he's no fool. Thinking about it, I would like you to also pay all the housing and food expenses. And Sasha keeps nodding her head. Could you also update my computer? I want a gaming PC that runs all the games. And she nods in agreement. And while the scene zooms out, he keeps asking for several things, like paying for his sister's college and also a trip abroad. This protagonist here is no fool, folks. Later he returns home. He was eating rice peacefully, and meanwhile his sister was reading a book. Sweating cold, he calls Yedin and asks if she misses dad and mom, and if by chance sometimes she cries at night missing them. The girl closes the book, puts it on the table and said no, since he has been filling the void that their parents left. This leaves the boy shocked because she was much more mature than him. Anyway, it was for their parents to be at peace wherever they were. And the girl keeps thinking that her brother plays the role of father, since he is very responsible. The scene goes to a mall and we see that cat messing with some CDs. It seems that she likes music, and while looking at the cover of a record, she keeps humming. In the empty space she left after removing that record, a rat appeared. And it was a somewhat evil little rat, called by Miss Summer. And taking off her hat, she throws it on top of the rat, saying that this little bastard had scared her. Besides, ordinary people went crazy when they saw rats, so he wasn't supposed to do that kind of thing. Right after, she asks what had happened. The little mouse wanted to fight against that boy who defeated Night Frost. And the girl asks if by any chance the mouse knows what kind of human that was. He says yes, and says that the other monsters are all excited, since the human even managed to defeat the king of beasts. The girl says that the mouse is too small, and would be defeated even faster than Night Frost, and that, above all, courage was not enough. But the mouse had a strategy to defeat that boy. A mouse can be very weak, but a colony of individuals was practically indestructible. And he also states that the boy wouldn't have enough bullets to defeat the entire colony. Besides, they were determined to defeat that boy. With nothing much to say against it, the girl ends up agreeing, saying that since they made a promise, they are capable of fulfilling it, and even gives an evil smile, as if she wanted to use them to achieve her own goal. Then, does that mean you would be willing to die fighting against him? The mice say yes, and say that they are willing to sacrifice their own lives to defeat that human. They would do anything to defeat him, no matter the cost. Taking her hat, she agrees, saying that they are very determined, and says that blood and sacrifice will become the foundation for the salvation of the Mokdugi world. And in a dark way, she tells everyone to start preparing for battle. In short, for those who are still in doubt, these creatures devour the souls of people, especially those who are very weak because they caused many bad things. And our protagonist became an agent of that goddess, who goes around saving these people who are about to be devoured. In other words, he is a very big obstacle for these Mokdugi. That's why they want to eliminate the boy. And the poor guy just wanted money to pay the medical expenses. The first week had passed. He was training with Sasha. The kid was running like Usain Bolt. All this to analyze his physical condition and endurance. She also put several seals on his body to make these precise measurements. In the first week, the guy kept running back and forth and she ran with him to evaluate. The guy even comments that this girl doesn't even get tired, but all this was necessary to see his energy level. She keeps saying some things and the guy gets embarrassed thinking nonsense. And in a serious way, the girl tells him to focus on the training. And there was the big guy running until he almost collapsed. In the second week, the training was different. He went to a gym to lift weights. The dude was almost dying from so much effort, and whatever he did, the girl wrote it down on her clipboard. Great job. Now let's increase this weight a little more, okay? And she already throws a 50 kg altar at him. And in the third week, they measured his cardiorespiratory function. He was outdoors doing endurance tests without being able to breathe, with a bubble of water on his face. And finally, she made him climb a mountain. He hadn't given up yet, only because the salary was very high. And tell me, would you also risk your life to earn a good amount? After reaching the top, the guy falls to the ground exhausted. She comments that he was 2 minutes and 5 seconds slower than yesterday, and now he would need to run back to the mountain spring. Hours later, he arrives down there and keeps begging for rest. And she said that if he reached the next point within 10 minutes, she would grant him a wish. No matter what it was, you said, I just need to make it in 10 minutes. You would grant any wish? The guy already stands up all excited and runs at full speed. Super motivated. You can already imagine what he would like to ask for, right? But the guy didn't make it, folks. He did it in 18 minutes and 25 seconds. His soul was almost leaving his body, and she gives him a little bottle of water so he can hydrate. Even though he had taken almost twice the time, she said he did very well. He couldn't complete the course in 10 minutes, but thanks to this 3-week training, he became much stronger. But that didn't matter to him. He just wanted to rest. From now on, they would train so he could master the power of mana. Next, they sit on the bench and she starts making some explanations. Humans had an energy called mana, and were able to do some spells with this power. How come all humans have this power? She said yes, and that first they would need to do some sort of advanced training. With the seal in hand, she said that it was to measure the maximum power he had, and ended up summoning Sorong, who was her assistant, to create a protective training barrier. Sorong, who was the assistant, made a barrier there on the spot, and little by little, the barrier began to grow, filling the entire space. In moments, the entire sanctuary where they were was protected by that magical barrier. Sasha said that this was the moment for him to learn to use mana more precisely, and explained that, when he fought against those creatures, they were usually taken to another universe. If he wanted to survive in the fight against Smoke Doug, he should focus more on this lesson from now on. Sorang was there watching everything and said that it was very irritating. She was angry because Mr. Lee was taking too much of Sasha's time, and the girl got jealous, saying that she wasn't having time to have fun with her miss. All this because that stupid guy had passed the physical strength and meditation tests. On screen, Sasha asked Sorong to use the test to measure the boy's mana limit, and she ended up activating it there on the computer. She did everything her miss asked, but she was hoping that Mr. Lee would do very badly. Our hero ended up kneeling. Since he had already manifested a rifle, she asked him to manifest a metal cube. Since he was a 3D modeler, that was very easy. In just a few moments, he began the materialization. The cube appeared, and it was for him to keep that same size and only increase the weight. That's exactly what he did, and the cube even began to sink into the ground. Right? Now keep increasing its weight until I tell you to stop. Clapping her hands, she asked Sorang to take the measurement. That way the magic circle appeared in her hands, and she started doing the weight measurements. A kind of little robot ended up coming out from inside, and our hero kept increasing the weight of the cube. At that moment, a magic thread went to Mr. Lee's forehead, and she explained that it was to measure the total mana he was using on the computers. It had reached the level of 94%. She explained to Sasha that going past 90 was normal, reaching around up to 100%. But the girl said that Sorang should get ready, because it was going to go past 100, and it was to warn when it passed 180. But the blonde wasn't really believing that. The level of our hero's mana usage was already quite high. Do you feel physical changes in your body? Particularly don't have any problem with that? The girl said it was normal, but when using too much mana, he could end up with weakened vital force. He felt relieved, saying, I imagined that if I used all my mana, I could collapse and faint. But there was the problem. Sasha said that excessive mana use had no physical symptoms. Sasha, who was in the office, observed on the panel his mana usage reaching 150. Not even she was believing that. It had jumped from 130 to 153 in a very quick way. And Sasha explained that when his mana ran out, he would have a nosebleed. He was to stay alert, because when a drop of blood dripped, he should stop immediately. And if I keep using my mana after that nosebleed, she explained that it would start draining the energy of the soul. And from that moment on, his life expectancy would drop in an absurd way. That's why it was so dangerous for humans to use mana, because it could extinguish and he wouldn't even notice. At that moment something caught her attention. It was Sorang, on the other side of the screen, saying that Lee had already used 170% and now reached 180, 190, 200, until his nose started bleeding. Sasha got really close and told him to stop immediately. And our big guy interrupted the weight of the magic cube. He just followed the girl's instructions and everyone was surprised because he managed to reach 200%. Handing him a little tissue, she said he did a great job. He was to remember that feeling of his nose running, because it was a sign to stop. Giving a completely love-struck smile, our big guy thanked her. After performing the tests, she asked Sorang to tell what the final reading was. The girl couldn't believe what she was reading. The guy had really reached 200 mana energy points. Or rather, it wasn't 200, it was 274. And Sorang even asked if Sasha knew he had aptitude for that. Looking at her apprentice, she just gave a smile, as if to say, leave it to me, my girl. There was a reason for him to have such a huge amount of mana. It was because he had inherited the will of a person. Inherited a will? How so? Since his parents had passed away, they must have asked something very sincere of him. At that moment, our big guy remembered his father's last words. On the day of the accident, he had asked him to take care of his younger sister, and Lee ended up explaining that to Sasha. When someone sincere makes a request before dying, the person who receives that request and fulfills it ends up gaining a purpose in life. That inherited will increased the person's power, and in moments of despair, they could inherit the mana of the one who had passed away. That was the so-called mana reception, or inherited will. He crouched down to pick up the cube and realized that weight had been transmitted by his father and mother. Sasha crouched down and held our big guy's hand, telling him to take very good care of that power he received. And because of what happened, he could use it for good, saving countless people. The big guy was very moved, got up and ran to the water fountain. Getting there, he filled a cup of water, poured it on his head and made an excuse to Sasha, saying that it was very hot, but in fact it was because he was in love with her. All wet, he stood there trembling with cold, and even apologized, saying he only threw that water because he was feeling very hot. Giving a sarcastic smile, she said that it really was very hot. She had already noticed that he liked her. For today, the training was over and he should study the rest at home. She even joked, telling him to put ice on his face because his cheeks were red. But the guy shouted, saying that he wasn't red at all. The next day, he woke up very early. His sister asked if he was going out again, and even commented that, by the clothes he was wearing, it was obvious he wasn't going to work. He said he was going to do physical exercises, and she kept asking what for. And the big guy made an excuse, saying he was worried about his health. To prevent her from asking more questions, he quickly said goodbye, but she was worried and already imagined he must be up to something. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking about Sasha. She said that because of his parents' last wish, he got that absurd amount of mana. Looking at his own hands, he imagined that maybe it was his destiny to protect humanity. All that because, when someone was about to die and made a wish, that wish could be passed to another person. So it was as if he was fulfilling his parents' wishes. That inherited will was with him. It wasn't just him and his sister who remained in this world, since his parents' mana was also with him. That was another reason for him to want to continue in that job. He returned to that training barrier of Sorang, but now the barrier was much bigger. They made the barrier to prevent people from entering within a 500-meter radius. And all of that would be for him to learn to better control his mana. He looked kind of suspiciously at Sorang. Stop moving, kid. I'm measuring your physical conditions. Ah, okay, sorry. He heard this female voice coming from the cat and even thought he had already heard it somewhere else. Sasha appears, saying good morning, saying that now the practical training will begin. He didn't know anything about fighting monsters and asks how this would help, but the girl tells him not to worry about that kind of thing. While a cat comes running, Sasha said that they would already start training a fight against the monster, and the cat jumps in the direction of our hero. Wait a minute, why is there a cat here? He remembered that black cat, and it was the same kitten that put the card in his notebook. The kitten introduces itself, and it was really cute. Even Sasha mentions that he had already seen this cat before, and the kitten's name was Dancel Pio. She was a spiritual beast that made sinners confess the truth. When she bit the person, they ended up saying what they were thinking. Wait a minute, she bites people? But Sasha tells him not to worry about that. Since he had a powerful and pure mana, he didn't represent risks, and the kitten keeps licking his finger. The guy asks if it was safe, and she said yes, and the kitten bit his finger. Even though he had pure mana, he had already entered a combat state, and not a defense state, and that's why the kitten ended up biting his finger, only to test, to see if he really was a good person. At that moment, he ended up screaming in pain, and as it made the person tell the truth, he admitted that he kept looking at Sasha's beautiful legs. That ended up making Sorong angry, saying that this guy was shameless. He flicked the cat's head, which let go of his finger, and he still got mad because that cat suddenly attacked his body. A little shyly, Sasha asked what he thought was so great about her legs. Wait a minute, I talked about your legs. I didn't even notice. And meanwhile, Sasha kept telling Pio to keep biting Lee to death, remembering that the kitten was a demonic cat, and kept suspecting, thinking that this boy was worthless. However, Sasha calms them, saying that the boy was in training phase, and also says that in today's training they would do some mana enhancements. But it was for him to stay calm, because the initial training would be less dangerous. But the guy wasn't really trusting folks, he was wary. Especially because look at the friendly face of that kitten. Soaring tells the cat to finish him, and the cat jumps. He was very fast, but our hero was willing to face him head on. A few minutes pass and our protagonist lost the battle, ending up with his body full of scratches. Sasha says that he didn't even wait for her to finish the explanations and already started the battle. And petting Pio, she tells the kitten to go easy. Lee wasn't familiar with combat, so it was to go easy on him. Putting the kitten back on the ground, she says to try again, and after joining her hands, she casts a new spell. She was summoning a new mobile barrier that kept chasing Lee. That way he could move freely. The girl snaps her fingers and said she changed the training barrier mode to sparking mode. That way he would have a spiritual body and would not suffer physical damage. His hand was glowing while he thought of a strategy. And with that he materializes a cat toy. That ends up activating a ferocious form of the kitten. And Sorong there in the office keeps saying that the boy is an idiot and that he should put that away right now. But it was too late. The kitten managed to grab the toy, but now he was out of control. Little Dancel Pio would get explosive instincts when he saw cat toys. The kitten's eyes even change color. And our hero starts screaming desperately. He throws the toy on the ground and runs away as if there were no tomorrow. Instead of helping, Sasha stays there laughing, saying that Lee was very funny and the kid was running away from a little kitten. Sorong appears there in robot form and keeps saying that that 3-week training was worth it. That's because the guy was managing to run away from that cat that was very fast. However, he should think of a strategy to defeat it. Since he had changed defense attributes to attack attributes, he could indeed defeat any kind of demon. He just needed to manage to control the correct strategy. While the kitten chases him, Sorong explains that there are 3 types of attributes, but Pio ends up interrupting, jumping at our hero. The guy manages to dodge that attack, and Sorong explains that the first attribute is the UI attribute. He was already getting pissed off with all those explanations. The UI attribute served to enhance physical conditioning, and Sorong said that he wouldn't be able to use that now. But why won't I be able to use it? What kind of crappy training is this? At that moment, the cat shoots a fire blast, and he manages to dodge. He didn't realize it, but he was already using energy. UI, that's why he managed to dodge the kitten. Wait a minute, that cat can also shoot fire rays from its mouth. The second attribute would be the G attribute, which is the type of energy for element manifestation and also summons. The kitten shows that he is a true master, and starts evaporating all the water by releasing its fire jet. Wait a minute, he managed to evaporate all that puddle of water with just one flame. I think you guys want to kill me here in this training. The little robot was giving so much information that Lee got angry, saying to give him a summary after this training. It was too much happening at the same time. It was the little robot talking, and the cat trying to kill him with all its strength. He realized that the cat was taking this fight very seriously. And finally, Sorong explains the third attribute called the Shin attribute, which was basically support spells. He didn't want to know about any of that. The only thing he thought about was getting out alive. After explaining all the concepts, the little robot keeps saying that now he could use his mana. Now that he knew the base, more or less, of the attributes, he could come up with a better strategy. Even when he didn't know any base, he managed to make a weapon, but now he could manifest other things. She wasn't going to detail everything he could do. The guy would have to use his own imagination, but he wouldn't have much time because the kitten was already making some magic circles. Our hero realized that the kitten was using UI energy to strengthen itself and also Shin energy to summon a giant hand. He asked Sasha if that wasn't too dangerous, and Sorang, who was by his side, said for him to stay calm because any injury would be healed. Ah, okay, so even if I get dismembered, I won't die, right? Is that true? Do you promise me? At that moment, he ends up taking a huge hit from that cat, and flies far away, destroying all the ground. He realized that the blow was very strong, but he wasn't completely finished. Wait, is she going to attack me again? The kitten was not giving any rest. If I keep going like this, I'm going to be turned into a punching bag. And with that, he thought about the thing cats hated the most. But there wouldn't be enough time to summon what he was thinking, because the cat had already prepared another attack. So he summoned a shield to defend himself. Sarang was surprised, because he acted very fast. Turns out this boy isn't as bad as I thought. Sasha said that Lee was doing a great job. He managed to withstand 2 attacks from Little Pio. Now he tries to make another manifestation. He already had the shield and ended up manifesting a machine gun. Sasha, who was watching that, said that the guy was very talented, because he made 2 manifestations at the same time. Not just anyone could manifest 2 weapons. If it was a sword and a shield, which was very simple, she could even understand, but he was manifesting a machine gun and was even pleased, saying that his learning curve was extraordinary. Modern weapons had a much greater destructive power than old weapons. It seems that the guy was regarded as if he were a prodigy. Placing the weapon in the space of the shield, he prepared to shoot. But this weapon was weak against Pio, because he was too fast. He realized that it was very difficult to aim at the kitten. Besides, he shortened the distance and tried to strike with those giant paws. Luckily, he managed to block again, but this time he was thrown far away, losing his shield and his weapon. As he had thought, it would not be so easy to defeat a kitten like that. So he would have to try another strategy. The cat stepped on that weapon and began to emanate his dark energy. Trying to reach that weapon, he said it was almost there. If I can grab it, I'm going to win. The kitten jumped on him, throwing the weapon even further back. But all of this was a strategy from Lee. The cat was in a disadvantaged position, and he began to materialize a waterfall falling from the sky, hitting the little cat directly. If there's one thing cats hate, it's water. And he realized that because the cat made a point of drying all the puddles of water, and with that, our hero had won, leaving the cat unconscious. The guy was really badass, folks, and so he even fainted with a smile. The kitten's soul almost left its body, and they locked him in a cage. Sorang commented that that guy was really amazing. Besides manifesting weapons, he could create elements. Not to mention he did that using the Shin attribute he had just learned. Sorang asked Sasha how he could do that so quickly, and she imagined that, when he used the Shin attribute, maybe his abilities extended beyond the realm of common talent. Later they began to heal Pio. That's because the kitten had gotten very stressed. She couldn't believe our hero was capable of manifesting such a great power, and even defeating Pio. He laughed, saying that it was luck and strategy, because the kitten didn't like water. He realized that when it began drying the water and knew he wouldn't be able to defeat it with a firearm because it was too fast. It was still too early for them to finish the training, and that's why Sasha was going to give him some tasks to finish at home and ended up handing him an encyclopedia of modern weapons with 3D modeling. If he could better understand how the weapons worked, he would be able to materialize them more precisely, and that would be good for him to be able to make more weapons and defeat a greater number of monsters. They would also take a 3-day break because he had spent too much mana, so this time would be necessary for him to recover. After all, if he used all his mana, he would start losing life. And he realized that it was just like in games. And they also told him to get ready, because within 3 days they would do their first mission together. And they also asked Sorang to show the photo of the person they were going to investigate. It was the photo of a woman who was the president of a large company. She was becoming the target of a mock doogie. And our hero kept asking what that meant. That meant that soon you and I would have our first battle as partners. Later the scene shifted to that woman's company. She was the president of a modeling agency, and was looking at the photo of some handsome guys. One of them had recently lost his grandfather, who was a famous man, and she could use that to get closer to him. Smiling, she prepared to call, saying that it was going to be fun playing with those two. She called Director King and asked him to pass her the contact of the guy from photo number 3 and number 8. The man on the other end of the line said they were busy on a tour, but she didn't want to hear any of it. She had a hobby, exploiting those young men and then ruining their reputations. She got angry because the director said the guys couldn't get in touch with her. That left the woman irritated, looking for her next victim. She grabbed her bag and asked Secretary Park to tell the driver to prepare the car right away, because she was already going to the club. As she approached the elevator, she was fiddling with her bag and checked to see if her little bag of white powder was full and already started laughing. I don't know if it was illicit products she was using, or if it was something to adulterate her victims, but the Mokdugi was there watching the woman. Since she committed many negative actions, her mana was weakening, and therefore she became an easy target for those monsters. Miss Summer even gave a little laugh, saying it was almost time to devour that woman. The next day, our hero was there studying that weapons encyclopedia. The Lel and G attribute techniques were very difficult for him to handle. After studying a lot, he ended up putting the book away. In order to strengthen his body, he would need to infuse mana into his spinal cord. He was going to train that a little, and check to see if his sister wasn't listening. Soon after, he charged energy into his hands, and in an almost easy way, managed to make a small weapon. As Sasha had said, he would be able to recover his power if he rested. That was because he had exhausted all his mana during that training. But now that time had passed, he was brand new again to do other private training. And when he opened the curtain, there was his sister. He did not expect to meet her, especially dressed like that. The girl asked where he was going at that hour of the night, wearing a suit, and he made up an excuse saying it was the funeral of a friend's grandfather. Wait a second, you don't have friends? It's just that I made this friend recently. Do you know the name of this friend? Well, his name is Pio. Anyway, I'll be back soon. See you later. Bye, sister. Send my condolences to them. Pio? What a weird name. There was our hero meeting with Sasha to investigate that woman. First of all, they went to the restaurant at the bottom of the hotel. Since it was the first mission, he was nervous, but she kept trying to reassure him. I'm not nervous, I swear, I'm not nervous. He said that, but he was trembling all over, afraid to face a makdugi. He would need to calm down because the victim would be arriving soon. That's why they were there pretending. At that moment, he noticed something interesting in the magazine. He saw that the clothes there were extremely expensive, costing $50. And when he looked at Sasha, he noticed something even more peculiar. Her clothes were exactly the same as the ones in the magazine. Every time we meet, you're wearing different clothes, right? She said that her secretary made clothes that matched the fashion of that world. The secretary was Sorang, who kept cursing at him through the little robot. The blonde girl kept analyzing fashion magazines to make very beautiful clothes for her master. And the guy blushed, saying that Sasha dressed very well, that he liked her style. Laughing, the girl said that her secretary would be very happy to know about that compliment. But she called Lee's attention, telling him to focus, because the Mokdugi's prey had just arrived. It was a despicable human who did many bad things. That's why her mana level was very low. He asked where, and she said she was at the hotel entrance. The woman was approaching. Her name was Joe Henry. She was 39 years old and was accompanied by a very young guy. Lee asked who that guy beside her was, and Sasha said it was her current prey. She accumulated evil deeds because she kept blackmailing those young men. She selected people who were aspiring celebrities, and after using them, ended up discarding the poor fellows. She did that only out of malice, because she had the desire to manipulate people. And since she was part of an agency, she controlled the media to speak badly about those people. Because of those negative deeds, she had greatly lowered the quality of her soul, and therefore lost the defensive capacity of her mana. Sasha said that's exactly it, and even humans who are strong and usually mistreat others can become weak because of those bad actions, and that opens the way for Mokdugi to devour people. In other words, they are easy prey for those demons. Our boy asked if he should already intervene and help the woman, but she said no, that they should wait. She stood up, grabbed her clipboard, and said that they had 30 minutes left and should follow that woman. For now, she was not sensing signs of the Mokdugi inside the barrier. The woman, along with her prey, went to an elevator, and as it was closing, Sasha asked permission to hold the door. They entered the place and pressed the button. The three of them were together inside the elevator. The woman looked with a slightly interested face. At Sasha, the girl turned to Lee and asked if their room was also on the 12th floor. At that moment, the woman introduced herself, saying that she was part of an agency and really liked Sasha's style, even handed her a card asking if she wanted to become famous. She said she had a good eye for stars and that Sasha could become an incredible idol. Smiling, Sasha thanked her for the offer. However, she was going to marry this handsome man, and because of that, those dreams of becoming an idol would not be possible. The look on our protagonist's face gave a slightly embarrassed smile. The woman said that was a pity, and the boy stayed in the back trying to keep himself under control. The woman turned to the boy and started scolding him, saying he shouldn't be eating things with too many calories, and even asked him to get a coffee from a specific brand. And the guy was shocked because that brand belonged to her ex-boyfriend. Smiling, she asked if that was a problem and still said he was going to be in trouble and lose that brand, since the guy did very bad things. We see that this woman really only liked to manipulate people, and even Lee realized that she did not deserve to be saved. They reached the 12th floor and each went to a different side of the corridor. The goddesses could not know exactly when the person was going to die, only when the mana was going to end. Sasha said that's exactly it. It wasn't possible to know exactly the cause of death. That was because no one knew the future, and much less could make a determined expectation. The only thing they knew was that the woman's mana was going to end in this hotel around midnight 15. But since this region was not full of reapers, Sasha said that probably there would not be many deaths. Lee began connecting the dots to try to understand what he could figure out with that information. His idea was that only that woman would die that night. That's why there was no reaper. And since she was predestined to die, maybe it wasn't even a Mokdugi that would eliminate her, since she had acquired many enemies because of her bad attitudes. Wait a second. So if she is going to die today, but not by a Mokdugi, then maybe that guy will try to do it. We have to stop it. And it's not even for the woman's life, but to stop that guy from becoming a murderer. Sasha said that he understood very well, but he had to make a choice. If he decided to save her from being eliminated by that guy, then he would have to fight against the Mokdugi. But if by chance he let the murder happen, he would only have to fight to make sure her soul would not be taken to the wrong place. In other words, it would be easier to let someone eliminate the woman and only guide her soul to hell. That's why he had to make that choice. Not prevent the death and collect the soul, or prevent the death and fight against a makdugi. The boy was thoughtful, because both options were complicated. Sasha said that if by chance they wanted to save that woman, they would need to reveal their information first. That way the makdugi, who had that woman as a target, would start aiming at the two of them. That was because when they revealed themselves to a person as spiritual agents, that gave the makdugi the right to attack them. That's why he had to think of the best possible choice. The boy took a deep breath. Since it wasn't possible to know the exact place and exact time of death, then there was a chance to save her. And he was sure of that because she confirmed it moments before. Our boy didn't want to save that woman exclusively out of compassion. What he really wanted was to stop someone from becoming a murderer. So he ended up grabbing Sasha's shoulders tightly and asked if there really was a chance that the woman wouldn't be killed by a person. He thought it was much better for her to be killed by a makdugi than to be killed by a murderer. But maybe he could stop both. She would not die at all. Just having low mana was not a guarantee that a person would lose their life. This woman really deserved death. But that didn't mean the people who had been victims of her should be doomed to sin. And that was what he wanted to prevent. He didn't want those victims to act impulsively and ruin the rest of their lives. And he kept saying all these things, holding Sasha's shoulder tightly. Lee would try to save both people, both the would-be murderer and Miss Joe Henry. Our boy, he was a very good person, and even if someone was bad, he believed that person deserved to live. Upon hearing these words, Sasha smiled and said that since this was his choice, she would respect it. In this way, they made their way to the woman's room. Our boy was dying of embarrassment because he was still holding Sasha's arm. He even wondered if she felt offended, but in reality, she had grabbed his arm first in the elevator. Could she think I had improper intentions? Well, it's not like that's a lie. The girl looked at him with a mischievous expression. My daughter, we already know you like him. She said that he cared about the idols. This showed that he was a very empathetic person. He said yes and managed to escape, saying that it was really nice to have held her shoulder. Wait, shoulders? What are you talking about? Ah, no, it's nothing. But wait, can you read minds? Do you want me to read your mind? No need. Thank you very much. She also explained that Lee's good heart gave him an important advantage in the fight against monsters. That's because when a person does many good deeds, it ends up strengthening the mana present in their body. He wasn't even paying attention to these things she was saying. Did she read my thoughts? I guess it's good I keep my thoughts in order. Wow, I had so many shameless thoughts around her. She must have heard everything. Sasha still hadn't sensed any signs that a makdugi had passed the barrier. And thinking about that wolf, he remembered that when he first encountered it, they were teleported to another dimension. That was because these creatures hid in the shadows and weren't visible all the time in this world. And when they were about to start hunting, they released this barrier. All of this to separate space and time. Sasha explained that he could stay hours and hours inside that barrier, but in the real world only a few milliseconds would have passed, and they could identify when the makdugi was near, because they would exit a barrier like that and end up emanating a dark energy. At that moment, the guy who was with the old woman ran down the corridor. Sasha already imagined that another idol had come to take revenge on the woman. She ended up casting a spell on that guy so he couldn't escape, and immediately he became sleepy and paralyzed. Our hero was surprised, since she had so many spells. Next, Sasha told Sorong to erase that guy's memories and send him home, saying, "Yes, mistress." She went immediately. Using a light magic spell, she ordered the guy to completely forget what had happened and go straight home. And it seemed exactly what they had suspected happened. An idol had gone there to try to take revenge on that old woman. Agreeing with this, Our Lady said that they needed to go quickly. Upon reaching the room, they realized it was locked. He was imagining what kind of weapon he should create to destroy that door. He even started to materialize an axe to break the entire door. But Sasha was much better prepared and melted the entire doorknob. The guy was surprised because every moment she presented a new spell. You can come in, but be careful because it's still hot. Our boy went inside saying he was room service. However, he heard a cry for help. There was a hooded man on top of the woman trying to eliminate her. He was saying he would finish off this evil woman because she had ruined his life. Our hero went there and pulled the guy off the woman. "Let me go. This woman ruined my life. If you don't let me go, I'll eliminate you too." Sasha entered the room and realized the old woman was almost dying from lack of air. Lee tried to calm the guy, saying he would ruin his own life even more if he did something like that. Meanwhile, the old woman was cursing the boy with every name imaginable. When she looked forward, she realized that the girl from the elevator was there and even thought they were conspiring with this idol, and she immediately began threatening the guy who had just saved her life. "If I were our protagonist, I'd let that boy go at her." He was saying that this old woman had manipulated the media to say he had used illicit products, and she defended herself, saying she hadn't manipulated any media and it wasn't her fault he was found with those products in the car. And she already started acting crazy, saying she would ruin his life because he tried to attack her. "Hey old lady, help out too. Stop provoking the boy." She kept provoking, saying he had no talent at all and now was trying to get revenge on her because he was a failure. The boy desperately wanted to go after the old woman, but our hero was holding him back. He even told the boy that he couldn't attack this woman because she was going to die today anyway, and everyone there was shocked. The people turned to him and asked what the hell he was saying. At that moment, Sasha placed a seal on the boy. Immediately, he began losing consciousness. The guy looked like a zombie, all sleepwalking. The woman asked what they had done to this guy, and if by any chance they were mediums. Lee apologized very quietly, since he said something he shouldn't have, and then explained that they were agents from beyond. What, from beyond? What do you mean? She then started laughing like crazy. She thought they were prosecutors and were there because she had committed various crimes. But it was useless. She would never be arrested because she had excellent lawyers. It's no use trying to defend yourself. The place where you'll be judged is below all of us. The woman didn't understand what Sasha had just said, and when she noticed that the boy was disappearing, she was already in shock. What had happened was that the Mokdu had passed through the barrier. A portal began to open inside that room, and a gust of wind blew their hair back. In a serious tone, Sasha told him to make a mana shield in front of her. She was sensing a malicious intent, so he had to make a shield capable of protecting all three of them. She immediately grabbed the little paper from her clipboard and slapped that seal on the old woman's face. If she didn't want her soul to be taken by the demons, she had to remain silent. They would give their best to ensure her energy reached hell safely. The woman ended up fainting in Sasha's arms, and after placing her under the bed, our hero already had the shields deployed. At that moment, he realized that a shot hit the shield and pointed the passenger there like a fool. What had pierced the shield was not a simple bullet, but a knife. Hey, duck down. Are you crazy? Sticking your head out there. Get ready, this is just the beginning. The glass started breaking and numerous blades were thrown into the room. The boy kept saying that the shield was being pushed backward. And really guys, it was a rain of blades. Some of them passed through the shield, injuring his body. And Sasha, right next to him, noticed that he was quite resilient. Hey Sasha, is there any work compensation? Or better, life insurance? If there is, put my sister as the beneficiary. She performed a spell, opening a portal and summoning the mirror that reflects demons. In this way, the blades were stopped in the air. That magical mirror could reflect everything under 10 inches long. And after she did that, the blades were stopped in mid-air. The boy asked if it was over yet. While waiting, they were tense, wondering what kind of monster was coming. Two people appeared, saying that this newbie's mana was truly magnificent. It was Miss Summer, saying she was impressed with this newbie, and even made a joke, saying he had made an excessively large shield. Feigning sympathy, Summer said that if Sasha simply handed over that woman, they would leave. He recognized Summer, who was that cat demon, but our hero wasn't kidding around. He already thrust the gun outward and began firing multiple shots, saying there would be no negotiation. The cat was very tricky and managed to dodge. Pointing his face out of the wall, he said he only came to talk and that this newbie was very cruel. They had heard that this boy could manifest 2 mana weapons simultaneously, but the bald guy said that didn't matter because he would defeat that boy, no matter the cost. And he kept telling the cat not to interfere because he had promised to give him all the honor and credit. The girl agreed, and the guy laughed evilly. In fact, he was a colony of rats. Our hero realized that some shots he fired at that guy ended up releasing dead little rats on the floor. But the guy said it didn't matter how many shots they took, they would never be defeated. Poor hero. I think this is the worst CLT job anyone could have. Countless rats charged at our hero, and he shot them all and even started asking Sasha for help, saying he couldn't defeat them all. The rat was very close to reaching him, but those magical bullets caused massive damage to the little rats. At that moment, a magical circle appeared, and a strong light fell on them. It was Sasha doing that to push them away. Next, she pulled out another little paper, and by touching the shield, created a magical barrier. The rats gathered behind that barrier, and the colony leader told them to start gnawing, as they would soon break it. Sasha said that barrier wouldn't last long because those rats could gnaw through magic. She was even going to place another defensive barrier in the next room. The leader of the rats, who had a little collar, kept giving orders, and the two fled as fast as possible. I'm sure he thought, facing a wolf is fine, but a horde of rats? That's unfair. Summer was back there observing the battle. They were managing to gnaw through the barrier very quickly. Meanwhile, the cat was restraining herself from interfering in the fight. Sasha, along with Lee, was already reaching the other room. The girl kicked the door, breaking everything. They would need to escape because the rats were already approaching. There were the little rats, almost breaking the barrier. The boy aimed his weapon at the other apartment and got ready. He asked if she couldn't use that mirror to slow down the rats, but she said those weren't projectiles. Wait, you're telling me that each of those little rats is a Bokdug? Yes, exactly. They were part of a colony. They were individual beings living in a colony, but seemed to perform very well as a group. It was as if they all shared a single consciousness. She pulled another paper from her clipboard, and then cast multiple seals into the air. That was to generate an even more powerful protective barrier, and she succeeded, blocking that door. Next, she asked if he could manifest a weapon that could deal more damage to those creatures. He thought about it for a bit, but at that moment couldn't think of another weapon. He had even read that encyclopedia of weapons, but hadn't memorized all the objects. She knew that would be too much for his mind. But one way for him to create more complex and powerful weapons was by performing a sort of power unlocking. The boy said it was fine. She could do it, no problem at all, since they would die if they stayed there. It would be risky. So she asked him to sit on that bed. The little rats were almost breaking the first barrier, and the leader kept ordering them not to stop for even a second. Sasha explained that by unlocking his mind, the boy would be able to use 100% of his brain capacity, and thus manifest a more powerful weapon and strengthen his mana cultivation, but it was very risky. Unlike the usual weapon manifestation, which used a small mana base, this mental release unleashed much more mana. In other words, if he maxed out his mana limit, he could die. This technique was called hyper-awakening. The boy was sweating, but had no other choice. If they didn't do this, those rats could devour them alive. Sasha explained that to use hyper-awakening on his brain, he needed a mind free of negative thoughts. From now on, he was to have happy thoughts, and she kept touching the young man's head. While doing this, the boy tried to think as much as possible about happy and joyful things. The first thing he thought of was becoming a millionaire, and then curing his sister's body paralysis. All of this was making him extremely happy, with rosy cheeks. Sasha said he was doing very well, and now should think of even happier things he truly desired. One thing he really wanted was to have a normal family, and he already imagined coming home from work with Sasha there in his house. In a seductive way, she would welcome him around. I confess that I'm not sure if she knew these things I was thinking, but she says I'm doing well. Another happy thing I think about is having 2 children with her, a boy and a girl, and also some pets to help with the kids' social upbringing. Sasha mentions that he was having very happy thoughts, so the hyper-awakening is working better than she thought. She couldn't believe he reached this hyper-awakening so quickly. And the boy stays there thinking about these little things with Sasha. He imagines building a super happy family beside her. Now that the mana concentration worked, she says she will awaken and he must use all the concentration at once. So he imagines her speaking live to him, calling him dear husband. In his imagination she sits on him, saying she would like to have a 3rd child, and asks if he would agree. And of course the guy says yes. And so they would begin the process of having another little child. Look at the shameless look on the guy's face. The thought was so happy that the guy transcended. Miss Summer was there, watching the rats breaking the barrier, and even comments that she was getting bored since it was taking them long to break it. And with the knife in hand, she wonders how long they would hold out when the rats broke the barrier. They were almost there. Just a few more seconds. With rosy cheeks, Sasha says this is very impressive. She couldn't believe it. The boy had managed hyper-awakening using his brain with mana. At that moment, the rats break the barrier and all pass through at once. Next they gather at the second barrier made in the room and start eating it little by little. But at that moment, a jet of fire sweeps all of them. Not even that could make the little rats give up. The leader orders all of them to gnaw as fast as possible, and at that moment they manage to make a hole in the purple barrier. In the middle of the hole, a bomb hits a rat on the head. Everyone is shocked by that bomb and even asks what the hell it was. At that moment, the bomb explodes, sending the rat flying everywhere. The leader realizes the boy managed to manifest a more powerful weapon, and the rat that exploded turned to dust. Even Summer comments that the guy is using very interesting weapons, to say the least. And our boy doesn't stop. He starts launching bombs one after another. The rat begins to panic because this causes much more destruction. He orders all the rats to scatter because they don't want to be eliminated. But our protagonist wasn't joking, guys. Look at how many bombs he launched. The little rat just stands there, not understanding anything. Then the leader orders everyone to protect themselves, and some rats sacrifice themselves, jumping in front of the bomb to be exploded. They do it without thinking twice. Sasha was holding a medallion, and that very strong explosion happens while the leader stays protected. It's always like that, right? The leader uses his minions as cannon fodder. A quick light passes during the bombs, making them explode, causing a stronger blast than the previous ones. Summer notices that Sasha was using the demon reflection mirror to detonate those bombs, and most of the little rats that entered the room were defeated. Now that the bombs stopped, the leader tells them not to retreat and to charge again. Our hero was there, making multiple bombs and throwing them through the barrier hole. He does it again. However, the rats jump in the air trying to block the explosion. I confess, there were moments I felt sorry for these little rats. They end up exploding while the other rats try to climb the barrier. At that moment they notice a kind of white smoke fire, and they start writhing, complaining in pain. Summer lands in the room, finding this very interesting. This is because demons were weak against this type of white fire, and she also mentions that the boy was surprising her. With every passing moment, he uses a new technique. Yes, our protagonist looks silly, acts silly, but he is not silly. Summer said she promised not to interfere, but she couldn't help it. If she did nothing, they would be humiliatedly defeated. That white phosphorus smoke was spreading, and Sasha told him to prepare for the final weapon. He didn't have much mana left, so he had to be careful. Our boy knew that if he used too much mana and ran out, he could die. So concentrating, he prepares to create the final weapon. The rat was seething with hatred and orders all the others to try to extinguish that white flame. They start biting their own bodies. Little by little, they manage to put out the fire, and with a hopeful smile, The little rat said they still had a chance to win. But, unexpectedly, they are trapped inside a barrier. The rats had no way out, no escape. Sasha passes through that barrier, saying the rats were naive for staying grouped. That was exactly what she wanted, to have them all together to trap them. Cursing Sasha to the 7th generation, the little rat says they fell into an ambush, but no matter what, they would never give up. Our hero finally finishes materializing his weapon, a powerful flamethrower. When he saw that weapon, the little rat began sweating cold. Yeah, kid, I don't think you have a chance to win anymore. Just looking at the scene, you can already tell what they're planning, guys. No need to explain. At that moment, Summer appears, saying they were cheating. Holding a knife, she admits she had no intention to get involved in the fight, but changed her mind and comments that this newbie urgently needs to be defeated. She throws the knife, but Sasha steps in with her protective barrier, and the little cat even says that these simplified protective barriers are worthless. If they don't want to be pierced by knives, they should get out of the way. The girl just watches him say these things. She throws her clipboard on the floor and says that even if he were a martial artist, she was also very powerful. She activates her power, and the boy starts throwing a bunch of blades. Very skillfully, she manages to block all those attacks. Our protagonist is almost hit, but she manages to hold him. Miss Summer is sweating cold, as she realizes that Sasha is really very talented, and our hero asks what kind of woman that was. Seems like the gods value their partners a lot, don't they? He couldn't land a single stab, and the girl jokes that they are short-staffed, so they value the humans who work with them. At that moment, Miss Summer decides to leave, taking the rats, and says that the Mokdugi are also very valuable, so she couldn't leave any behind. But the little rat didn't want to give up. It keeps telling Miss Summer to let it go, because it's going to finish off those humans. Be quiet, you idiots, you lost. And the poor little rat stays there all downcast. I confess I felt sorry for them at that moment. Summer ends up hearing that woman, the old lady, coming out from inside the barrier. This was a perfect opportunity, as he could attack the woman and take her soul. Even Lee realized the woman was in danger, and taking advantage of the chance, the cat wasn't going to slack off and went after that woman, throwing the rats. Several blades and rats were going at her, but Sasha was also powerful and kicks the woman in the head. The kick is so strong that it sends her back into the barrier, but those knives catch Sasha's hair bow. All this so she looks stylish, with her hair in the wind. Lee also steps in to protect, and with the movement manages to grab his dear waifu. The girl sees that Lee is attentive, and immediately pulls a paper from her clipboard, summoning a new barrier spell to protect the woman. This would be a much more powerful barrier. In a few moments, a blue barrier surrounds the woman. Since this barrier was even more protective, it wouldn't last long, so they had to stay alert so that the Mokdugi wouldn't attack her. As the barrier would last only a few minutes, they needed to remain attentive so the Mokdugi wouldn't wait for the right moment. Waving the knife, Summer jokes, saying the barrier won't even last 3 minutes. He takes his blade and tries to hit the barrier, realizing it was indeed much more powerful. Upon realizing that Sasha was capable of making sacred barriers, he understood why Night Frost had lost. Not even gods could break a barrier like that. He also comments that the girl is very cute. Biting the blade, he says this barrier is much taller than he imagined. However, this barrier only blocked supernatural beings and did not prevent humans from coming out. He keeps touching the glass, and the woman stands up complaining of a headache. As Summer was very clever, she starts pretending, trying to make the woman come out. She pretended to be a hotel employee and asked the woman to follow her. Deep down, all he wanted was to suck her soul. But Summer was there playing the role of the butler. The old lady said she had never seen that guy and asked why he acted that way. At this point, it's not clear if Summer is male or female, so we'll treat them differently at each moment. After saying a few words, the woman starts taking some steps forward. Sasha shouts, asking the woman not to move. Looking at that couple, the woman thought they were prosecutors investigating her. Our hero also tries to fool the woman, saying he is one of the idols hired by her. Since she was somewhat in shock, she didn't know if it was real. Both the protagonist and Summer try to convince the old lady that they were employees of her company. Lee even says he auditioned, and the old lady said he was very cute, so she hired him. As the old lady said he wasn't cute at all, he started preparing a spell to convince her. After putting a little bow on his head, he asks if he isn't cute. My god, guys, what secondhand embarrassment. Even the woman was left speechless, frowning, and said the boy wasn't cute at all, while Summer laughed in the background. Luckily for the boy, Sasha approaches and says she found him very cute. Seeing that Sasha agreed, the woman turns, saying he really was a little cute. At that moment, Summer thrusts a blade at the barrier. He was just testing to see if the barrier had already ended. A piece of the knife manages to pass through and cuts the woman's cheek. At that moment, she falls scared. The cat tells the rat that it's time to leave. She had no patience to wait for that old lady to die, much less wait for the barrier to disappear. After activating a spell, he admits that he failed the hunt. Our hero was surprised, as the Mokdugi were leaving, without patience to fight. At that moment, our hero deactivates the white fire power, and the little rats stop burning. Not even the rats could believe they were freed from that suffering. Summer asks, why did the human do that? It wasn't common for humans to show mercy to monsters like them. If the battle is over, there's no need for this pointless suffering, and I can be fighting you, but I won't dare. Striking a kitten pose, Summer says he is very cute, and, even though dangerous, lets the demons survive. For him that didn't matter, because in the next battle he would make sure to burn all the monsters. Summer laughs, saying the boy is very interesting, and as she says goodbye tells everyone to take care, as she will return soon. Casting a spell, she teleports back to the demon world. At first she imagined the boy would be careless, but she saw he formed a great team with Sasha. Lee would be sure that she would remember his scent. The little rats were all limping and teleported away. Sasha also undoes the barrier spell. Lee asks what they should do with the unconscious woman. Next, he apologizes for letting the rats go. But she liked that he said he didn't hate the Mokdugi, so she was very happy with him. The boy was sweating cold, thinking he had done something wrong. The girl said that it really didn't make sense to leave the Mokdugi suffering, and was happy that he had shown empathy, even with demons. Sasha also thought he did that to show he was an honorable warrior, in the same way Nightfrost had acted, fulfilling the contract. Wow, she thinks I'm a super decent human being, and I wasn't even thinking about that. Sasha imagines he did it because he is an honorable warrior, but our protagonist wasn't paying attention to those things at all. It's true. It's true. I really was thinking about all of this. You see that I have a very soft heart. Please, Sasha, don't read my mind. Think of a slick kid. Sasha says that him saving the demons today could be a boost in a future fight, but still his soul is kind. While touching his chest, she says that our protagonist's heart will make his soul stronger and stronger. This is because generally kind people are the most powerful. He is surprised to hear her words, and the girl continues saying that kind people like him end up enchanting her. My boy, I think that was a declaration of love. Meanwhile, the little rats were there, carrying each other and fleeing the place. The rat leader felt very bad for having been defeated, but Summer told them not to blame themselves, as they had fought in an exemplary way. They felt no shame and didn't retreat. The little rat feels very flattered, having been praised. Moreover, that human doesn't fight with spears or swords. They use modern weapons against which we are weak. I feel that from now on things are going to get more interesting. Next, Sorong was there erasing the memories of that guy who tried to kill the old lady. The woman still hadn't woken up, and after erasing the boy's memories, she orders him to go home. She did all of this straight from the office and passed the information to Sasha, our dear goddess. She also congratulates Sorong. At that moment, our hero's phone rings, and it's a message from his sister. She asked him to buy a toothbrush, because hers had broken. He wonders what the hell she was doing to break a toothbrush. I can't even imagine what this girl was doing at this hour of the night, guys. At that moment, Sorong tells Sasha that that woman, Jor, had just passed away. The boy asks the cause of death, and Sorong starts getting mad at him. Who do you think you are, you bastard? Asking this kind of thing, you are nobody. You just got here. Poor Lee didn't want to be rude, so he keeps apologizing. Sorong gives him a moral lesson, saying that she is Sasha's first disciple, so he shouldn't get conceited. The girl was jealous, guys. When Sasha asks what happened for the old lady to lose her life, Sorong is very happy to give the information. She said that the cause of death was acute respiratory failure. Because of the hallucinations she had, having witnessed everything recently, she ended up taking some strong medicines that were in her bag, most likely illegal. Our hero realizes that, in the end, she was already destined to die, so there wasn't much to do. He even jokes, saying that maybe his work wasn't worth that much. It was just a joke, but Sorong got very mad, giving the biggest moral lesson for the second time. She also said that this boy knows nothing. She, on the contrary, had been there a long time as Sasha's ally, so the boy shouldn't get conceited. To try to calm her disciple, Sasha says that when she returns, she will bring ice cream. This makes the little blonde very excited, saying that Master Sasha is the best of all. At that moment, her little robot simply disappears. I think Sorong doesn't like humans very much, right? But Sasha says it's nothing like that. She's just excited to have another companion. And so they decide to go to a convenience store to buy ice cream. Our hero goes along with her, since he needed to buy the toothbrush for his sister. That convenience store was the only one open at that hour of the night. The hero arrives there and is a bit thoughtful. He wanted to buy some hair clips for Sasha, since hers had been cut by the blades. But he felt a bit embarrassed to give her a gift like that. Meanwhile, Sasha was at the display trying to choose the ice cream flavor. She opens the door gracefully and ends up choosing a celebratory drink. After choosing some ice creams, she says she will buy one for Lee's sister, and giving it to him says it's a bonus for his high performance. Since he also got a gift, he feels more comfortable buying the clips for her. Giving an awkward smile, he says that his sister will really like it, since the ice cream was strawberry. Upon leaving the store, Sasha asks him to accompany her to the bus stop. The boy goes along, while the girl compliments his first mission. He should be tired from the first hard day of work, but there was something she wanted to talk about: retirement. In conventional jobs, people retire based on years of service, but in this work of fighting the Mokdugi, retirement worked differently. Looking at him, she said that retirement was basically death, It was very difficult for someone in his position to live for a long time, so he could run away whenever he felt in danger. When he noticed the combat was getting dangerous, it wasn't shameful to flee, because nothing was more important than human life, so he couldn't keep risking himself. I think she's saying this, guys, just because she likes him, but Lee stays quietly listening to everything. In fact, he needed money to pay for his sister's treatment. He didn't know the motivation of the other hunters, but his motivation was to save his little sister's life. Sasha says she doesn't really know the reason why the other guardians work for so long. She had received a higher rank and meanwhile fought many monsters and did this work for a long time. But after receiving another promotion to fight the Mokdugi, who are these demons, she had to have an ally, and this is the first time she has a human as a partner. She had never fought these demons alone. Upon hearing that he was her first companion, the boy became very emotional. For those who didn't understand, guys, goddesses don't fight these Mokdugi. They can fight other normal monsters, but not the Mokdugi. That's why they need human allies, because only humans have the mana necessary to defeat these creatures without damaging one of them. Standing under the sky, the girl says she really hopes his retirement comes with time and not with death. She would even bet her divine life, saying she would do everything to keep him alive. It seemed like a declaration of love, and he even mentions that he couldn't say anything at that moment. He was only doing this work to earn enough money to pay the bills. There was no other noble reason, but now there was a new reason: Sasha's company. Yeah, guys, the boy is in love. He says he hopes to work with her, and the girl mentions that she is enjoying working with him, and so they continue walking to the bus stop. But there was something she wanted to do before they separated, and the guy was sweating cold. Li Dongjing, please, answer the first thing that comes to your mind when I ask this question. Excluding your brain and internal organs, which part of your body should you protect? What kind of question is this? My eyes? Really? Which eye exactly? Not understanding the question well, he says it's the right eye. She tears a small paper from her clipboard and says she is going to engrave it on his right eye. Wait a minute, engrave it inside my eye? She said it would be better to go to a dark place, because staying there in the middle of the street could attract attention. Wait, I think I made the wrong choice. Can I change my suggestion? Making a gesture with her hand, she said he couldn't. You're very tall, Mr. Lee. Could you bend a little? He bends, and she tells him to close his eyes. At that moment, she places that paper on his right eye, and then her hand on his face. She tells him to stay calm, that it won't hurt, and prepares to kiss him. She ends up kissing his eye, and the guy stands still, saying nothing. The kiss lasted a long time, and he felt discomfort in his right eye, leaving a star-shaped mark. At that moment, an absurd power began filling his body, and after falling to the ground, the girl said he would feel paralysis for about 3 minutes. I should have said lips. She kissed my eye. I should have said lips. She said he would probably be surprised, but all of this would pass quickly. Since the old lady had died, Sorong said Sasha needed to return quickly to take care of the paperwork. As there wouldn't be time to help the hero, she apologized, saying she had to leave. It would take about 3 days for him to be fully recovered, so the training would be in exactly 3 days. She gives him the ice cream and says she used her magic so it wouldn't melt. The woman leaves, leaving the poor guy lying in the middle of the street, guys. Ah, no, man, move to the other side. She doesn't have any consideration for you, no. He asks her to wait, showing the hair elastics he bought at the store. The poor guy couldn't speak properly, and even cried because of the pain in his eye. She picks up the hair elastic and remembers it was cut by Summer's knives. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't find this gift delivery very romantic. She crouches down, saying it's the first human gift she has received, and she's very happy. Slapping the ground, he knew she would like it, since women like presents, and thinks she must already be 90% won over. It wasn't in the most romantic way, but it worked. During the moonlight, he stays on the ground thinking that now he should think about the names of the children they could have. While they were at the bus stop, she talks to Sorong. She tells her assistant to send a letter to the Nine Heavens Fairy Sword Pavilion, requesting a loan and authorization. This is because they would need to use a sacred sword in the next battle. It was a powerful sword for fighting the Mukdugi. Since the hero had enormous potential, she knew the demons would gather forces to try to eliminate him, and, to prevent the boy from dying in the next battle, she said she would train him to make him stronger. Therefore, it was very important that Sorong did what she was asking. She ends up taking the other hair tie that hadn't been damaged, and uses it to tie her hair into a ponytail. She was happy to have received those elastics from Lee, and comments that she hopes the life force of this world leaves that hair elastic quickly, implying she couldn't use them because they were items from the human world. But she was very happy that he had thought of her, and bought this gift. After getting up carrying the hair elastics, she tells Sorong that she is leaving, taking ice creams. It's funny that she can appear on top of our hero's bed, but to leave she has to take the bus. The scene returns to our hero's apartment. He had brought the toothbrush and also a tub of ice cream. The girl asks what he was doing and says it couldn't be work, but he makes an excuse, saying he was working like that. Then tell me the name of the company you work for. He said it was funeral services, but the girl said that was a lie. Upon noticing he was using a contact lens, she imagines he went out with some friends who like cosplay. Did my eye change color and I didn't notice? Yeah, kid, it changed, Go look in the mirror. He puts his hand on his eye, asking what the hell was happening. After running to the bathroom, he notices his eye was normal and even asks how she saw that his eye was different. But the girl kept making jokes, saying he was smelly. Since he didn't want her to know he was a soul guardian, he played along, pretending he really was an otaku and was with cosplay friends. She says this is amazing because she knows he has a new hobby. And there was our boy saying aloud some embarrassing otaku words. The scene shifts to the mock doogie world, and we see a house in the middle of a forest, and inside it was snowing. We are also shown a sword that seemed to be legendary. Summer enters that barrier where it was snowing, and comments that it is very annoying, because snow even fell in her hair. She had gone to the house of another mock doogie. The guy says he likes to read in winter, and that's why he cast a spell to make it snow outside. Summer only came to this place because, actually, their mother assigned the guy, Aurora of the Rain, to carry out a hunt. This Aurora of the Rain had no interest in hunting human souls, but was already spreading news that there was a rookie human, a guardian, who was giving them trouble. Aurora asks if this human happened to be the one who defeated Nightfrost. Laughing awkwardly, Summer says yes, and that she fought against him the previous night. Aurora ends up throwing a towel to Summer, and upon catching the towel she starts drying her hair. Having discovered that he was the one dealing with the human who defeated Nightfrost, she said she was interested. Again guys, it's impossible to know if these Mokdugi are men or women. Each time the translation says it differently. Summer sits down and starts drinking tea with Aurora. The woman asks if the mission is to kill that human, as they discovered he has a special ability. The little cat says she doesn't know exactly what the mission is, so he has to go talk to their mother to get the details. But she imagines the mission is really to eliminate Sasha and that Lee guy, and not to capture human souls. Especially because that boy showed he could use the inextinguishable white fire. And the worst for them is that this human could also use modern weapons. He exploded a bomb and spread a kind of white fire that was unquenchable. The rats were agonizing for several minutes, and in a kind of crazy way Summer says this human is very interesting and even asks Aurora if she is also interested in fighting that guy. That's because he used different weapons. Aurora says she doesn't care, since she had never faced humans with advanced modern weapons. Closing the book, she says that no matter who it is, she will win, because she is very powerful. She gets up from the chair and immediately grabs a scarf, saying that ancient or modern weapons are the same, and it makes no difference to her. After putting on a coat, she goes to the legendary sword and says she will cut Lee's hands. Without hands, he would no longer be able to fight the Mokdugi, and the job would be done. Summer says Aurora shouldn't underestimate that boy, because she herself had fought him and saw that he always pulls a card from his sleeve. After putting the sword back in its sheath, she says she will meet with Nightfrost. That's probably because he should have more information about this human, and she runs off to meet the wolf. Meanwhile, Summer drinks her tea and also mentions that she doesn't know why the Mokdugi follow their mother's orders so strictly. Everything she says, they do. After that day, our hero was at home recovering. He took this time to study the other pages of that 3D modeling book and also worked on his software, making other models to learn a bit more. But he also wasn't going to let his physique weaken. So he went out for a run, and at night spent most of his time materializing weapons, until the day of training finally arrived. She was checking his eye to see if the power had really worked. After 3 days, our hero's facial paralysis had ended, and now he could use the power of the eye. She turns to Sorang and asks her to install the spells. Our hero doesn't understand anything, but has a little robot scanning his eye. Sasha explains that 5 divine-level spells were recorded. He could use some recorders to record the magical words and perform the spell. This magical eye was an extension of his power. And Sorang explains that, because he is very old, he won't be able to learn these powers practically. That's why they are doing this. Taking advantage of the fact that he has a lot of mana and can use kingdom-level spells, he could use the eye to do it more simply. Some younger humans hired as guardians can use Gi attribute spells. They manipulate wind, fire, earth, and other elements freely. They don't need to use divine-level spells. That's because they learned from a young age, but our hero was already old. In other words, he had a lot of mana, but didn't have the potential to memorize all possible spells. He apologizes for being so absent-minded, and Sasha smiles saying it's no problem because they already solved that issue. She mentions that Sorang and Lee are getting along, and they sit there dying of embarrassment. Taking advantage of the sunny day, they would start training. Sorang made a bigger barrier so they could train. She mentions that, even with a lot of mana, our hero had many blind spots and was vulnerable. And since he used long-range weapons, it left even more openings. That's why he became an easy target for anyone attacking from behind. Because of that, they would do some spells. The first one she presents is the map of mountains and rivers. It was like a sharper vision that stayed in front of his eyes. Ah, how cool. And what's the second spell? However, he wasn't supposed to be in such a hurry, because she was going to explain more about hand-to-hand combat. Even if he activated that map and knew where the attacks were coming from, he couldn't block them, and she even simulates him getting hit by a hammer and flying away. His body was good for attacking, but terrible for defense. That's why she teaches him an emergency spell so he can escape. This spell was called the Sky-Piercing Seal. The girl explains that he could swap places with any object he sees within a 500-meter radius. After mentioning that her defense was great, she suggests he swap places with her. She jumps back, staying far from him, and tells him to activate the seal to swap places. After saying the words, the boy really swaps places with Sasha, ending up on top of the wall where she had jumped. Next, she jumps and stops beside him. This spell would be useful for him to escape in dangerous situations. She says she also has the spell so she could swap places with him too. But our boy was suspicious, thinking he could put her at a disadvantage and in danger. I bet he thought, damn, I'm the man, and who I'm going to protect is a delicate girl. And that's exactly what he said, guys. He said she couldn't put herself at risk because of him. Giving a slightly charming smile, Sasha said she would never put herself in danger, because she was very powerful. She may not look like it, but she was extremely strong. She had already fought other monsters before. Drawing her sword, she says that goddesses don't fight the Mokdugi only because they don't have mana like humans. To show that she was strong, she said she would do a hand-to-hand combat training with him. Right after, our protagonist starts stretching. Since it was for him to get used to hand-to-hand combat, she activated the part of taking damage inside the barrier, and told him to activate the Jiquido, the ability to see extra things. He does this, and a panel appears in front of him with some details. The boy says it's amazing, because his field of vision increased drastically. But that wouldn't be enough in battle, so he would need to improve his body for physical combat. The boy was understanding everything. Sasha says that, while having ice cream with Sorang, she had a brilliant idea. The little blonde gave the idea to the master to make a reward system, and handed a letter to our hero for him to read how it worked. He finds it curious to have a reward and punishment system. If he did well in the training, he would earn a survival rate. He mentions that the reward wasn't that good, and wonders what the punishment would be. The letter said that if he did poorly in the training, a kind of hacker would hack his phone system and see his entire Google search history. Sasha becomes curious about what punishment that could be, and says she doesn't understand how that could be punitive. The boy looks like he has something important to hide, suspiciously. Sorang appears beside him and mentions that there was a small yellow paper hidden underneath. The boy tenses and prepares to grab the paper. Down there it was written not to mock her. Sasha didn't understand anything, but Sorang knew that our protagonist researched indecent things, to say the least. Yeah guys, it's no use saying anything, I know very well what you search for. The scene shifts to the world of the Mokdugi. Aurora is coming toward the wolf. Nightfrost notices that there's a guy coming with a large sword. Aurora starts provoking the little wolf, saying he returned from the hunt empty-handed. But Nightfrost tells Aurora to be careful with her words. He didn't want to cause trouble in their mother's house. Aurora continues provoking, asking if he was punished by their mother, but the wolf replies no, because their mother was very kind. Of course she is kind. She wouldn't scold a little child who failed a hunt. I didn't fail the hunt, I just fulfilled my promise. It seems Aurora likes to provoke Nightfrost, and they keep exchanging barbs. Aurora wasn't respecting Lee and Sasha very much, so Nightfrost explains that that boy is a brave human. Brave, huh? That doesn't make him a strong warrior. Without much patience for arguing, he simply said not to underestimate that human and that goddess. But we see that the fox and she didn't really believe our protagonist was strong. It's this type of character that ends up taking a beating at the end of the story. The guy also says, in a dark tone, that brave and skilled warriors are always the ones who progress the most. Aurora continues saying that Nightfrost seems to like these humans very much, and even comments that probably Lee and Sasha won't be able to withstand his sword techniques. The scene returns to training. Our hero was already preparing to face the girl. She told him to carefully analyze the environment, because it was important to know where he was stepping. And extending the sword, she told him to manifest his own weapon. The boy thinks about which weapon to use. She explains that inside the barrier, he wouldn't be hurt, even if attacked by her. So he needed to stay calm. Since he was great at long-range attacks, he decides to create weapons he was already used to, and ends up materializing a shotgun, a somewhat close-range weapon, since he wasn't shooting from very far. Sasha told him to get ready and use the new ability to reduce blind spots. Our protagonist hadn't even finished listening to the explanation, because Sasha simply disappeared. He knew she did that so he could test the new ability, and when someone disappears, they're probably on the upper part, and he ends up aiming. Seeing a simple movement, he fires a shot. He realized it was exactly there that she was, because the girl threw the sword to the ground, falling beside him. Of course, he was already freaking out, and without noticing, she teleports to his side, ready to attack him. Next, she kicks him in the ribs, throwing him far away. He falls like a sack of potatoes. She said she had only activated a bit of the pain, but the pain he feels is terrible. With no time to rest, she appears on top of him, ready to kick his back again. And that's exactly what she does, burying the poor guy in the ground. Think of a protagonist born to get beaten up, poor thing. She told him to hold on, because this wasn't enough to eliminate him. This isn't enough to eliminate me. If I didn't have this spiritual body, I probably would have been split in half. Come on, Lee, get up, let's continue training. Hold on, woman, my back hurts. I applied a pain reduction just so you wouldn't die. all the pain you feel will be necessary to improve your hand-to-hand combat. Holding the weapon, he said he wouldn't give up and asked to start the training again. Smiling, the girl said that was exactly what she wanted to hear from his mouth. Beating me is almost impossible. In today's training, you will continue losing, so start getting used to it. And that's exactly what happened for several minutes. But our boy wasn't going to keep getting beaten forever. He was already preparing another strategy, trying to motivate him. She said all this training would bear fruit. You will become a great guardian. The training continued with Sasha giving several punches to the protagonist. The poor guy was getting beaten more than a 90s anime protagonist, and ended up suffering 6 consecutive defeats. The duration of each battle was about 10 seconds on average. The place inside the training barrier was completely destroyed. After a while she congratulated him, because he managed to last more than 10 seconds. With tears in his eyes he thanks her, but in reality he was dying of embarrassment. Extending the sword, she said she would stop training for today, and that he should improve a little more. She tells him to try to block her sword, and he ends up protecting himself with his weapon. Right after, she starts pressing the little wooden sword, and he is crushed to the ground with overwhelming force. When she pulls back the sword, he has a bump on his head, complaining, saying he didn't expect that. He thought he could block her attacks with his strength, but she was on a totally different level. She said he had a very wrong perception, which is why he got beaten so much in training. Since his perception skills weren't good, he asks what he would have to do. In response, she tells him to use the tools of civilization called weapons and tools. That is, he should materialize items that would help him in combat. Since he had difficulty in hand-to-hand combat, he just needed to create good long-range weapons. And if he needed to fight hand-to-hand, he would make a shield. Making a gesture with her hand, she tells him to try making a shield to block the next attack. He concentrates, and makes a shield roughly the size she specified. Now with the shield in hand, he prepares for the attack she is going to make. He was also supposed to shorten the barrel of the weapon. He remembers that when he battled against the little cat and the Pio, he also used a weapon and a shield. She positions herself behind him and says she will try again. She would count to 3 and hit again, very hard on his head, so he was supposed to protect himself. She starts counting, and when she reaches 3, she strikes the sword against the shield. He manages to block perfectly, and she praises him. Next, she gives a slightly stronger attack, throwing the protagonist backward. But even so, he was doing well. Gradually, she increases the strength of the attacks, and he manages to withstand them all. In a few moments, she realizes he was doing better, remaining standing. The leg endurance and back balance were improving, and above all, his confidence had reached a higher level. Feeling that he was improving, she started intensifying the attacks even more. He even noticed an opening to counterattack. Looking at the cocked weapon, she realized what he wanted to do. At that moment, she strikes the shield from bottom to top, leaving the boy unprotected and disarmed. The shield falls beside his face, leaving him surprised. It was 10 battles and 10 defeats. He lost them all. He was even trembling from shock, and at the same time frustrated, and she kept praising him, saying he did well. Next, Sasha claps and asks Sorong to send 2 chairs and something for her to drink with Lee. A light appears above their heads, and a table along with a chair falls near our hero. I don't know about you, but I think Sorong doesn't like him at all. The thing almost hit the protagonist, and Sasha keeps saying that Sorong must have miscalculated the coordinates. Next, she asks the boy to sit down. Only 1 chair fell. Where should I sit? Then Sasha asks Sorong to send another chair. Another light appears, and what shows up is a box of apples with a little moldy one. There was a note on top of the box that said chair. Yeah guys, I'm sure Sorong doesn't like our hero. Sasha says that there were probably no spare chairs, so Sorong sent that box. She stands up, telling the boy not to sit on the box but on the chair. But he says it's okay. I don't mind, I like sitting on apple boxes. Don't worry. As he sits, the box breaks and the apples fly everywhere. This makes him lose balance, and when he is about to fall to the ground, Sasha holds him with her foot. I think today was the most humiliating day of our hero's life, guys. She asks if he's okay, and he says yes, he's very well. But at that moment he ends up receiving an amazing reward. I think all this humiliation was worth it. I'm not so sure. Are you really okay, Lee? It looks like your face is turning red. No, I'm fine. It's just that your legs are very beautiful. At that moment a chair falls on our hero, and he starts rolling from side to side because it landed on his shin. Sasha asks why Sorong did that, and the little blonde gives an excuse, saying his body is in spiritual mode, so he didn't get hurt. Giving a thumbs up, the boy confirms that he's not hurt, it just hurts a lot. Now they would rest a little. The boy was finding Sasha very cute during the training, and Sasha says that actually the one who is cute is Sorong. That super polite girl who keeps attacking things in me. She's not cute at all. Saying this, Sorong throws an energy drink can at our hero's cheek. Next, they continue with the training. This would be the final battle. If by chance he managed to last more than 30 seconds, he would win. Lee couldn't use simple bullets. Firearms were created many years ago, and after that evolved over time. After putting the bullets in his weapon, he puts in one last one, which was a special bullet, and comments that this will be his strategy to defeat Sasha. If he managed to hit her even once, he would already win according to the rules she set. It looks like your eyes are very determined. Your mindset is very strong. And raising the sword, she starts the battle. The girl was not joking, guys, and she already throws the sword at the protagonist. With the shield in hand, he tries to block. The girl smiles, because that was just a distraction, and advances toward the boy. Taking the opportunity, he fires his weapon. This shotgun was good for short-range attacks, and Sasha blocks it with her shield. The scene goes back a few minutes, when they were talking. She had asked if he wanted a drink, and he said no. With blushing cheeks, Sasha said it was a pity, because she wanted to drink something with him. Our boy didn't handle alcohol well, and asks her to make a chocolate milk, but since she was holding an alcoholic drink, he thinks of acting cool. Yeah, could you get me a beer, please? He tries to look cool, and she asks which brand he wants. Any, he replies, since he didn't know many. At that moment, he notices a magic circle appearing above his head, and a box of beer starts falling right on him. Sasha climbs onto the table and holds the box so it doesn't crush the protagonist's head. Strange, Sorong usually doesn't miscalculate the coordinates. She asks if the little girl was feeling unwell, and she says she was sleepy because she stayed up all night gaming. That's a bit suspicious, huh? All the magic circles she made were above my head. Still on the table, Sasha says that Sorong is very kind, because she sent a whole box full of beer. At that moment, the boy starts connecting the dots. She had been treating him badly for quite some time, and the only explanation for all of this was jealousy. Only now did this fool realize it, guys. She opens the box and hands a drink to the hero. The boy notices that she was laughing. Then he asks if by any chance she was reading his thoughts. In a very cute way, she says no. She just remembered a habit of Sorong. She had difficulties opening drink cans, so she always asked her master to open them. Back in the present, Sasha continues to push our hero hard. He tries to block the attack with the shield, but Sasha's sword technique is very refined and ends up cutting the metal shield. The bottom part of the iron plate falls completely. He knew that her magical protective barrier was far more powerful than the hand shield. She managed to cut the shield with a wooden sword, and when tossing the shield upwards, he still hadn't finished all his strategies. The girl cuts the shield that was thrown at her, and now that he was close, she said he had entered her contact area. There were still 20 seconds left for him to last in the battle. But the boy was betting everything on his last bullet. He had a few more shots to distract the girl, and continued firing at point-blank range. He had already made 6 consecutive shots, and Sasha says it's useless to shoot at the barrier because it won't break it. However, the 7th and final bullet arrived, which he called the Dragon Respirator bullet. There were 15 seconds left for him to survive the battle, and either win or hit her with the single shot. Aiming downwards, he said that this was his strategy. The girl didn't expect that, and since the lower part was unprotected, he fired the shot. That special bullet had a kind of iron powder, and the intention was to burn her clothes. And that's exactly what happened. The boy even felt embarrassed. Since she was hit by the iron powder, she declared our protagonist the winner. With her clothes all torn, she said that now she could trust him more as her partner. And the guy already had that cheeky look. I bet today was the happiest day of my life. As it was already getting late, she wished him a good rest and said the training would continue the next day. Back in the office, Sorong was feeling a little jealous, but said he did a great job, praising Lee. Sorong was a bit surprised because Sasha had also praised her. At night, our protagonist arrives home, very happy, and didn't stop smiling for a second. His sister even found it strange because he was in such a good mood. In the shower, he didn't stop smiling. During dinner, the boy kept smiling, even while washing the dishes. What could have happened to me? He remembered the scene when she said she could now trust him as a partner, and when lying down to sleep, he said he would have sweet dreams with Sasha and even dream about their children. The scene changes to the next day, very early. We see an employee complaining to her boss. It was a game company, and the programmers were not receiving salaries. The boss shouts, saying the company is almost bankrupt and they need to release the game quickly. He also complains, saying the director was delaying the game launch and always asking for more time. In her defense, the woman said she didn't want to release the game half-finished. The man gets angry, slamming his hand on the table, and said that since he is the CEO, he knows the company doesn't have enough money to pay the employees, let alone delay the game. He wanted the woman to release the incomplete game quickly and deceive the buyers, and he gives examples of other games that did that and earned a lot of money. But for the woman, she treated the game as if it were her own child. As she left, she was sad, saying she wouldn't do that, deceive the players. That's what happens a lot these days, guys. They release the buggy game and fix it later. This woman doubted her boss because they had received a very large investment from a company to produce the game. But mysteriously, all the money disappeared. With her hand on her head, she wondered what to do, because if they abandoned the game, they would have wasted several years of their life. The scene returns to that old man playing golf. Just by looking at his face, you can tell he's worthless. He said that young people today have no loyalty and only think about salaries. Why is that, huh, old smelly man? Actually, he exploits the company to the maximum, and after filling his pockets, declares bankruptcy. Later, the woman, Eunuch, goes to the bar. She was drinking and sad, saying her company was going to fail. She had fought a long time to get the position and produce the game she wanted. By mentioning that the game was like a child, she tried to disguise it, saying she wasn't married, and that it was symbolic. She vented to Barming, who was actually our protagonist in disguise. She decides to show some photos to the hero, and says she had already won some game developer championships. The boy praises her, saying it's very cool to work with such games. But the woman thought he was mocking her, and pulled his clothes, asking if he was belittling her. "Calm down, miss, I just said working with games is fun, because I've already done this in 3D modeling." After that, the woman makes a little joke, saying that even if he were a developer, now he looked like an NPC, working in an RPG tavern. Lee noticed she wasn't doing well, and decided to put the teasing aside. What he really wanted to know was why Sasha put him as an infiltrator in a bar. She said it was for him to use Sorong's little robot for memory manipulation. The worst part is that Sasha never gave mission details. At that moment, the woman jumps from the chair. She says she needs to return to the company, and hands over a card to make the payment. When she leaves, she staggers. Lee knew that working in the gaming industry was very difficult. At that moment, he receives a notification on his phone with an address, saying they need to go there for the next mission. He rips off the apron, and upon leaving realizes the woman wasn't feeling well. She was dizzy and asks him to take her to the company, to continue working through the night. She gives the address, which was exactly the same building where the hero was going to work. Realizing this, he decides to help her, and calls a taxi. Without delay, they arrive at the building. He places the woman at the entrance, and asks her to wait there. Trying to seduce the boy, she asks him to take her to the office room. This could be awkward because if Sasha saw him with the other woman, she wouldn't know how to explain. But Eunuch grabs his arm and says that now that he brought her, he must fulfill the responsibility of taking her to the office. The boy shouts, saying he has no responsibility and that she's already an adult. At that moment, Sasha appears and asks, "What is Lee doing with a girl at 3 a.m.? She didn't expect him to be a womanizer and says this with jealousy. "Wait, Sasha, it's nothing like what you're thinking. I would never be with this woman." This makes Sasha very angry. She stands up, puts the backpack on her shoulders, and says she will go back alone. But immediately after, she kneels and starts vomiting. Moments later, they go up the building. She apologizes for causing all the trouble. Sasha says it's okay, because they are already going to the 12th floor, which is the same place as her office, and also says she will talk to Mr. King. The girl realizes that he is her boss. The evil actions he accumulated reached their peak. Now he would be devoured by terrifying beasts. This would be the punishment for being a bad guy. Sorong's little robot was investigating people with low mana levels. I don't know why, but they were telling all of this to the girl. She is surprised, asking if the boss was really that bad. Yes, he is very bad. In fact, he is a scammer, and this is one of the worst crimes someone can commit. Onyx says that, exactly. Her boss wasn't erasing the company employees, but rather because the game company was failing and had no money. But Sasha says that is all a lie, because he used the received investments to spend on personal things. In fact, Mr. King was a professional criminal, merely disguised as a failed businessman. He had several successful companies, but he set up a ghost company, took the investments, and invested them in his successful company. In the end, he didn't pay the employees of the failing company, precisely claiming he had no money. Upon hearing this story, Onyx starts connecting the dots and realizes it makes sense. Sasha also says that, in the end, he would place a ghost president to take all the punishment in his place. That's exactly what he usually does. He transfers all his responsibility to another person who has nothing to do with it. Onyx realizes this makes a lot of sense, gets traumatized, and asks what happened to the investment money. According to research, Sasha said that he bought real estate in his name and made an even greater fortune with all the diverted investments. AK had worked for many years to produce the game she dreamed of, and couldn't believe a guy like that would do this. She ended up asking to go to the bathroom. She was already feeling unwell, and upon hearing this news felt even worse. While waiting outside, Sasha said that there is no accidental fraud. Of course, everyone can make some mistakes and bankrupt companies, but in his case, he did it on purpose. Sasha then told our hero that she had put him as an infiltrator in that bar, so he could befriend Onyx and thus reach Mr. King. But she didn't expect the boy to get Onyx drunk, that he is much more of a womanizer than she imagined, and that, in the end, the two of them on the stairs seemed quite intimate. Lee becomes desperate, saying he didn't offer any drinks, and that the girl who was grabbing his clothes was out of control. He made excuses so Sasha wouldn't get jealous, and upon realizing she was joking, apologized. Laughing, she said she was just joking, and that he didn't need to be so desperate. She trusted that he was an honest and honorable guy, and that he wouldn't do that kind of thing to women. Next, Nick comes out of the bathroom, apologizing for the delay. Since Sasha was going to talk to her boss, the girl couldn't accompany her. Instead, she had prepared something for her. "What do you mean prepared something for me? What does she mean?" She receives a notification on her phone, and when she looks, Onyx's eyes light up. With Sorong's help, she managed to sell all of Mr. King's assets, and using the money, paid the overdue salaries. People in the company group chat comment that all the overdue salaries from the past months had been paid, and she even used bank funds to return the invested amount in the game. Now she could lovingly create the game she had always dreamed of. After saying these words, Sasha begins to disappear along with Lee, who keeps asking how this is possible. Magically, they simply disappear. She falls to her knees on the ground, wondering if this wasn't a dream. Am I drunk and hallucinating? Next, they appear in another place. Our hero was already on alert because Makdugi appeared. The barrier had been created, but they didn't find any monsters in these corridors. Sasha mentions that they probably fell into some trap. With weapon and shield in hand, the protagonist says they cannot give advantage to the Makdugis. This barrier was a kind of notification or declaration of war. Seriously, the girl said she doesn't like surprise attacks because they seem dishonorable. Therefore, they should fight fairly, without surprise attacks. She had confidence that the protagonist could defeat all the monsters. Aurora appears and says she wasn't trying to underestimate the two. Lee is startled, and Aurora ends up throwing someone on top of the protagonist. It was precisely Mr. King, who hits his back against the wall. The old man was unconscious and basically paying for all the sins he had committed. Aurora says that the old man, even though about to die, was not dead, and she feels disgusted for having touched a human, removing her glove. Our hero asks why that Makdugi threw the human on them, since the monster's goal is to devour human souls. Burning the glove, Aurora responds that her goal is not that, introduces herself, and says her name is Aurora, the name she received from her mother, and that by her mother's order, she came there only to eliminate this boy. Aurora says it's a pleasure to meet them and keeps adjusting his glasses, saying that this was the name given by his mother. And also by her orders he came to eliminate our protagonist and immediately draws his sword, saying that this might be a little cliché, but he wanted to give Lee the chance to say his final words before dying. Of course, our hero acts all sarcastic. He was already using his analysis technique and said he wouldn't let this Aurora return empty-handed, especially because when he got back to the world of the Makdugs, he'd arrived there all beaten up. Adjusting his sword, Aurora keeps saying that this boy seems very confident. Quickly he removes the sword sheath saying he's going to deliver a precise strike, and in a surprising way, the guy simply throws the sheath at Lee. Our hero manages to block it with his shield. It was a bit strange that the guy used the sheath as a way to attack. Luckily, Lee's protective barrier was very resistant, but Aurora had another card up his sleeve and would use the back part of his sword. All that to perform the foxfire technique. Aurora was just watching our protagonist using defensive techniques, so he decided to help, and with that she cast a spell to block Aurora's flames. The guy lets out a small laugh, since he saw that this girl was really powerful, and then she uses a technique to cut through all that blue flame. The fox was underestimating our hero along with Sasha, so now he was going to use a slightly stronger technique called Peony Foxfire. And once again Sasha appears to protect our hero. They formed a very powerful duo and fought in complete sync. Besides that, Lee was holding a slightly hidden weapon and noticed that the human boy hadn't shown any hesitation. Sasha asks the fox who he said he was going to eliminate. Then the guy decides to test it, using his technique again. Blue flames cover the whole hallway, and with great skill Sasha blocks all those attacks and throws the flames to the sides. He laughs, saying that she's very skilled and managed to block all his power. However, he had used foxfire behind her. Those flames had the shape of a fox, but none of that was enough to get through Sasha's defenses. The girl was very skilled, and the guy keeps saying that he didn't expect them to be that strong. It seemed that the girl was much more powerful than that guy, so he'd need to separate the two. With that, Aurora starts to push even harder against Sasha's protective barrier. With a sly grin, he says that she isn't an opponent he could defeat that easily. However, that foxfire was cracking parts of the floor, and all of this was part of his plan to separate Sasha. And this way, the floor ends up breaking and she falls a few floors below. Now that she was in a hallway a bit far from our hero, the guy could fight alone. Touching his hand to the floor, he begins releasing his magic and says that now he's going to eliminate the boy. Then he causes a massive explosion on that floor. This explosion wasn't exactly to hit our hero, but to create a kind of barrier so that Sasha couldn't return to that floor. With a serious look, he keeps saying that now the fight will be calmer. The girl looks up and notices that Mr. Fox really placed a powerful barrier. She was trapped on the lower floor and tells our protagonist that he should try to buy some time, remembering that the goddesses cannot go there and directly defeat the Makdugs, so she'd need to find another strategy from down there. She keeps yelling to Lee that she'll try to break that rain of fire in a simpler way, so he should remember the training they did and buy some time. Our hero of course is dying of fear since he's about to fight a high-level Makdug, and he'll have to do it alone. This was his chance to say something really cool to Sasha, but he couldn't say anything. He stammers and even freezes, saying that in moments like this on the spot, he doesn't know how to react. Sarang stays there on the other side watching on the screen saying that he's an idiot, and even mocks that Lee doesn't know how to act naturally when he's near the goddess. Meanwhile, Sasha uses her spell while talking with Sarang. Fighting a Makdug of that level was very difficult, but she trusted our hero. Mr. Fox keeps taunting our protagonist, saying that now that the goddess has disappeared, he'll lose easily. And using provocative words, he tries to make our hero lose focus. But Lee was very concentrated. "Yeah girl, now we can fight just the two of us, and I'll make great use of that." Of course our protagonist thought he was making some double-meaning joke and immediately started shooting. However, all his bullets pass right through that mock-dug. Surprised, our big guy is shocked, especially since that fox's body was made of flames. Basically that spell was used to defend against attacks. And since he only had that firearm, he'd have to figure out a way to defeat that guy. But of course the mock-dug wasn't going to waste any time and starts casting his spell on the sword. He was charging a powerful strike and dashed toward Lee. Our big guy of course was using his analysis technique and knew that the sheath would hit directly on his shield. With that he held his protective barrier tightly. Fox was all confident, thinking that this human was very weak, and instead of simply defeating our hero, he wanted to humiliate him by breaking his shield into pieces. At the moment he struck that shield, he realized that something strange was about to happen. That's because a huge explosion started, and that shield caused a reverse blast, launching Mr. Fox far away. Sorang, who was on the other side watching on the screen, began celebrating, saying that the plan worked and even joking that the mock-dog had turned into barbecue. All of that was part of our hero's strategy, who had made that shield as a prototype. Basically, if it suffered a weak direct hit, nothing would happen. But if the attack was intense and focused, it would create an explosion. And that's exactly what happened when the kinetic energy of that sword clashed against the shield. A massive frontal explosion was released. Our hero had that brilliant idea after taking that beating from Sasha. Sorang keeps saying that because of that, 50% of the credit goes to Sasha, about 49% goes to her who made the shield, and only 1% to our hero, saying that the idea was his. Sorang isn't very fair, right guys? Right after that, the mock-dog's sword cracked in half and the guy got a bit mad, because he knew he could have simply defeated the human but didn't. He wanted to humiliate. Materializing a new weapon, our protagonist asks where Aurora's confidence went and even jokes that the mock-dogs are very confident, but humans, even if weak, are intelligent for coming up with strategies. Aurora admitted that he was indeed very arrogant, thinking that if he removed the goddess from battle, he would win easily. He had purposely struck the shield trying to eliminate our hero in a humiliating way, but it didn't work. He knew that even being weak, humans possessed the ability to create weapons. And no matter how much time passed, humans always improved, creating even mechanisms of mass destruction. Realizing that he needed to defeat our hero quickly, he used his full strength. He wouldn't accept being defeated by a simple human. Firing several projectiles, Lee says that the smoke bomb the mock-dog was creating would be useless. But it wasn't a smoke bomb, guys. The mock-dog was transforming. He had turned into a giant fox and charged toward our hero. The big guy knew he couldn't withstand a frontal attack in that demonic form, but even so, he prepared his shield to absorb all the impact. To our big guy's surprise, something came out from that hole, and it was Sasha herself apologizing for being late. Now that she was above our hero, she managed to block the fox's claws, and just look at that shameless face. The mock-dog of course started trembling, realizing that the goddess had returned. Swinging her swords, she caused a great explosion, making the fox retreat. The shameless one's cheeks turned red since he was in a very favorable position, if you know what I mean. And he even jokes that in the next life he'd like to be an owl just to turn his head backward. This protagonist here is hopeless, guys. If you'd also like to be an owl at that moment, leave it in the comments. The mock-dog grits his teeth, saying he should have defeated that human earlier. Getting off our hero, she says that now they should take advantage of the opportunity. Aurora had wasted too much time for nothing, and this was the price he'd pay for his arrogance. He was about to use a technique that would put his life at risk, but someone ended up appearing, telling him not to do it. Who was there was none other than Summer, and she said he wasn't supposed to use that technique called Six Fangs. That technique would be too risky, and she also said that their mother ordered them to return since they had already captured the soul of the person who was in that building. Lee noticed that Summer was there and got tense. When he looked back, he saw that the soul of that criminal had indeed been captured by the mock-dogs. He became really furious. Aurora asks why she showed up there, and Summer chuckles, saying that their mother sent her only to stop Aurora from committing an atrocity. The fox felt humiliated because he had basically lost the battle. But since it was his mother's wish for him to return, and since they had already captured the soul, he would do so. Our hero was pointing his weapons, suspicious, and the mock-dogs ended up saying goodbye, claiming that next time he wouldn't lose, and that he only faced humiliation because he had been too arrogant. The guy steps back into the portal, returning to the underworld, and Sasha realizes that in fact they were the ones defeated since the man's soul had been taken away. Pointing her finger at our hero, Summer says that this wasn't a misunderstanding and that she hadn't saved them. In truth, she only prevented them from dying, because Aurora would have used a very dangerous technique. And since our hero had saved those little mice, basically Summer says that their deal was paid. She didn't owe them anything anymore. By the way, our protagonist had gotten much stronger, and it would be interesting to see this human fight next time. As she says goodbye, she tells him that from now on Lee earned the respect of the other mock-dogs and would no longer be despised. With a small laugh she says she thought the boy was weak, but she realized she was wrong. And that was sad because she preferred to fight weak people. Waving goodbye, she walks through the portal. That part of the building that was destroyed starts to regenerate since the barrier created by the mock dogs was undone. In just a few moments, the place looked brand new. Our hero looks back and sees that the corpse had disappeared, getting a bit angry because even though they won the fight, they failed the mission. They couldn't protect that person's soul. The guy gets upset and even apologizes to Sasha, saying it's all his fault for being weak. However, she says the one who was weak was her, because she didn't focus on the right thing and ended up letting the mock dogs take the soul away. The guy was feeling down, and Sasha tries to comfort him, especially since she prioritized their safety instead of Mr. King, quotes, comma, who was that man. The second mistake Sasha made, according to her, was not predicting the appearance of another mock dog. In other words, she made the wrong choices, and the fault for the battle was completely hers. Our big guy gets surprised and asks if even the goddesses make mistakes and bad decisions. Of course, hearing those words, Sorang gets angry and immediately hits our hero, saying he shouldn't say things like that. Poor Mr. King flies away, and Sorang says that Sasha only said that to comfort him, and that he was actually the one to blame for everything. The poor guy didn't have a single moment of peace. The girl keeps saying to the little robot that actually the leader goddesses, in quotes, are never wrong, and that the wrong ones are always the humans. Sasha goes over there, holds Sorang's robot, and tells her to calm down. Then she even hugs the girl's little robot, saying she needs to be more patient with Lee, trying to explain himself. Mr. Lee says he wasn't being sarcastic, he was just surprised. He thought the goddesses never did anything wrong and were always right. In a cute and patient way, Sasha explains that the goddesses are just administrators of a system called Sorang. That system forms the whole world and exists to maintain a kind of balance. However, the mock dogs are apart from that system, and that's why they are seen as anomalies. Those goddesses exist exactly to contain those beings. Pressing a button, Sorang says she's going to prepare a report and hopes that Mr. Lee understands his position, because among the three he is in last place. She gets really mad because he was, in quotes, disrespecting Miss Sasha. She starts sending the files to our beloved goddess. While holding the little robot, our protagonist asks a question. He wants to know what happens when they fail in the mission to protect a soul. The girl says she has to make a handwritten report and even mentions that it will take her 2 days to write that report, leaving our protagonist surprised. He asks how many pages that report has, and she says 2 trillion pages. The guy already kneels on the floor, apologizing and saying it's all his fault. Sweetly, she also kneels down and says he doesn't need to feel guilty, because for her, time in that room passes differently, so it would be quick. The guy keeps feeling guilty, crying. Gently, she says she's very grateful to him for risking his own life in this job. Hearing that, he gets all smitten and motivated, asks if there's anything he can do to help her. She says yes, there is something. Since she'll spend 2 days writing that report, she says she'd like to find a room and even asks if, by any chance, he's free tomorrow to help her find that place. Logically, the boy gets all excited, saying he's freer than ever. So the meeting was set, he would go out with her to find a place. The guy even starts sweating cold, thinking it was a romantic date. At night, she sends a message to our hero saying she won't be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow morning and that she'll send Sorang in her place. The guy had never seen that girl before, so Sasha ends up sending a photo. The next day, very early, he wakes up to go to that so-called meeting with Sorang, and his sister asks what he's going to do. He tells his little sister that he's going on a date, and when she asks with whom, our hero answers that it's with a girl and leaves, slamming the door. The sister blushes, thinking that he finally got himself a girlfriend. The day was beautiful for a romantic date, and he keeps looking at his phone, imagining what a date with Sasha would be like. But unfortunately, it would be with Sorang. At that moment, someone shows up saying hello, calling him an idiot. And the big guy realizes that this was Miss Sorang, exactly the girl from the photo. He even thinks that if she's as angry in person as she is with the little robot, he's doomed. Extending his hands, he introduces himself, but she gets mad, saying she already knows his name and even says she knows a lot more than just the name. Whispering, she says she even knows the things he searches on those adult sites and finds his search words weird, saying he has a peculiar taste. She basically had been spying on him at night, and the guy gets angry, saying it's wrong to watch employees. The girl starts saying all that out loud in public, leaving our protagonist frozen. With tears in her eyes, she says she's very disappointed to know that Miss Sasha's partner is a shameless guy like him. She says that very loudly, drawing everyone's attention, and people around start looking. Our big guy realizes there's no way to win this argument with the blonde. While they're arguing, Sasha is writing that 2 trillion page report. And yes, the poor thing really was doing it. The little girl had talked to Sasha a little earlier, saying it wasn't necessary for her to do that. However, a human soul was very valuable. What she did was something very wrong. Maybe losing those human souls wouldn't bring immediate destruction, but it could in billions of years. Sasha understood Sorang's frustration very well and said she should calm down. Several shaman families around the world spent many years improving techniques to fight the Mokdugs, all that to prevent human souls from being devoured by those demons. That's why their job was so important. And Sasha gently caressed Sorang's cheek, It was essential for them to understand the seriousness of that work. She wanted our protagonist and Sarang to get along and build a good friendship. But the little girl didn't want that at all, and kept telling the boy to follow her. They would go to the place where Sasha's clothes would be made. Our hero says that place looks abandoned. He even points to the store saying it's empty. But the girl tells him to shut up, because that was the right place. At the entrance there was a little sign in a bag with a newspaper. He decides to check the newspaper to see if it was from today. When he picks it up he realizes it's from a very old date, about a year ago. Stretching out her hands, Sarang casts a spell to open the door, and immediately the little sign spins, allowing them to enter the place. Our hero still doubts it, thinking it's just an abandoned place. But when he goes through the door he realizes there's a magical barrier. Inside the place is extremely luxurious and beautiful. The girl tells him to move already and stop standing there like an idiot. Then she walks up to a bird and tells it to replace the newspaper at the door, because it was too old and could attract attention. Looking at the bird, our hero finds it strange, and she keeps scolding the creature, which keeps tilting its head from side to side. At that moment the boy hears a purring sound, and when he looks back he sees Pio, that little black cat. He goes over to pet it, but the cat didn't like being woken up while sleeping, and the blonde girl already warns him not to mess with it. Even the bird waves its wing telling him not to bother the cat. So our hero turns and asks, why is this bird so weird? The girl says its original name was Shuyo, but that didn't matter because the bird wasn't important. She calls him to come into another room. When he enters he's surprised because the building's facade was small but inside the space was huge. There was a gigantic library, and Sarang says that was her workspace. It was the girl's workshop where she made clothes and also the weapons used by the king. All the consumable items were made there. She says Sasha's stylish clothes are entirely created by her. Out of nowhere Sarang grabs a little cookie, and our hero finds it odd, wondering why she's eating that right now. When he looks to the side he sees a pile of snacks. Sarang justifies her sweet addiction by saying it's to stimulate her thinking. But he notices it's all processed food and jokes, saying that's not healthy. With blushing cheeks and a dirty mouth, she says she really likes snacks, but that wasn't so important. Our hero asks how she makes Sasha's clothes. Showing a brush she says it's with that artifact. The brush was used by a legendary artist and had a magical effect. Basically it drew what the person was thinking. Opening a bag of chips she says she needs to eat to have more creativity. At that moment he realizes she wasn't just addicted to sweets, but also to chips. Personally I prefer chips guys. And you? To show how the brush worked she starts drawing a few things. Our hero gives some clothing suggestions for Sasha and says it would be nice to add some pockets so she could store talismans. The blonde girl finds that amazing and says she'll add those pockets to the outfit. In just a few moments, she had made a maid cosplay for dear Sasha. And of course our shameless hero found that awesome but also weird because he had a taste very similar to Sarang's. All excited she goes and pins that drawing on the wall saying they can make that outfit later. She was totally thrilled and comes running. She even says Lee is really good at giving ideas and asks if he has any more suggestions. A little embarrassed, afraid of saying something dumb, he says it'd be nice to make some white clothes for her to wear. The blonde girl says it's good to create simple clothes that are good for combat, and so she starts drawing. Our hero makes that shameless face because the drawing is turning out very suggestive, if you know what I mean. In just a few moments, there was our dear Sasha in a nurse outfit. Looking at the blonde girl he realizes she's also a little weird just like him. She then happily pins that outfit on the wall. With his hand on his head he keeps thinking that Sarang has peculiar tastes just like his own. All excited he says it's his turn now to make a new outfit. Sarang says that since he's a rookie, he might not manage to make a decent outfit, but admits he has good taste. Grabbing that brush he thinks he's never done anything like this before. He couldn't think of anything too indecent if you know what I mean, so he decides not to fool around and to make a serious outfit for real. The guy starts giving his best, and the paper even begins to glow with a golden light. In just a few moments, the drawing is done, and the blonde girl gets furious. When she looks at the drawing she realizes our hero is way more shameless than she thought, and starts accusing him of being a pervert. She doesn't understand why her master chose such a brazen partner, and even mentions she could have easily picked the spear priestess. When the poster of Sasha is pinned to the wall, you can clearly see from afar what kind of outfit he designed. The guy asks who that spear priestess she mentioned is, but the blonde doesn't want to talk. Then he gets a brilliant idea to make her spill it. He shows a picture of a cafe full of sweets and says he'll take her there if she tells the story. Seeing that she feels very tempted, especially since that cafe sells the best desserts in town, and she even starts drooling. That way, our protagonist manages to buy Sarang off and takes her there. Upon arriving at the cafe, she's completely enchanted, so he goes ahead and asks who that spear priestess Sasha could have chosen is. The blonde explains that there are shaman families spread all over the world. They create perfect partners so the goddesses can fight against the Mokadugs. With her mouth covered in sweets, she also explains that those shaman families adopt orphan girls. After adoption, they go through intense training to fight ghosts. They drink lots of purified water to become strong against those demons, and do that for a long time until they become great warriors. Since they've been trained since childhood, they already possess a very high cultivation level. And it doesn't matter which religion the girl follows, they all go through a final training. Our hero asks if those shaman sects don't have their own religions. Sorang replies that it doesn't matter if they're Catholic, Buddhist, or Protestant. In the end, what truly shows their power is if they have a Christian vow. It's kind of contradictory, guys, but after finishing their training they go to a church and perform a sort of baptism. Among all the created priestesses, they always possess much more mana than normal humans, and that's why they are perfect choices to become companions for the goddesses. In other words, even a weak priestess would still be much stronger than our hero. She says that while pointing her finger at him, of course he feels humiliated, since he wasn't good enough to be Sasha's partner. But it was strange, why did Sasha choose him as her companion instead of a spear priestess? The scene changes to a little later, and we see that Mokdug knocking on a door. He was waiting outside an apartment and heard the little cat singing inside. Then he starts knocking harder, and who shows up is none other than Summer. The little cat tells him to ring the bell instead of banging on the door. The guy says he doesn't like annoying stuff like injections, because he's tired of missions. The kitty then says that if he's tired he can sleep in her bed, and she won't charge him this time. She was making a double-meaning joke, if you know what I mean. That makes the guy mad, and he even says that being a guy wearing women's clothes, he looks way too much like a woman. And she jokes back saying that's exactly what she wanted. Yeah guys, I was caught off guard. I really thought that character was a woman the whole time, but alright, right? The wolf keeps saying it's not normal for a man to wear women's clothes and that he should dress like a man, especially since no man wears an apron to cook. And when he looks ahead he sees it's actually Mr. Fox wearing the apron. And it was a really cute apron, which makes him mock the guy. Moments later they're all having lunch and the wolf says they should quickly talk about the reason for this meeting. They needed to deal with that human who was getting stronger thanks to Sasha, but Aurora says it's better to talk about that later and enjoy the meal. The wolf says they're acting too much like humans doing this kind of thing, and even comments that the fox is becoming more and more human, forgetting his origins. That way they start throwing barbs at each other. The fox says the wolf is very weak since he was humiliated last time. That makes the guy furious, and he immediately throws the table away, ending the dinner. While they insult each other, Summer stays in the back trying to calm them down, saying they actually have something in common. Both of them were humiliated by that rookie human. Immediately the two grab the little cat by the neck and she apologizes, saying she's really scared of violence. Some time passes, and they finally make peace. While cleaning the dishes, Summer says there's something very strange about the existence of the Mokdugs. It was weird that they were so much stronger than humans but couldn't fight them until human mana was low. The demons could basically only kill humans whose mana was extremely weak, and the humans' mana would drop whenever they did bad deeds. So the Mokdugs were basically reapers. They served to purify the soul of the human world, eliminating people who were, let's say, dead weight. But at the same time, they were seen as anomalies and hunted by the goddesses all the time. Aurora tells them to drop the subject because he actually agrees but thinks it's better not to talk about it. They were extremely obedient to their mother, so they didn't like questioning those things. The wolf even says he would never doubt their mother, and that she would never put them in danger with unnecessary things. After all, everything they did was for the good of their own kind. Their mother reached out her hands to save them all. The scene shifts back to the cafe, and our hero is puzzled, wondering why Sasha chose him. The girl says she doesn't know the reason, but trusts her master and believes he was chosen for a good purpose. Since shaman families exist all around the world, it isn't easy to recruit those girls who are priestesses. That's why they're so valuable, and the gods always seek the most powerful warriors. Even if Sasha didn't get the most powerful one, she could have chosen any other girl instead of our hero. That makes him feel even more guilty. But the blonde admits that his mana level is actually quite high and that he's talented. That's why he should train hard until he reaches the level to be a worthy partner for Sasha. The big guy says he doesn't know why he was chosen, but promises to give his best to become stronger. He wants to prove that Sasha chose the right person. That surprises the girl. She throws a little spoon at his forehead and says he's being too full of himself, but admits that Sasha would never choose wrong and that she trusts him too. Then she starts casting a spell saying she'll give him a gift to help him. She pulls a tablet out of a portal and says he'll get that to focus on training and get stronger. A few days pass and Sasha finally finishes writing that 2 trillion page report. The blonde, all excited, says she made a kind of contract so Sasha could summon that sword whenever she wanted. But at the same time she was worried about her master, thinking she must be tired after writing for so long. All sweet, Sasha says she's not tired and that her student doesn't need to worry. But at the same time she gets a little annoyed, thinking it's strange to need permission to summon weapons. Calmly Sasha explains that it's because those weapons are of a very powerful category. Even so, the blonde isn't convinced and says they should be able to summon weapons whenever they wanted. At that moment she asks the secretary if she has a minute and mentions that the blonde's karma is very high, asking if she did something wrong. That's when she realizes she might have broken some rule. It was exactly when she pulled out that tablet with magic, saying she'd give a gift to our hero. In truth, she just wanted to help him, since he was living in a studio with his sister. To help him focus more on training, she was offering the guy an apartment to live in with his little sister. He gets a bit upset, saying he couldn't accept that because it was too much. But the girl gets even angrier, saying he should accept any kind of gift, especially since he had a lot of financial problems and couldn't fully focus on training. And if he accepted to live in an apartment near college, that would already bring him more stability. But he'd have to give something in return so she wouldn't get negative karma. So he puts his hand in his pocket looking for something. The only thing the guy had was a kind of lip balm, and the girl starts yelling, saying she wouldn't accept that kind of thing. Back to the present, she finally understands why she had that negative karma in her body. Sasha explains to the girl that this kind of bad karma doesn't go away easily, and that it's forbidden for gods to do such kind acts for humans, since that would be interference. That sarang system existed to maintain a sort of balance in the universe. The goddesses watched from afar as humans suffered through wars and disasters, and even if they wanted to save people, they couldn't interfere. She explains to the girl that even with good intentions, she ended up doing something that harmed the balance of the universe. If gods used their powers recklessly to help humans, it would cause a catastrophe no one could predict. That entire law was created by Princess Bari, who made the sarang system to bring balance to the universe. It was a cold law, but it had to be followed strictly. However, humans weren't abandoned by the gods. On the contrary, people like Sasha were there to guide the souls. She even asks Sarang if she learned that at the school for young gods, and the girl says yes and that she's sorry, apologizing to Sasha. Our dear maiden says it's okay and asks the girl to sit on her lap. The blonde, all emotional, rests her head on Sasha's legs. Then Sasha asks the girl to wait a moment and begins to pull from inside her a kind of crimson energy. The blonde asks what that red orb is, and Sasha explains that it's all the karma inside the girl's body. The blonde realizes that Sasha was absorbing that negative karma and explains she did it to purify it. The girl gets outraged, saying her master shouldn't do that, but Sasha says that karma couldn't be dissolved by the girl since she was still too weak. Of course, the blonde starts crying, feeling guilty, saying she won't let her master suffer that punishment. Patting her head, Sasha says it's alright. Since she was a high-level goddess, she could purify it in a few days. Crying a lot, the blonde keeps apologizing, saying she didn't know it would bring so many bad consequences. We see how caring Sasha was, hugging her secretary, and saying there was no problem at all. She even asks what kind of compensation the girl asked Lee in exchange for that apartment. Little did Sasha know it was just a lip balm. The scene changes to the hospital. Lee's sister needed special treatment that was very expensive, and she'd stay hospitalized 24 hours a day for it to work on her body. When arriving at the hospital, the receptionist said that the protagonist's sister would have a private room. The boy gets surprised, asking who paid for a private room in such an expensive hospital. When reaching room 120, he gets even more shocked. His sister asks if it was his boss who paid for those benefits, and the guy confirms it was. When he opens the door, he wonders who was inside and realizes it was dear Sasha wearing the outfit Sarang had made. The shameless guy immediately closes the door, and his sister asks what that female voice was. The nervous guy tries to cover it up, asking her to go buy some drinks. All innocent, the sister asks what kind of drink, and he says it doesn't matter, just so she'll leave. Taking the girl to the elevator, he tells her to take as long as possible. Then the shameless guy goes back to the room. All charming, Sasha says she's wearing the outfit he designed. The guy, desperate, even knocks over a chair. He puts his hand on Sasha's shoulder and asks why she's wearing something like that. She wasn't supposed to wear something showing so much skin, and with his cheeks red, he says he didn't design that. It's not that he doesn't want her to wear such clothes, but it was too provocative. He even starts taking off his own shirt, saying she needs to cover those parts of her body. But of course, at such an embarrassing moment, his sister would open the door, right? Blushing and a little breathless, Sasha says hello to Lee's sister. Seeing that scene, the sister gets embarrassed and turns her face away, already imagining they were about to do something wrong, if you know what I mean. All nervous, she asks what her brother was doing with that half-naked girl, saying she was already traumatized by the weird videos he watched on his computer. And the guy keeps telling his sister to be quiet. With the shirt tangled on his face, he insists he's not some perverted idiot. 5 minutes later, they had already cleared up the whole misunderstanding. The girl says she didn't know Sasha was her brother's boss, and even mentions she was traumatized because of the videos he watched. All teasing, Sasha says she's only wearing that outfit because Lee himself ordered it. Again, the sister gets mad, asking if her brother has no shame, and starts dragging him by the shirt. She says he could very well watch those forbidden videos on his computer, but shouldn't flirt with his own boss. The poor guy keeps begging his sister to stop bringing up those videos. Then Sasha decides to help our hero, saying there was a misunderstanding. She wasn't necessarily forced by Lee. She was just wearing an outfit designed by his secretary. The protagonist's sister starts apologizing, and Sasha admits that the outfit Lee had designed was actually a swimsuit and not that nurse uniform. But she decided to wear the nurse outfit because it was a bit more casual and it would be embarrassing to go to a hospital wearing a swimsuit. At that moment, the girl was sure her brother was a pervert and ends up punching him, calling him shameless. A few minutes later, the hero's sister was medicated and had already fallen into a deep sleep. The nurse was making some preparations and said that since the medicine was strong, she'd stay sedated for 24 hours. Since that part of the hospital was private, they could only call the nurses through the intercom. After saying that, the nurse seems to get an idea. She was in front of a beautiful couple and gives a shy laugh, saying she feels jealous thinking of when she was younger. She says she met her husband in that very hospital and mentions that the doors are thick and soundproof, so they could do whatever they wanted inside. Outside, she says loudly that they could relax because no one would bother them. The protagonist freezes, dying of embarrassment. Sasha comments that it's good to know those doors are soundproof. What could that naughty girl be planning, huh, guys? Then she tells Sarang to release the drone, and the blonde's drone appears right there in the hospital. The big guy asks if their mission to hunt Mokdug will take place in that building. The girl answers yes, it will happen in a private room in the building next door. She also mentions that the idea of getting a private room for more safety was thanks to Sarang. She was the one who had that brilliant idea. The girl gets all shy and says she did it for the well-being of the hero's sister, not because of him. Sasha says that Sarang wanted to do something good for the hero, but it had to be something that wouldn't bring negative karma. That's why she spent the whole night reading the Book of Divine Laws until she found something that was beneficial and wouldn't bring too much karma. But she gets angry, saying she didn't do it because of him. Even so, Sasha feels happy because now the two were getting along. She comments that she's happy to meet the hero's sister since she has a rare soul. Eden basically was a new soul, extremely clean. The boy doesn't understand anything. How come a newborn soul? Then Sasha explains that the girl is a pure newly created soul. She hasn't gone through any reincarnation. It was a clean soul, free from both good and bad deeds. Spiritually, she was pure, like a blank sheet of paper. Creating souls like that happens all over the planet. But it's very rare. It happens once every million times. The protagonist is surprised and even asks if that's good or bad, and if by any chance there could be any negative effect. Sasha says that newly created souls are kind of normal, but they have no advantage or disadvantage. Basically, his sister's soul is clean, like a blank canvas. Although that was normal and rare at the same time, it meant she was an ordinary girl. She had nothing bad, nor anything good. Yeah guys, I know it sounds weird, but basically she was a pure soul. Now they would focus on the wrongdoers whose mana was low nearby. Sasha explains that those wrongdoers are in the next building, and that around 3 a.m., Mukdug will appear to eliminate them. Those people were accumulating negative karma, and their mana was already very low. There would be 4 people, and the hero gets a bit tense. Sasha explains that they lead a group formed by heirs of the 4th generation of famous businessmen. Those people were sharing some kind of illegal product. And you know what I mean, that sugar, let's call it that, was being brought to Korea in thousands of tons per year. And that girl Jodim, who had lost her life, was also involved in that. The hospital owner was the guy mixed up in those sugar schemes. The hero asks if they were going to harm his sister, and Sasha says no, but they were doing bad things to other patients. They made a kind of life insurance for the patients and soon after eliminated them. They put some kind of poison in the IV bags and kept all the money, claiming the people died from medical errors. That way they increased the family fortune, not to mention they could buy much more sugar. Realizing that, the boy says they need to act fast before those people kill anyone else. Sasha says that might sound frustrating, but they can't act fast enough. Because of the god's law, they couldn't interfere directly, or it would cause serious damage. The only way to punish those wrongdoers was to wait until their mana dropped and the Mokdugs appeared to eliminate them. But at that moment they would appear to stop the Mokdugs from stealing the souls. That's because it was necessary to guide those souls to hell. The protagonist asks if those people when taken to hell would regret it. Sasha answers that even while suffering a lot, that's practically impossible. They would suffer something beyond human comprehension. They would be tormented for millennia and receive the worst punishments possible. After a while, those souls would be purified and go through reincarnation. The god's job was exactly that, to make people purified. If they lost another soul, Sasha would spend another week writing on those papers, which made the hero nervous. He didn't want her to suffer that punishment again. That's why this time the hero would infiltrate that group of mobsters. Sarang starts to open a portal for him to get his uniform. He would infiltrate that group to discover what they were doing. The girl prepared a super stylish outfit for him and even joked that she would wrap him in the best package ever. Some time passes and the big guy puts on the stylish outfit. He was supposed to pretend he was a businessman's son. He would attend that mobsters meeting to find out what they were plotting. Through the little robot, the blonde says that even with the stylish outfit he still wasn't handsome. Sarang says she likes him the way he is and doesn't care about fancy or stylish clothes. Hearing Sasha's words, he gets his cheeks flushed. Then she says that he wasn't just supposed to find out what they were doing in that room but also to buy some time, and she also asks him to take the silver worm. She explains that they would probably make him take some kind of drug to alter him. Then that little worm would purify everything he took. She assures him not to worry because the worm was totally safe. He says the worm is cute and disgusting at the same time. Right after that, she gives him a talisman to put in his pocket and explains that they could communicate through it telepathically. Without questioning much, he puts the talisman in his pocket. She asks if he can hear through thoughts and then gets close, all romantic, fixing his tie. She says it's for him to blend into the meeting, pretending to be one of the mafia businessmen. The guy gets all love-struck because she's standing really close to him. Sarang notices that the shameless guy is in love and even blushing. Then she gets mad and hits him in the face with the little robot, telling him to stop making that goofy face. Right after that, Sasha wishes him a safe trip and says she'll take care of his sister. So she closes the door and he freezes, thinking it would be great to work every day, feeling like that. But since Sasha could hear all his thoughts, she asks how he usually feels. She knew exactly what he meant but was just teasing him. The guy runs off, dying of embarrassment, while she laughs on the other side of the room. While the big guy walks toward the other building, she says he needs to infiltrate. Those mobsters were starting to inject that poison into the hospitalized patients. And since they had a lot of negative karma, they would end up attracting the mockdugs. Sasha confirms that's exactly it. When they were about to be attacked by the demons, she would appear to save him. The only thing he had to do was gain the mobsters' trust, and also buy some time. But just infiltrating that meeting would already be enough, and she guarantees that when the mockdugs appear, she'll be there to help. The guy gets tense as he approaches the mobster's door. He stops in front of the place, and the girl says, through telepathy, that he needs to do the right combination to open it. First, he had to hold the doorknob and shake it 3 times, and when they knocked on the door, he should say the secret word. The big guy ends up saying the secret phrase she had taught him, and then one of the guys opens the door saying he's a VIP guest. They said that because he knew the secret password. When he enters, he sees 3 more guys and a person in a coma. The one who opened the door tells the others that this mobster must be someone important since he knew the special password. The group starts saying that this VIP must be someone really rich. They even ask if he studied abroad. One of the guys says not to ask questions to a VIP guest. After he sits down, they start offering him a drink, clearly spiked. One of them even offers to call some women if he wants. He picks up the glass and realizes they put sugar in it. Then he asks Sasha telepathically if he should drink it. She says yes, because the slime on his shoulder would purify everything. The guy needed to drink to earn their trust. They keep watching to see if he'll really drink it. The big guy drinks it all and soon feels the side effects of the drink. But the slime starts purifying him. It was like a leech draining all the poison. He comments that the little creature seems cute but gross at the same time. And it was working. He managed to remove all the poison from his body. And it happened so fast it even felt strange. The guys comment that he's really strong since he drank everything without flinching. Then he pretends and says he's done this many times before. Sasha giggles because he's such a good liar. Mentally, they both celebrate since the plan worked. Now the real job was starting. The guys put other things in his drink and forced the hero to drink everything. But Sasha says he should drink it so they don't suspect anything. He wouldn't feel any real side effects since the slime purified everything. The slime also created a system window for him to see what kind of sugar was in the drink and act accordingly. He drinks something that makes him feel depressed. And that's exactly the act Lee puts on, pretending to be sad. The guys whisper that now that the newbie passed out, they can start the plan. And they also say that just to be sure, they'll offer him a stronger drink. They go up to him and ask if he wants to try a new item. Sasha warns the hero to take it and mentions that the mockdugs are about to appear. She also says the connection with him will drop for a short moment. The big guy says that's fine and asks if she'll really show up to help if the demons appear. He takes the pill while asking how dangerous it would be if that happens. Sasha says he's doing really well and can relax because she'll appear to help him. It seemed he was still traumatized from the last fight. After taking it, the guys laugh, saying that now he's going to pass out. But the slime on his wrist absorbs all the poison. He doesn't feel any side effects from drinking that kind of stuff. At that moment, a system window pops up showing the pill's effects. In other words, he would feel strongly attracted to women. He gets tense, wondering how he should act. It was obvious the mobsters wanted to get him out of the room to kill the man in a coma. And that's exactly what they did, guys. They made life insurance for people and then injected poison to keep the money. Looking at them, the hero already knew what to do. Then he starts shouting, telling them to call a woman right away. All red, he says he's excited and wants to go out with a girl. One of the mobsters says that's on him and quickly grabs his phone to call his girls. Surprisingly, there was already a woman outside the building. He gives an evil laugh and says she's already coming up the stairs. Our hero pretends to be under the effect of the drink, sweating cold. The guy tells him to go to the room next door to enjoy the date with the girl. With an awkward laugh, he says he likes that room anyway and that he'll have fun with the girl and come back soon. But of course he was pretending, because he couldn't leave those guys alone. If he did, the hospitalized patient would die. At that moment, the door opens and the one who walks in is a gorgeous girl full of attitude. Our hero immediately grabs the girl by the waist and says she's really beautiful and totally his type. The girl is playful too and says she can't wait to be alone with him. All he planned was to take that girl to a room alone and leave her there. But of course he was acting and says some shameless things to her. And so they close the door and go to another place. The mobsters all fall for her, saying that girl was truly amazing. They comment that it's a waste to leave such a beautiful girl with a rookie like him. But something was strange. The guy comments that the door was locked and she managed to open it effortlessly. He even wonders how she opened it without breaking it. Meanwhile, our hero walks down the hallway with the girl. His goal was to leave her in a room alone and come back as fast as possible. But something catches our hero's attention. All the elevators were on the first floor, yet they were already on the 12th. It was strange that the elevators were down there. He wonders how that woman went up so fast. It would be impossible for her to climb those stairs. But at that instant she slaps the silver slime and grabs the creature that was invisible to human eyes. Seductively, she asks why he was carrying a little creature like that on his shoulder. This was not an ordinary human. She lets down her hair ties and shows that she has horns. Even more seductively, she asks what this naughty boy was up to.
After arriving outside, the girl asks Lee if he would like to have a chat with her. Wait a second, this girl managed to see the slime, so she must not be an ordinary human. She had not only seen the slime but was holding the poor thing and had even grabbed his tie. This woman, she is definitely a mock dog. What do I do? Should I keep my distance with my weapons? Isn't it too dangerous, since she already grabbed my tie? And worst of all, she's keeping the little slime as a hostage, in a sweet and delicate way. She tells him not to worry and to relax, because she hadn't even put up her barrier, and since she is a lady, she would treat him very well. However, she was jealous and possessive, and that's why she didn't like him being together with other little monsters. After she let go of Lee's tie, he kept imagining that this girl must be kind of crazy in the head. I know there are people out there who like girls who are this crazy. If you're one of them, comment down below. She keeps saying she doesn't like the idea of him being together with Sasha, and that's why she was jealous. Wait a second, girl, what do you mean by that? Trying to seduce our boy? She said she likes males who are strong, and that's why she had become enchanted by him. There were mock dogs who liked to battle, but she preferred to go straight to negotiations. At this moment, I'm sure you guys would abandon the side of the Shinigamis and join the side of the demons. And the girl, trying to convince Lee, keeps saying that the side of the mock dogs is much better and he would be a happier person. After all, the Shinigamis didn't pay humans that well. With a serious look, Lee said he didn't care about the salary, and with a little smile she said that a good salary wasn't the only thing she had to offer. You know very well what this girl is wanting, right guys? She wants mischief. And getting close to his ear, she said that she could form a post-va bond with the boy. For thousands and thousands of years, the mock dogs had accumulated unimaginable wealth. Be quiet, girl. Wealth isn't the most important thing for me. And touching our hero's chest, she says that if wealth isn't enough, she can offer something else. Since the mock dogs live for a long time, she spent all these years of her life studying the human body, and that's why she could transform into any other woman. She acquired this ability because of her body studies, and while hugging our hero, she keeps trying to say that she could turn into a different girl each day and sleep with him, and she even keeps saying that she's going to let him do whatever he wants. And while asking if he would like to experience her, a kind of purple liquid starts coming out of her ears. Don't fall for her sweet talk, Mr. Lee. You know she's trying to trick you. The girl stands on her tiptoes and keeps saying that she is using a neurotoxic mist. At that moment, our hero begins to be affected by the poison that was being released from the girl, and because of that, he started to feel attracted, saying that this succubus was really very beautiful. And with blushing cheeks, he started thinking silly thoughts. With that, she already prepared a kiss to reward him. However, the slime had the power to absorb toxic poisons and quickly did that to our hero. At that moment, he was freed from the girl's toxic illusion, and she was there preparing to land a kiss on our hero. Now that he wasn't under the illusion anymore, he ended up holding the girl and throwing her far away. Wait a second, my poison didn't work? Was my toxin not strong enough? No matter what you're trying, girl, it won't work on me. Of course she gets angry, asking why he didn't give in to temptation, since earlier he had said she was very beautiful. However, he gives an excuse saying that that wasn't a love confession. It's like saying that a dog or a cat is cute. And being compared to an animal, she gets angry asking if they weren't going to do naughty things together, since he had said that moments before. Well, at that time I thought you were just a human and I was trying to keep you away from those evil people. When he said that he only did that to protect her, she became all love-struck and he realized that this girl was liking him, and extending his hands he asks the girl to return his slime and says that he will fight her because she was a muck dog. You're not even that strong. Why are you trying to act confident? And in reality, deep down he was shaking with fear. However, she ended up throwing the slime back to Lee. And as she stood up, the succubus asked if by any chance he trusted Sasha and even said that she wasn't strong enough to save him. And releasing her power, the succubus said she was much more woman than Sasha, but since she couldn't make him change his mind, she would capture him by force. And we see that she had spider powers. At that moment, she began materializing her weapons and, a bit crazy, she said that he was her type and that she wouldn't go home without taking him. But thinking carefully, she didn't want to get too attached and therefore she would kill him. At that moment, he used his ocular technique, but luckily for Mr. Lee, Sasha appeared at the last moment, protecting him. Of course, the succubus was already dying of jealousy, asking why that goddess of death had shown up to interfere with her plans. And the mock dog keeps provoking Sasha, asking if by any chance that human was her little boyfriend, making our hero embarrassed. Laughing, she asks if, since he doesn't belong to Sasha, she could keep him for herself. The advice I give to this demon is not to provoke Sasha, because the girl is fierce. Jumping forward, she prepares to strike the goddess of death. However, the Shinigami manages to block with her sword, trying to provoke Sasha. The succubus keeps saying that the mana of the goddess of death wasn't that strong, since she was having a hard time blocking a simple attack. Taking the chance, our hero appears behind the girl and fires several shots with his weapon. After falling to the ground, the succubus says that weapons wouldn't work against her. Got it. So this human can manipulate weapons with his mana. It would definitely be a huge inconvenience to fight against both of them at the same time. That's why she kneels and takes out a sort of cylinder from her skirt. Don't ask me where that was stored. Winking, she uses a type of web coming out of that cylinder. That purple magic was heading toward our hero, but Sasha blocked it with a barrier. However, it seemed that attack would dissolve, creating more and more attacks. It would be extremely dangerous for them to keep fighting against this girl. And by using his ocular power, Lee saw that the girl was trying to aim at those mafiosos. At that moment, Sasha ended up pulling our hero away. That's because those webs were coming from below through the floor. My god, I almost got hit by those spears. Ah, too bad Sasha saved you. She was trying to hit your ankle. Again, the Mokdug starts launching several web spells, and finally she manages to capture those mafiosos. Since they were on the top floor of the hospital, she threw them down and they fell trapped inside a cocoon. The girl says they shouldn't worry, because even though they fell from the 12th floor, they were protected by those web cocoons. And with that, she created her barrier so she could use her powers calmly inside the hospital. Next, she summoned a gigantic demon outside. That demon opened a portal, and low-class demons she had created for research purposes began to come out. And these low-class demons possessed little intelligence, so they basically served smaller purposes. And the purpose was to draw Sasha's attention, because little by little they would eat through the webs and eventually kill those men. But the webs were very resistant, so it would take some time, and she said they had to run fast enough to get down there and save those humans. It was becoming obvious to our hero along with Sasha that this Mokdug wanted to separate the two of them. And she was also doing this because she noticed there was a sacred magical barrier at the end of the hospital corridor. She didn't know why Sasha had placed that sacred barrier, and that's why she wanted to go there to see what it was. He only knew that at the end of the corridor there was another building where his sister was hospitalized. She was receiving medical treatments, and the strangest thing of all was why she hadn't been repelled by the Mokdug's barrier. Of course the demon knew that, and that's why she was curious to know who was the person being protected and wanted to see who our hero would prefer to protect. The goddess of death asks the succubus if she could give them a moment there to decide, and the girl says she'll give them 3 minutes to choose. With a serious look, Sasha keeps thinking that she can't panic, and she must explain this to Lee carefully. So she tells our hero that the one inside that barrier is precisely his little sister. Normally, normal people were expelled from Mokdug barriers, but it didn't work with his sister. That's why Sasha says this is unprecedented. She had never witnessed this before. However, our hero should stay calm, because even though she was inside the Mokdug barrier, she had placed another sacred protection. In other words, his sister was trapped in a kind of mana barrier that the Mokdug could not break, and since she was a goddess of death, her main mission was to keep people safe. Therefore, she guarantees that she herself will go there to keep the people safe, and our hero would need to stay here. While watching our protagonist talking with the Shinigami, the girl in the back keeps saying that he is very cute. Besides being strong, he was someone who showed mercy toward the rats, who were Mokdug, and she also knew that he had lied when he said she was pretty while comparing her to an animal. He had really liked her, because she was a Mokdug and demons can see the truth and lies of humans. With blushing cheeks, she says it's the first time she hears something somewhat romantic in her life, and when he said that she was pretty, the girl kind of got carried away, guys. She stays there looking at our protagonist, holding that weapon and saying that he is very handsome and also tall, the type of man she likes. Besides, the mana that was emanating from his body was very warm. That was proof that he was a gentle man. And smiling, she says he is the type of husband she always wanted. Besides, for a man he had a very sharp tongue, and was a bit bold, the perfect type she liked. Meanwhile, Lee was coordinating with Sasha and said that he himself would go down there to kill the demons. However, Sasha strikes her weapon on the ground and says that it is very dangerous there because there were powerful demons. Also remembering that the Shinigamis cannot defeat the Mokdugs because otherwise they would not purify their souls. That's why the gods of death, guys, they hire human beings, because they would indeed be able to purify the demons. Using her 4 symbols sword, she was going to create a kind of protective spell for Lee. And so the sword began to emit a pink flame. This kind of protective barrier would block 10 attacks from that succubus. And the girl stays there from afar watching everything and realized that he had a kind of protective barrier. And she even comments to herself that this would be a waste of effort, because it wouldn't help at all. Since it was taking too long, the girl kept saying that they should hurry, because she hated feeling excluded. Sasha notices that the girl was impatient and said she would finish soon. With that, the Shinigami goes over the plan, saying that the intention is to make him withstand the fight as long as possible. Meanwhile, she would go down there destroying those demonic puppets and also saving those mafiosos. And finally, when she returned to the 12th floor, they could fight 2 against 1. And touching our hero's shoulder, she keeps repeating, telling him not to try to fight alone. But she trusted that he would be able to endure for quite some time. Since his protective shield could block 10 spells, he was supposed to count them and tell her, when it reached number 8, when 8 uses were spent, he was to call Sasha to come help him. Since the attacks from that succubus were extremely powerful, she left 2 spell blockers as the safe margin. And before going down there, she kept saying that his life was very precious, and he shouldn't put himself at risk. The big guy was happy to hear those words from Sasha, and so our beautiful tall girl ran down there and kicked the door open to take a shortcut. Sarang appears with her little robot and asks if everything is okay, leaving Lee alone, and the girl says that she had given him a kind of protective barrier. She couldn't let the Mokdugs take the souls of those 4 mafiosos, and much less take the soul of our hero and his sister. And what worried the Shinigami the most was that the sister of our protagonist might be discovered by the Mokdugs. She activates a magic in her hand and calls Sarang, saying that from now on she should use the talismans, and ends up jumping down. She asks Sarang for the weapon hacks so she could help in the fight. And while throwing those talismans down, Sarang stays on the radio asking if her master was being serious. While the talisman cards hit the monsters, Sarang stays there trying to convince her master not to use those hacks. However, Sasha wanted to save as much power as possible and keep our hero safe. Their superior did not like the use of weapon hacks, and Sasha keeps saying that she would take full responsibility. And to convince her assistant even more, she keeps saying that she would grant any wish the girl wanted. And with that, the blonde gets all emotional and says she will launch the weapon hack right away. Thus, 2 portals appear in the sky and hit the Mokdug barrier directly. And with that, several weapons end up appearing near the monsters, and when a very bright light falls behind them, the creatures become a little scared. From now on, Sasha would have many weapons to defeat those demons. She asks Sarang to turn off her communication with her and connect her directly with Lee. She would also do this to reduce mana consumption, since she wanted to save some magic to fight that succubus, and even ask Sarang to send the little robot to help our boy. She did this, guys, because she truly cared about him. Now she would be facing those dozens of demons, those ones she could easily destroy. What she could not defeat were literally the Mokdugs, otherwise their souls would not be purified. Meanwhile, our big guy was face to face with that succubus, and she asks if he wasn't going to run, and even smiles saying that Sasha is very nice, because she didn't think twice before going to save those mafiosos. She even asked if our hero wasn't afraid of her, and the big guy kept saying that logically he wasn't, because today he would defeat her. The girl gives a smile covering her face, saying that he is very bold, and also says that he had quick thinking and was very good with women. And while they stared at each other, the girl says she will see if he will be able to meet Sasha's expectations, and if by any chance Sasha doesn't want him, the girl wanted to take him home to do certain little things. I don't know, guys, it looks like that might be a good proposal. As she walked toward our hero, she said that his weapons would not work, and the lad already began firing several shots, and she blocked with her sword. Against the wolf from the beginning, he was defeated simply because he didn't know the power of our protagonist. But now with her it would be different, and we see that the weapons truly did nothing. It seems that keeping on shooting at this girl is not going to lead anywhere. Alright, then I need to use other techniques, such as throwing bombs. He throws the bomb on the ground and kicks it hard, and with that grenade goes toward the girl. She says that Summer had mentioned that he also had tricks up his sleeve, but she was prepared to fight him, and with that she used that vial that contained magical webs and managed to trap the explosion of that grenade with her webs. Wait a second, was her web able to hold that explosion? She says that her webs are extremely difficult to destroy, and as she was approaching, it would not be possible for him to keep throwing grenades at her. Realizing that the distance was indeed short, he prepared to fire another point-blank shot. This weapon had a different type of ammunition, so he imagined it would deal a little more damage to those webs of hers. However, the girl, calling him darling, said that these weapons were useless, but even so he ended up firing. At the same moment she released her webs, completely nullifying those shots. Naturally, he was surprised, because that shot was one of his most powerful weapons. And all excited, the girl said that those webs were made of elastic fibers and could be stretched. Rifle, grenade, shotgun, none of that would work. And preparing an attack, she said that now it was her turn. Since the webs were not her only weapons, she could also use poison, and because of that she ended up imbuing her sword with a purple liquid. That was the neurotoxin, and she said that it would be extremely hard for him to resist. The girl's sword ended up exploding, and our hero at that moment, he was screwed. When that toxin entered the respiratory system, it instantly paralyzed his nervous system. Taking slow steps, she said that she would take advantage of him, since he would be paralyzed. And just by looking at this girl's face, you can already imagine what she wants to do with him, right? I do not need to say anything. Upon arriving at that place, Sorong realized that the situation was critical. For that reason, she herself ordered the slime to protect our hero. And that is what happened, folks. The slime stayed on the mouth and nose of our protagonist, so he would not breathe that toxin. And it even joked, saying that this was the first kiss the slime had given. It even said that the slime was a man. Analyzing that toxin, the blonde said that it was indeed a very dangerous poison. He could not breathe in any way, and she kept teasing our protagonist, suggesting that he join that girl and become her little pet. Meanwhile, succubus, she kept approaching, and she could not expect that our protagonist would be standing as if nothing had happened. Wait, does he have resistance to my toxin? How did that happen? After striking the sword on the ground, she realized that it was the slime that was doing that. Since the toxin had not worked, she ended up releasing that poison. After that, the slime left our hero's mouth to purify all that poison. The girl's intent was to take him intact, but since he was giving her trouble, she said that she would capture him, binding his arms and legs. At that moment, the web ended up sticking to Lee's shield, and she did that by attaching that web's other end to her sword. In terms of physical strength, she was much stronger than he was, and she even kept saying that there was no way he could resist her. Therefore, even if she had to be a little rough, it would be worth it, because only then could she take him away. And she kept asking all cutely if he would understand if by chance she hurt him just a little bit. However, even though she pulled, she could not bring him back. And pointing her finger at the lad, she said that if he did not let go of the shield, she would break his arm, and the lad realized that she really was very strong. If he did not let go, his arm would be torn apart. For that reason, he ended up firing some shots with his weapon, just to try destabilizing those webs. Giving a little laugh, the girl said that that would not work, and even called him stubborn. And those webs were indeed very resistant, folks, and did not take any damage. For that reason, she prepared another attack, with the intention of making him release the shield. Sarang kept yelling at the idiot Lee to cancel the shield manifestation. He did not really want to abandon the shield because it consumed a lot of mana to manifest, but he had no other choice and threw it away. And so she grabbed his shield and smashed it against the wall, and she even kept joking, saying that now he had no protection. Using a sweet and cute voice, she tried to convince him to become her ally, otherwise she would have to do it by force. But of course he would not abandon Sasha to stay with that mock-dug, and he immediately materialized a revolver. Sarang told him not to forget to keep counting the barrier levels that were being broken. And meanwhile Sasha was over there destroying the demons. She was extremely powerful and managed to defeat several at once. Looking toward the 12th floor, she became worried, because he still had not said any number, as if no barrier had been broken yet. But at that moment he started counting. She turned, looking exactly at the place where he was, and he was already counting at number 3. The 4th barrier was about to be broken, and when it reached our hero, it ended up breaking, but it protected him. Right after, the 5th barrier was broken. He extended his hand trying to stop that attack, and did that by manifesting a protective plate. It worked, but only more or less, because the plate was completely destroyed, and he had to throw himself to the ground so he wouldn't be hit. At that moment he realized the hole was much deeper and he wouldn't be able to defeat her alone. The 5th barrier had already been destroyed, and he would only have 5 more chances to stay alive with these attacks. Thinking carefully, I need to come up with a strategy soon, otherwise I will be defeated. Anyway, if I manage to make one bullet hit her, I can win this fight. But it wasn't working, and the girl kept winking, saying he was stubborn and rude. The girl said the webs could easily smash his bones, and the boy started sweating cold. Realizing the fight was very unfair, the blonde girl kept saying Lee should call Sasha right away, and even started crying, saying he should count to 8 quickly so she could go up there to help him. However, he wanted to ask her a favor and told the girl to pay attention. Even if the Judgment Sword's 4-symbol barrier activated 10 times, Sarang was not supposed to tell Sasha. Of course the girl got angry, saying this was madness because he would be putting his own life at risk, especially since he was suffering a lot at the hands of this succubus. But our hero kept saying he wasn't in danger because her intention was to capture him to make him her pet. If the girl's goal was to capture him, it didn't make sense for her to kill him. Anyway, he kept firing several shots at the girl's barrier, only to see how tough it was. While he explained his strategy to Sarang, he was running away from the girl. He realized the barrier was almost gone. He would only withstand 2 more shots. The succubus made a joke, asking if he was hiding behind a barricade, and even said that wouldn't work because her web was heat-seeking. Thus, 1 more barrier broke as she put her hand over her mouth. She kept provoking our hero, saying he was too soft. And of course Sarang became desperate, saying she would contact Sasha because otherwise the boy would die. Shaking in pain, he said that in the previous fight they had lost 1 soul to Aurora. Because of that, if Sasha left the lower floor and came up, they would lose 4 more souls and she could be punished again. That was true, but the blonde girl didn't want our hero to get seriously hurt. So he explained that he knew Sasha's personality and she always put herself in danger to protect others, but this time he wouldn't accept that. It was his responsibility to act as a partner. He basically wanted to share the responsibility with her and stop this mock-dug. What are you thinking, winning against this woman? Are you crazy? Then he took the last attacks and the barrier shattered. He said Sasha was also fighting and taking risks. Because of that he couldn't keep being protected by her all the time. He was motivated to fight alone and also act together with her. All the barriers had been broken and the girl went over there, on that sword, saying the light had disappeared. Looks like now I'm going to capture my sweetie. The spiderweb was coming toward our protagonist, and he opened his arms to receive that attack with everything. And that is exactly what happens. He is trapped by the webs. The impact is brutal, throwing him far away. The crash against the wall is so strong that he starts screaming in pain and even begins spitting blood. The girl says she managed to capture her sweetie, and using her analysis, Sarang says he had broken 2 ribs. Hey Sarang, don't tell Sasha my plan is working. The boy in despair starts shooting several times with his shotgun, and the blonde girl already thought he was going crazy because he hit his head so hard. However, she ended up realizing that his strategy could actually work, and even the slime that was with him understood what his strategy was. However, Sarang said it was very reckless for him to put his life on the line for a single strategy. At that moment, Sasha asked the girl if Lee was okay. In reality, he wasn't okay at all, because he could die within a few moments. However, she wanted to trust her partner, and even called him an idiot because he was very irresponsible. All motivated, she said she would trust him, and told Sasha that our boy was safe. From the information, the mock-dug assumed he could only fire 5 mana-charged bullets, and with that he fired his last shot. Since nothing had happened, she said his chances of coming out of there as the winner were over. And it was a pity that the Shinigami wouldn't go there to protect him. And of course he wouldn't want to keep being saved by Sasha every time, and all anxious, Sorang kept hoping that this strategy would work. He keeps his weapon pointed at the barrier, and what she did not expect was that he could fire the sixth shot. The girl was completely mistaken, thinking he had no more bullets in his weapon, and because of that she ends up opening a gap in that barrier, making jokes about his strength, and giving a smile he said that he had an extra bullet. His shotgun called Dragon Gauge had extra rounds, and now the Mock Dug was completely unprotected, and so our hero ends up firing a point-blank shot, guys, and in that instant the demon realized she was screwed. She remembers Summer saying that Mock Dug hunter possessed modern weapons, and even explained exactly how he fought so she would not be caught off guard. Even if she tried to block with her new webs, those flames ended up burning them, and with that she was hit in the head. After falling from that fatal blow she took, she began to release some kind of magic from inside her body, and was immediately coated with her own webs. She was at risk of death and would need to run to the laboratory of her second sister, and so a magic circle appeared on the floor. The web that was holding our hero was undone, and so he falls hard to the ground. Poor guy. Soren gets desperate, saying she will use a resource to heal his ribs, and meanwhile Sasha was there fighting those demons, but immediately they began to melt and disappeared. Soren ends up informing Sasha that Mock Dug was defeated. And a little surprised and relieved, she becomes happy, saying that Lee always ended up surprising her. I confess to you that I felt a little sorry for the succubus, guys. She wasn't even that villainous, and I will tell you that at the end of this story we will still discover that the Mock Dug are not that evil, because they only kill people who in quotes deserve to die. Thus, Soren ends up telling Sasha that she will bring back that weapon hack. Making a little joke, Soren keeps saying that Lee was promoted to Sub-Reaper. While she was there recovering her energy, she would search the entire building to see if no ghost was there. The guy had forgotten that he had broken ribs, and when trying to get up he started screaming in pain, but to heal our guy, she would not be able to do that with the little robots. She would need to appear there through the portal. Putting her hand out, she says she will heal his broken ribs, and so she appears there through the portal to help him. However, the girl cannot climb up, guys. Even if she tried, she could not. All annoyed, she keeps saying that idiot should not stay there staring at her. He asked why she was not managing it, and she said it was because that barrier was too high. She had placed the barrier on the ceiling and climbed the ladder, but the ladder was not tall enough. Wait a second, girl. Wouldn't it be easier for you to place the portal on the ceiling like this? You would just jump and fall down here. But she gets mad, saying she was wearing a skirt, and if she happened to fall on top of him, the situation would not be pleasant at all. Ah, girl, I don't know for whom it wouldn't be pleasant, right? For you maybe not, but for Lee it would be very pleasant. She stands on tiptoe trying to reach, but she cannot. And all sulky, she keeps saying she will place her portal somewhere else, and with that she ends up leaving there. Next she appears beside him, and all embarrassed she would have to crawl out and even tell him not to look at her. But the guy stays there with a silly face staring at the girl. That's it, idiot. I am your superior. Stop making fun of me. Since the girl was in a rank above him, he was not supposed to mess with her like that, but our guy was not doing anything. Okay. You are my superior. I got it. First she would connect the healing drone to him, and that is exactly what happened. This drone accelerated the metabolism to increase people's natural healing power and would also check if he had any other serious internal injury. Snapping her fingers, she orders all her drones to go outside, and so several drones appear through portals, and she orders all of them to investigate every corner of that barrier to know if there was any other threat in the building. She also wanted to obtain as much data as possible, and our hero finds that very curious. It is even strange to see divinities using technologies, right guys? The Shinigami's assistants also carried out research, and she keeps explaining that to our hero. What was strange was that when a Mock Dug was defeated, his barrier disappeared. That is why it was almost impossible to research the barriers. That is why Sasha was taking the opportunity to do her analyses. That's because the Mock Dug probably had not died. She managed to escape still alive. Because of that, this case was extremely rare, since she escaped leaving the barrier completely open. An occasion like this appeared once every 1,000 years. Touching on that subject, how did my sister manage to enter the Mock Dug's barrier? Sasha had explained that normal people were repelled out of the barrier. Sorang says that the Mock Dug could also feel the presence of normal people, but in the case of his sister it was completely different, because she ignored the barrier. What? How so? Since she had not gone through any reincarnation, her karma was neither good nor evil. Remembering you that she is a pure soul, that is, she is a soul that had just been born, which is why she was an extremely rare girl. As a fact like this had never happened before, Sorang says that she is going to do some more studies to be able to be sure of what is happening. It was the first time that they had found a newborn soul, and this was very rare. Even the Mock Dugs kept looking for souls like that. There were 4 conditions for a person like Lee's sister to be born, and because she fulfilled these 4 conditions, she became an extremely rare case. And if the Mock Dugs discover that she exists, they will hunt her. They had been fighting against the demons for more than 1,000 years, and to humans this may seem like a long time, but to the gods it is a very short time. Our hero, he understood that this fight against the Mock Dugs is something recent for the gods, and that is why they do not know all the answers. And giving a smile, the little blonde says that he was to stay calm, because the Shinigami, who is Sasha, placed a god-level barrier to protect his weapon. It did not matter which demon went there, he would not be able to break this barrier. And we see that there was exactly someone there looking at her. This Mokdug ended up throwing his dagger trying to break the barrier, but he could not. And the one who was there was exactly Summer. And she keeps saying that she is going to return home without telling anyone that she had found a girl like that. Newborn souls were extremely rare, and he did not want other Mokdugs to keep hunting her. The kitty was only suspecting that it was that, or maybe it could be a human with some genetic disorder. That is why she managed to stay inside the barrier. But what was really leaving Summer intrigued was why there was a sanctuary-level barrier protecting this human. She could be either a member of a very important family, or someone who had advanced genetics, or maybe a newly fallen soul. Holding her dagger, she even thinks of trying again, but in the end decides to return later to try to discover, since she had become very curious. Moments later, Sasha, she ends up going up there and becomes angry with Lee. She was glad that he had not had any serious injuries, only that he ended up disobeying her orders. Touching his chest, she begins to analyze to see if his metabolism had accelerated and recovered all the broken bones. With that, she intensifies her power, since the gods possess a divine miracle system, only that using this magic was considered a taboo. And the big guy there, he becomes worried because of this. He should always be careful and avoid at maximum critical damage. It was possible to see that she was really very worried, and asks why he did not say when the barriers had been broken. She valued his life very much, and asks if by any chance he did not give this proper value. Our big guy, he only stays quiet, receiving the girl's scolding. This was the first time that she had become truly angry with him, so he takes a deep breath to be able to speak and said that he would like to share the responsibility with her, only that she was his superior. She should assume the total responsibility. He understood that she was Death's owner, but he would not like her to assume all the responsibility on behalf of another person. He even gives an example speaking about the kitty, as if she had a mission to hunt rats. She would begin to hunt rats doing her best. Logically, bigger problems would arise that the kitty would not be able to deal with. But if she simply gave up facing the challenges just for being weak, she would become sad and even feel that she was a useless kitty. Basically, that was what he was trying to say. He would like to fulfill the responsibilities that had been given to him. That is why he feels sorry for having broken her orders. But at the same time, he knew that she only did that for his safety, and he would like to become stronger to give more safety to the girl. That is because he did not want to be a simple subordinate, but would also like to be a partner. Upon hearing these words, she becomes in shock with her cheeks blushing. He knew that she still did not fully trust him since he was weak. That is why he would like to become even stronger. Upon noticing that she was in silence, he keeps apologizing, afraid of having said something too much. However, she places her hand on her chin and becomes thoughtful, thinking, well, she had never underestimated him. Quite the opposite. She always became surprised because he demonstrated to be good strategically and never saw him as being weak, but rather that he was in constant learning. It is logical that he was not used to combat against powerful monsters. That is why she always thought that she should be there nearby to protect him. That is why she had created tactics with a super tendency of protecting him, since she was afraid of losing him. Giving an embarrassed little laugh, he says that compared to the Mokdugs, he really is much weaker, only that he compensated that with strategy. With that, he ended up explaining to Sasha how he did to defeat the succubus, and she said that she always believed in him. She always trusted that he was capable of defeating the enemies, and with a smile she says that from now on she will trust him even more, because he was her partner. When Lee hears these words, he becomes in love, creating a romantic atmosphere. And to break the atmosphere, Sorang appears saying that she had already analyzed the Mokdug's barrier. Many valuable data were obtained, and she asks Sasha to take a look. Thus, that drone ends up generating a hologram, and they begin to analyze the entire structure of the barrier. The little girl still reminds Sasha that she had promised she would play with her all day when they finished the next mission. And touching her fingers, she gets all shy and asks if by any chance at some moment this week Sasha could play with her by playing video games. Sasha says that she would love to spend the day playing video games with her, and the blonde girl starts celebrating. Next, she grabs Lee's hands and starts pulling him, giving an excuse that she wanted to show something about the Mokdug. And then, Sorang, what did you discover about the Mokdug? Except it wasn't anything about Mokdug that she wanted to talk about. She was inviting Lee to play video games together with Sasha, taking part in a kind of competition among the three. Ah, I can indeed play video games with you, but why are you calling me? On that day, she was planning to play a betting game, where the third place would have to fulfill a wish of the first place. She was planning to defeat our hero, and also Sasha, and thus planned to go on a date with her master. Our protagonist says that she could simply invite Sasha for a date. She wouldn't need to make a bet like this. But the girl gets angry and starts shouting, saying that this is not how things work with the gods. The Reapers are usually very busy people, and they don't accept invitations just out of nowhere. And she starts shouting, saying that she had even already tried several times to invite her master for a date, but she always rejects it. That's why she came up with this betting game. Placing his hand on his chin, our protagonist starts thinking about this, and even begins to understand how the gods work. He even imagines that Sasha is very bad at video games, and that Sorong will defeat her without much difficulty. And all excited, the blonde girl keeps saying that the gods always fulfill a contract, so if they make this bet, Sasha will have to fulfill an agreement. The big guy understood that she was planning to put our hero there in the middle, only to serve as a filler. Ah, I get it. So you want to use me only to disguise it, making it seem like this wasn't totally planned. So this invitation is so that I lose to you in the final, and thus you become the champion. Is that right? Upon hearing these words, the blonde girl starts laughing, saying that not even if he wanted would he be able to defeat her. That's because the girl, she was a gamer and was very good at video games, so it was impossible for any human to defeat her. But she also knew that he played video games, guys, and even teases him saying that he played indecent games. And if you know those kinds of games, don't even comment down below. Our protagonist, he was very good at video games, but he got a little nervous when he lost, and since he was very competitive, he already starts saying that he won't let this blonde girl beat him and that he's going to beat her badly, and so the two end up competing to see who will win and manage to go on a date with Sasha. In this way, the competition between the two was set. The scene shifts to the outside of a building. We see that it was Summer's apartment and she was reading some information about our protagonist's sister and discovered who this girl was and even mentioned that they didn't live that far from each other. Summer was so weird that she even took pictures of our hero's sister and even said she would go there to meet her. The scene goes to a Mokidug's laboratory, and we see that demon there who had lost to our protagonist, she was in recovery. A Mokdug scientist, she was analyzing the data, and it was then that the gray wolf together with the kitten appeared. They were worried about their younger sister Susie, and the blonde woman there keeps saying that she is fine. But Night Frost, he gets angry asking why his sister, that blonde one, had not told that Susie had gotten hurt, and she says that she did not tell precisely because he would make a scene. Then she explains that the bodies of the Mokdugs, when they get seriously injured, they need to go through a recovery. And for the body's energy to recover, it would need human souls. And they hear this becoming a little tense. She even says that she had spent a lot of spiritual healing energy. Summer keeps making fun, saying that when she gets hurt, she can recover on her own. However, Night Frost knew that she was hurt precisely by Lee, who was that extremely skilled hunter. The scientist even says that Susie, she was careless and ended up taking a shot to the head with that spiritual weapon. Then the wolf, he realized that boy, he had really become stronger. Summer even keeps joking, asking if her brother was afraid of that human, and even says that she did not defeat Lee because he was with the goddess Sasha, and she kept putting those stupid barriers. But the wolf knew that Lee's growth potential was infinite. While they were thinking, the scientist ends up getting their attention. She says that she hates when people stay there in the laboratory, getting on her nerves, and because of that she starts throwing work at them, telling them to organize those medicines. The wolf, he starts fixing the boxes, and Summer, she keeps making excuses to not sweep the floor. But all that conversation in the background ends up leaving the scientist a little irritated. Scratching her head, she says that this noise is very annoying and even says that she is not managing to concentrate. The wolf apologizes for the noise and Summer keeps saying that she can leave. Then, noticing that there was a bottle with the cap open, he decides to close it, but he holds that bottle too tightly and ends up breaking it, throwing medicine everywhere. These two here, they were very clumsy guys. And at that moment, the shadow of the older sister appeared behind them. And very serious, she told them to go away, since they were only getting in the way. All embarrassed, the two start trying to clean those glass shards. You did not hear? I told you to leave right now. So they end up leaving, saying that the sister, she was very scary. At that moment, they ask where Aurora was. The scene changes to the human world. We see a hunter and a goddess battling against a monster. It was a powerful bear that had been seriously injured. And who was there was precisely Aurora's Rain. He was battling against the hunters. At that moment, he ends up performing a spell, saying that he will send the bear directly to the laboratory. And so he does a teleport so that the bear can escape safely. But the hunter, she keeps saying that she will not let that Mokdug escape with that human soul, and so she ends up using ice spells. However, Aurora, he manages to block all those magics. But this hunter here, guys, she was not going to give up. With the help of her goddess, she begins to prepare the new spell, and so a gigantic ice fragment goes toward Aurora. However, this Mokdug here, he was very powerful, and just by extending his hand, he uses the foxfire technique. Thus, he shatters all that ice in that foxfire. That technique, it goes toward the hunter. The goddess knew that if her hunter was hit, she would lose her life. And then a great explosion happens. They ended up being thrown far away, and the goddess, all worried, she asked if her partner was fine. Aurora, he walked slowly. He knew that that goddess used the same ability as Sasha, and even comments that those goddesses there, they look very similar. He still says that that pair of hunters lacked experience, since he had battled against a much more powerful pair. But while he was speaking, he ends up being surprised. That is because a powerful energy came toward him. With a smile, he tries to identify who it was, and we see that it was a red-haired girl. I will already go ahead and say that this girl here, she is very badass. So it seems that she knows how to use mana through her sword. And at that moment, the girl, she uses a spell breaking the entire ground. That was the mill sword. Aurora, he needs to move away so as not to be hit, and even keeps laughing, saying that her sword technique was very powerful, very serious. The redhead said that he does not need to keep praising her, and with the combat stance, she tells him to say his last words. The atmosphere was very serious, and Aurora seems that he got excited to find a hunter who was worthy of fighting against him. He even keeps analyzing her combat stance to be able to identify her technique. Then the girl prepares herself and rushes forward, but Aurora manages to block. The fight was being very intense, and each blow of hers was extremely heavy. Aurora manages to counterattack with his sword, but the girl moves away by jumping backward. In sequence, she imbues her sword with a red mana. The guy keeps saying that her mana was very beautiful because it had a very vivid crimson color, but she takes a leap and uses the baby moon sword technique. He says that the name of this technique is kind of ridiculous. However, he knew that it was a very strong power. Because of that, he countered using a little more energy. No matter how strong this girl's attacks were, Aurora managed to block all of them, and by giving a more powerful strike, he ended up throwing the girl far away. She fell without showing that she had suffered any damage, and holding her blade firmly, she began to emanate a little more energy. This was the Twilight Dusk Fire technique, but Aurora saw that this technique was much more powerful than the previous one. That is why he ended up moving away. He gives a laugh, saying that maybe he might not even be able to defend himself. In response, the redhead said that this was a sword technique of her family. But Aurora, he starts giving a little excuse, saying that he is kind of late, that his mother is calling. It is the typical little speech of someone who is scared stiff. He even opens there his device to read some messages. The scientist says that she received that human soul that he sent along with the bear, and even says that he must hunt other evil souls, so that they can use this energy. His younger sister Susie, she would need much more human energy to recover thanks to the injuries from the battle with our protagonist. Guys, putting away the sword, he tells the red-haired hunter that he cannot waste more time fighting, and even apologizes, saying that he will postpone the fight. This here is a little excuse, because he knew that maybe he would struggle, but of course the girl, she was not going to allow it, and rushes forward. The guy blocks with his sword, and they stay clashing in power. In a serious tone of voice, the redhead said that she would not let him escape. Well, girl, I am not running away because I want to. In fact, I would very much like to fight against you. He ends up intensifying his strike, throwing her far away. And by charging his sword, he uses the fox fire. And a fox of energy in the color blue started to come out of his sword. She realized that this was a different technique that she had not yet seen. However, she was also very badass and manages to split that spirit in half. Giving a laugh, he intensifies those flames and ends up directing other flames toward the girl. The explosion causes a lot of energy, and by taking a leap backward, he says that the girl will not be able to follow him, even because humans could not fly. Floating in the sky, he says that it is a shame because he would like to test the limits of that girl. And upon realizing that she was being humiliated by the mock Doug, she begins to get nervous. Wait, do not tell me that she is going to be able to jump that high. Yeah, my son, she really can. She takes an extremely high leap. The guy is surprised by an attack from the girl. At that moment, he remembered some hunters that he fought against who transcended human limits. He even asks if by any chance she belongs to that family. But in the middle of this battle, it became clear that he was much more powerful, and he threw her downward, and at that moment he began to teleport. So as a farewell, he says that the fight was very brief but very pleasant, and even gives a satisfied smile. The girl, she realized that she had let that demon escape, and so she ended up landing on the ground. The other hunters, they realized that the barrier had disappeared, and the medical team went there to help the injured. Those two hunters, her and the goddess, keep complaining, saying that the mission failed. And the redhead, she ends up putting away her sword, but right after she takes a smack on the head, her older sister kept complaining, saying that she acted on impulse. But the girl, she says that she simply decided to help those who needed it. The blonde, which her sister even said that she cannot be so impulsive like that, and even says that she has been like this lately because she feels jealous of Lai, who had been chosen by Sasha, and even says that she should not keep thinking so much about it. And the girl stays there bothered. This girl here, guys, is the one that Sasha had mentioned some chapters ago, saying that she had chosen Lai instead of a girl who was much more powerful. And we see that she really was jealous and bothered for not having been chosen to be Sasha's partner hunter. They still keep commenting, saying that soon they will meet him in person. And in the middle of the way, her blonde sister keeps making fun, saying that Sarah, who is this little redhead, she is very envious. The scene goes to Sasha, and she is holding a game manual, and with a cute smile she says that she memorized the entire manual. She says that now that she finished reading, they could play video game to do that championship that they were talking about so much. Our protagonist, together with Sorong, they were very competitive, because whoever won could make a request to the loser. And that bird there, he keeps with a bored face, since he thought humans were very childish. They end up doing a draw to see who was going to start playing, and Sorong, she had won. That is, our protagonist. He would have to battle against Sasha, and if he won, he would play against Sorong. Since Sasha had never played video game before, he thinks that it will be very easy to win against her, and he will only have to dispute the first place with that annoying blonde. Thus, the match was about to begin. The two were already inside the game, and he realized that Sasha, she kept using those movements in the open air, typical of someone who did not know how to play the game. Taking a leap, rushing forward, he said that it will be very easy to defeat her. However, he ended up taking a big kick in the stomach. Wait a minute, she said that she did not know how to play. He even thinks that this was a lucky strike. Typical beginner's luck. He thinks that that was a random strike, so he rushes towards Sasha. However, she counterattacks, hitting him directly in the face. He keeps wondering how she manages to press the button so fast. Do not tell me that she managed to predict my movement and still hit my character at the correct pixel. Sasha realized that there was a number counting up there and asked what that was. He said that it was the timer and she realized that there was a time limit. Because of that, she rushes forward saying that she will finish it very quickly. The big guy, he tries to use a special attack. However, Sasha had dodged with her character and thus he was completely exposed to her strike. The girl managed to land a super effective hit. Soaring started to make fun saying that Lee was very bad at video game, but the guy kept saying that he simply was not warmed up, and even said that Sasha, she was very good. Soaring asked her goddess if she really was good at video game, and Sasha simply said that it was the first time playing and that she was only predicting the movements, leaving the blonde shocked. She simply read the manual and learned to use all those movements. Now it was Soaring's turn and she became all tense. Inside the game, she was dying of fear of losing in a humiliating way, so the best way was already to start using long-distance special attacks. Thus, she ended up using a chimera. However, Sasha, she was prepared and used a reflection ability. And when that chimera hit her reflective mirror, it returned to Soaring. The girl, she was crying, asking how her goddess managed to use that technique, because it was very difficult. And giving a little laugh, Sasha said that she simply followed the tutorial. This is for you who keep skipping the tutorial of the games. It makes a lot of difference. However, Soaring, she had an ace up her sleeve, and it was to use the transformation of her character. She rushes forward saying that she will end it using a combo, but it does not work, and she receives a counterattack in a humiliating way. Sasha, she really was very good at games, even never having played any. And after climbing on top of Soaring, she uses another move. She even says that this is very easy for her, because she can identify all the frames of the television, and thus she uses the punitive claw move. Thus the battle ends with Sasha giving 2 perfects. Not believing it, Soaring, she falls to the ground and throws the controller away. Giving a little laugh, Sasha says that she simply read that tutorial book very carefully. Our hero, he was in love because the girl that he liked was very good at video game. At that moment, that bird appears and simply says a bird word. He just makes a prue. With that, Sasha said that she needs to go there solve this problem, and Soaring tells her goddess to come back very quickly. Wait a minute, did you understand what that bird said? He only said prue. Then Soaring, she translates the entire message of that bird saying that Lee, he was very idiot because he did not know the bird words. My god, what human is this that manages to speak bird languages? She even keeps saying that he is a little child and that adults, they must know the language of animals. Is she making fun of me, or is she talking seriously now? He would battle against Soaring to see who would be the great loser. It was the dispute of the second place, and he keeps saying that he needs to beat her, otherwise she will keep making fun of his face. At that moment he rushed forward, but he realized that the girl was standing still without touching the controller. Wait a minute, I understood what she is doing. At that moment he paralyzed his strike. He knew that whoever lost would have to fulfill a wish of Sasha, and since she was a very sensible girl, she would not ask anything bad. Those two there, they were in love with losing. And Soaring, she even kept provoking our protagonist, saying that he was very bad at video game. But he knew that all those provocations from the blonde were so that he would hit her and thus lose the dispute. However, the boy, he refused to touch the controller and even kept saying that he will not defeat her, that he really wants to be in last place. Thus the two start arguing to see who was the worst at video game. Of course that both of them would want to lose, right guys? Because they wanted to fulfill that wish of Sasha. Our protagonist, he is not foolish at all. Minutes later, Sasha, she ends up returning and ended up hearing the two arguing and even asks if by any chance the match had not yet ended. At the time of leaving, he keeps complaining to himself, saying that Soaring, she was very irritating and that she refused to continue the fight with him in the video game. Sasha, she keeps giving a little laugh, saying that they did not decide who stayed in second place. Wait a minute, if I tied with Soaring, this means that I also ended up in last place. All embarrassed, he asks if Sasha would like to make a request to him, since he had lost. However, she had not thought of any wish, and even says that a Shinigami goddess like her does not have desires which humans could fulfill. Okay, but you do not need to ask anything grand, no. You can ask anything simple that I will do for you. You already know very well what this guy here is, right? He is shameless. After thinking for some time, she says that there is something, yes, that she would like. She says that she does have a wish. She wishes that from now on he takes more care in battles and that he never dies. She did not wish anything beyond that, and he thinks it is good and says that as he is a simple human, he will comply with this wish of the goddess, and even said that he will do the best possible to not get hurt, because he did not want to give worries to her. It seems that a couple is being born here, guys. He thought that the atmosphere was very romantic. However, she said that she would also like to ask this to Soaring. And he realized that he was nothing special to her. The scene changes to the next day. Lee, he was washing dishes, and when his sister arrived, she asked if he was already preparing for the trip that he will make of training at the company, and Lee says that yes, and that he will meet with the people from his company in the Shilson Valley. His sister, she had researched everything about this place, since she was worried about him making a trip like this in the mountains, but he tells her not to keep worrying because when he arrives there, he will call her. The girl, she did not know very well what kind of work he did and even asks why he has to do training in the mountains. She even becomes super worried, saying that he needs to take sunscreen, sunglasses, mosquito repellent, and several other things, leaving him kind of scared. In sequence, she wishes a good trip, but thinking well, he had not asked the exact location of this training to Sasha. He only knew that it was on Mount Silwen. He even sends a message to Sorang asking where the place was, and she keeps saying that he is very rude and very intrusive. Damn, I just want to know at what exact point of this mountain I should meet with you. But she keeps saying that it was just for him to go there that people would receive him. In sequence, he finished washing all the dishes and went to the place to catch the bus to make the trip. In a very quick way, the bus arrives and he was going to the Shilson Valley. After arriving, he keeps stretching and who gets off the bus was a little old lady with a very big bag. He realizes that this bag seems to be very heavy and even keeps offering to carry it for this woman since she was very old. Together with a girl, she keeps saying that she does not need the help of the young man, but he insists a lot and even says that he is not a thief, and the woman keeps staring at him and in sequence ends up handing that bag. She asked if it was very heavy for him, but the boy said that it was not. Thus he begins to follow the mountain, and incredibly enough she was also going to this isolated region. The guy keeps wondering at what moment Sarang will meet with him. With a somewhat doubtful face, the old woman asks if that bag is getting heavier, but the boy says that it is not, and that to tell the truth, it even seems that it is getting lighter. He manages to lift it with only one hand, and said that it is because his work requires a lot of physical strength. That younger girl keeps staring at our protagonist. He says that as his work requires a lot of physical strength, maybe he has become stronger and did not even notice. The woman stops walking and said that this boy, he does not have any spiritual sense. That little girl begins to disappear and the old woman said that his first test had already finished, and he passed. She said that she is the guardian and also the priestess of this mountain, and inside that bag there were several talisman packages that she herself had written, and this package, it would get heavier with the passing of time if he had a bad heart. But as that burden got lighter it meant that Lee, he had a good heart. She explains that the shamans, they serve the gods and are people who manage to carry the pain of other living beings. He was not a shaman to carry the pain of other people, but he had a good heart, and that was comparable. She even says that the reason why he was chosen by Sasha to be her hunter is because he was a good person. The old woman still says that people like this who have a pure and kind heart had a lot of potential to become powerful. Thus all her granddaughters appear and we see that they were those girls who were fighting against Aurora. What? You are a shaman chief. She says that yes and that he will be her student for a few days so that he trains in these mountains. She was the shaman master of the Dengol family and they practiced martial arts and also spiritual cultivation abilities. She begins presenting her granddaughters and said that this one with the red hood and purple hair was called Hong and she would be the first to test the spiritual ability of our protagonist. Will I have to fight with her with empty hands, without materializing weapons? Well, since I came up here, I cannot go back. He said that he was ready and the girl stays there thoughtful. Wait a minute, boy, we are not going to fight. It is just for you to give a punch in my palm of the hand. Thus he ended up delivering a punch. She said that it was very weak and that it was not like that. She even says there to her grandma that this boy, he does not know how to use close combat attacks. And giving a smile, the old woman says that it is exactly because of that that he came here to train in order to learn martial abilities. Hong, she keeps agreeing and thus she ends up rushing toward the big guy. She tries to deliver several blows and giving his best he begins to dodge. However, he opens his guard and ends up taking a kick in the chest. But incredibly enough, that did not hurt as much as he imagined. Even because he was used to being beaten by a Mokdug, and also was used to being beaten by Sasha, who is one of the most powerful goddesses. Because of that he stays all confident saying that he is prepared for this training. However, the old woman, she keeps clapping, telling her granddaughter to stop already. What? We already finished the training? The old woman said that he would fight later, but for now he would have to train his spirit. But she says that she already saw that he had a good heart and also had enough mana, so he would be fit for the training. And after presenting her granddaughters, she said that she will take the boy to the main hall. All the girls end up joining their hands and begin to perform a spell. They aim this spell at an invisible barrier and begin to undo an illusion on the mountain. The boy is in shock because this whole mountain, it basically was a place to hide their base, and thus he ends up entering inside the priesthood. The old woman, she was the chief priestess of the place, and her granddaughters were her apprentices, and even says that it will be a pleasure to train Li Dojin. This was a shaman family located in the region of Jisan, and they placed a barrier to protect their place so that it would not be found by Mokadugs. This place, it was very pure, without any pollution, and that helped in the cultivation of mana. A girl with green hair goes guiding our protagonist to his room, where he will spend the next 2 weeks. And upon arriving at his room, he realized that, although the mansion was old, the rooms and inside were very technological. Upon opening the window, he keeps saying that the place had a very fresh and pleasant air. At that moment, he ends up hearing someone calling his name, and it was Hong who was there. And the girl keeps saying that it is time for him to do the basic evaluation of his physical aptitude. He stays all happy, following the girl. He was thinking that this training here was going to be easy, guys. While following the girl, he keeps asking her to take very good care of him in the next 2 weeks. When looking at the girl, he keeps saying that she seems to be somewhat familiar. Her vibe was very similar to Sasha's when he had met her. With the passing of time, Sasha, she was becoming more kind, since at the beginning she also had a very cold aura, and making a shameless face, he keeps saying that he likes these two sides of her, the more good side and the bad side. Hong, she asks why he is with that silly happy face, and even warns that they arrived at the place where they would do the physical aptitude test. And upon arriving there, the master was already waiting for the boy. She presents the medical team and also says that they will help him in the training. the girl with green hair. She says that her name is Yang. In sequence, they end up placing several talismans on the boy, saying that this is to perform the test. First, they would do a simple pull-up training test, then they placed some obstacles for him to keep going around, and in sequence he had to keep jumping from one side to the other. The poor boy was already even getting dizzy from repeating the same things. And lastly, to test how well his muscles were adapted to load, it was for him to keep throwing a somewhat heavy ball from one side to the other. After performing these tests, he ends up receiving a little bottle of water, and Yang, she said that thanks to him they obtained good results. The old woman approaches, saying that there is no need to measure the boy's mana level anymore, and even says that this is because they already measured his mana before. He remembers that he did this training of measuring mana there with Sasha, where he had to manifest a very heavy cube. She says that now she will do a different test. It was not like that previous one. He will have to place his hand on the ground and press downward. And while he was doing this, the old woman says that it is for him to concentrate the mana in the palm of the hand. Yang, she begins to use her tablet to read all the references of spiritual pressure, and incredibly enough, our protagonist, he had mana, the equivalent of 3 people, since the mana of his parents ended up going to him. The girl tells her grandmother that this is something very rare when a person dies, to transmigrate part of their spiritual power to the child. And the old woman says that this indeed is very rare, but there was a simple reason, leaving the girl shocked. This only happened, according to the old woman, because Lee, he had a very kind heart and he always wished to serve others. And while he was breaking all the ground, the old woman says that not always physical strength was enough to defeat the monsters. Sometimes intelligence and a pure heart was the most essential part. After having broken all that ground, the boy, he keeps apologizing. Touching the boy's shoulder, she praises, saying that he did very well, and even says that as he serves a superior goddess, he must train even more. What he had just done was the most basic attribute of mana, and that he should have already done that there long ago, but his training was delayed. He keeps thinking to himself that it was not even that difficult, and this basically is what people called body enhancement. At that moment, someone appears, saying that the shaman master was training Lu very well there to see the training. It was precisely Sasha. The master, she bows together with her granddaughters in respect to the goddess, but the blonde, she was so in love that she even forgot. Sasha, she also bows in gratitude for the warm reception to her hunter. Yang, she realizes that her younger sister, she had not bowed, since she was enchanted with the goddess. She even gives a slap on her sister's back, saying that she must bow in respect. Grandma tells them to go to the dining hall to prepare a meal, and our protagonist, he stays all silly when he was beside the girl that he liked. The training for today had already ended, and Grandma keeps saying for them to enjoy the dinner. Thus they go to the main hall, and we see that our protagonist was the only man surrounded by women. It seems that the author of this work here draws all the women with the same face. It is looking like Oda with one piece. Since Sasha, she was a popular goddess, the girls stay around her. This family, they train these girls to become hunters, and thus serve some goddess, and Grandma keeps saying that it is very rare to see a goddess interacting like this with humans. That is why the girls there, they were so excited. And she even comments that it is the first time that her granddaughters see a person, or rather a goddess, with such a divine energy. At that moment, he realized that he had forgotten to call his sister to say that he was fine, and even asks permission to Grandma, saying that he will make a call to his little sister. Outside, he was talking with his sister on the phone, and Sarah, she ended up appearing. She passed by everyone going towards Sasha, and arriving to our dearest goddess Sarah, she knelt down. She said that maybe Sasha would not remember her, but her name was Sarah, and she was one of the candidates to become her partner. She was very happy to meet the goddess in her house. Sasha says that it is a pleasure to meet her, and even says that she remembers her, and says that she is also very happy to meet her in person. However, Sarah said that she would like to ask one thing, and she wanted to know about the partner that she had chosen instead of her. And she even questions if by any chance the partner that she chose is that guy who is outside talking on the phone. Sarah asks, and she confirms, saying that yes, that was her partner. And without wanting to question the goddess, Sarah asks why she chose that boy instead of her, since the girl and she had trained since childhood. Sasha, she agrees, saying that Sarah, she is much more prepared than Lee. And upon these words, the redhead, she gets angry and already starts shouting, asking why she was not chosen to become a hunter. I think that it is because Sasha is in love with our hero too, guys. Just kidding, it is not for that reason. The goddess simply keeps listening to Sarah, she keeps complaining, and it was even necessary that her sisters appear there to hold the girl. And the confusion is so big that they even stop the dinner for a while. Then Sasha says that she trusted that Sarah could find a goddess that was not her, since the redhead, she was strong and excellent in everything, and that for her strength and weakness are only characteristics, and she evaluated other things. In fights against Mokdugs, maybe physical strength can get in the way, and sometimes weakness can become the main piece for victory. Upon hearing this, the redhead keeps asking for her to fight that boy to see if she really was so much stronger than him. She wanted to prove to her sisters that she was stronger than the boy who was chosen, and wanted to fight in front of the whole family. On the next day, the girls were there training, and we see that their training was very heavy. And I bet that this here would be the perfect paradise for you, a gym only of women. At that moment, one of the sisters appears, saying that a fight is going to start. She explains that Sarah, she had challenged Lee, and thus everyone was already prepared to watch this duel. The girls did not stop commenting about this, and even kept saying that the poor Lee would be massacred. Some even had cancelled the training to watch this fight, and the poor our hero did not have the slightest idea of what was happening. He even keeps saying that the atmosphere today there in the priesthood was very lively, and then they ended up placing a barrier in that place. He even asked what that training barrier was. This barrier was a little different from the one that he used there to train with Sasha, and the old woman still said that there it could simulate several different climates. Ah, very cool, this training room. But who is going to fight today? Wait a minute, this boy does not know what is happening? By any chance did Sasha not explain to you what is going to happen earlier? Sasha simply said that he would learn the Sun Tzu technique and that he should absorb everything that was necessary. She probably said more things, but he was very in love and did not pay attention. The old woman then said that he should focus as much as possible to learn as many techniques as possible. And meanwhile, Sarah, she was there preparing. Her older sister said that it was not for her to go so hard like that on Lee since he was a novice, but the girl, she keeps saying that it is exactly because of that she will go hard. It is to prove that she is stronger than that boy, but he was chosen in her place. She begins to warm up with her sister, and provoking the blonde keeps saying that she feels a lot of jealousy and envy of Lee Dan-jin, but the girl says that she does not feel any envy of that guy. She just wants to prove that she is superior to him. We all know that you are stronger, dear little sister, but we all also know that you are dying of envy of him. With a serious look, Sarah keeps saying that she does not have jealousy and ends up landing a very strong blow on her sister's shoulder. The blonde keeps complaining and said that she misses a lot when Sarah was simply a chubby and cute child. She even keeps saying that if she loses the fight, she will make that hairstyle from when she was a child. But of course Sasha, she does not like that at all. The blonde still says that if she continues with that serious face like that, no man will want to marry her. In sequence, this blonde, she goes to our protagonist to greet him. She says that her name is Ryun and she was also a shaman. All polite, our hero. He bows, saying that it is a pleasure to meet her. And the girl keeps saying that he does not need to act so formally, even because she was only 2 years older than him, and keeps poking his rib. She comments that she arrived there a little late in this place for training. Because of that, she became a shaman a little later than the other sisters, and even said that she liked a lot the accent of our protagonist, and says this, trying to seduce him. It seems that our guy stays a little confused, wondering why this girl is acting like that. Wait a minute, where are we going? Well, you are going to duel against my younger sister. He did not know anything, so the girl simply grabs him by the arm and goes dragging him. Grandma said for the blonde to tell the room to use the Sun Tzu technique, and the blonde keeps asking if the old woman is sure about that. According to Grandma, it was precisely the goddess who had asked for them to use this technique against the protagonist. In sequence, the blonde keeps saying to our hero that the whole family will watch their duel, and even if most did not believe in his victory, they were rooting for him. Then our big guy, he keeps greeting all the girls and they stay there shouting his name. It seems that the guy already got a fan club. Pointing the finger at Sarah, she says that that girl there will be his opponent, and still says that Sun Tzu is a technique that Lee should learn. The two stay face to face. And if it were to compare this little redhead with Sarang, it seemed that Sarang was a little kitten, even because this one had a much more fierce look. The blonde said that she would be the judge, and even says to our protagonist that inside this barrier they practically were immortal, but they would suffer damage and even were free to use all possible weapons. The girl's sister still says to the redhead to use Sunsai, and still keeps saying it in the girl's ear that it was not for her to go too hard on this boy. But we know that this would not help at all. Our hero keeps hearing the blonde telling her sister to go easy, so he already stays very scared. What technique is this Sunsai that they are talking so much about? Then he remembers Sasha explaining to him that basically it was a body strengthening technique. This family was specialist in this technique, so that is why they could use close combat in a much more powerful way. When you imbued your body with mana, you would become with resistance and speed similar to that of the Mokdugs. And when they start the battle, he already begins summoning a weapon. And he even said to the blonde that she could come at full force. Well, she will have strength and speed equal to that of the Mokdugs, right? Then I just need to pay attention to each movement that she makes. However, the girl, she is much faster than he was expecting. He even got surprised, saying that he would not be able to withstand the attack. She stepped very firmly on the ground, and with energy around her hands, she prepares a punch. And our big guy, he ends up being hit directly, even goes flying far away. It seems that he was not expecting a girl so strong and fast. He was feeling as if his organs had exploded, and even compares Sarah's speed with that of that other girl, Susie, that Mokdug that he had defeated. He even says that maybe this redhead was even faster. Then he realizes that this was the Sunsai technique in which the body became strengthened with mana. The redhead was very serious, and he ends up manifesting a shield to defend himself. She goes for the second attack, and with the weapon at his side, he begins to make several shots. But as she was fast, she manages to dodge all of them. Wait a minute, she is dodging my machine gun shots. The girl was very close to his body, and he notices something coming toward him. That was a stone that the girl threw. He would need to defend against that stone that was coming toward him, and because of that, he left his right side open. At that moment, he realized that he was screwed, guys. The girl even removed the magazine from his weapon. Now he was without defense and without attack. But Lee, he was very fast and ended up deconfiguring his shield and even jumped backward, dodging the attack. In sequence, he prepares to summon another weapon, but the girl, she was faster and managed to stop him by giving a flick on his hand. That flick was so strong that he began to scream in pain because of the mana imbued in the girl's body. That flick was stronger than the shot of a weapon, and she even says that she can concentrate mana in any part of her body. She still tells him that this technique is very useful to withstand attacks from more powerful opponents. He seemed to be defenseless on the ground and realized that his right hand he would not be able to use it anymore to summon weapons. In the end, he ended up suffering a humiliation from this girl and lost even in a very quick way. He could not face an opponent with so many abilities like her, but there was a however. All the opponents that he has faced so far, at some point they lowered their guard. So the point here in this fight he keeps saying, Lee, is just to wait for the right moment. At that moment, the girl ended up rushing toward him, and just to humiliate him, she stepped on his foot. That was a way for her to say to all her sisters that she was much more powerful than this boy. He keeps giving a little nervous smile just to deceive the girl. But in his left hand, he began to use a manifestation spell, and thus he grabbed the girl, saying that even the weakest had their own methods to win. When dealing with this situation, the girl, she became very embarrassed, and in her hand ended up making a handcuff to bind the two. Giving a shout, she asked what that shameless guy was trying to do. He even dropped his weapon on the ground and began to pull her hair. I can keep hitting you here for hours and hours until you release me, you bastard. He gives a mischievous little smile, and she asks, what is it that he is finding so funny? And looking at the girl, he said that it is because she is very fragrant. Upon hearing this, she becomes even more embarrassed and begins to manifest mana in her hand to hit him. However, she began to hear a noise behind her. The guy simply began to manifest several grenades behind the girl. Do not tell me that you are thinking of blowing up both of us. Yeah, my daughter, our protagonist was thinking exactly that. And thus a great light appears behind Sarah, creating a big explosion on the battlefield. The sisters, they keep celebrating, saying that the fight is very exciting. Yang, she approaches and asks if by any chance they had fainted. Both were fallen on the battlefield. However, Sarah, she did not faint, but she was very injured. Bending down, the older sister said that she would declare a draw, but the redhead got angry saying that she did not faint, so she won. Caressing her sister, she said that in fact Sarah, she could not move, so it was to declare a draw. She even managed to nullify the impact of the grenade, but she received some damage and lost the movement of her legs. That is why she had drawn with this weakling. And as she did not manage to defeat Lee, the girl there keeps saying that she will make that cute hairstyle, the exact cute hairstyle from when she was a little child. And Sarah keeps shouting, asking her sister for the love of God not to make that ridiculous hairstyle. The blonde keeps saying that she will take a picture there with her cell phone to show to her relatives, and she cannot do anything, guys, since she lost the movement of the body. Upon seeing that she was cute, her sisters run to take pictures. Even Grandma appears there to take a photograph. The scene changes to a little later. Our hero, he was recovering. He ends up feeling that someone sat on the bed, and because of that he takes a huge scare. Sasha's, who was there, said that he had fainted. Then he remembered that he had materialized several grenades and exploded the arena. Even if the injuries do not remain on the body, even so the pain was very real. At that moment he realized that Sasha was in the same room as him and ended up jumping. Giving a smile, she said that he had fought very well and that she was proud. The guy gets all embarrassed, saying that she is kind for saying that. In sequence, he asks how Miss Sarah was, since the bomb also hit her. The goddess said that that girl was very well, and even admits that the redhead, she is very powerful, since she had trained since childhood to assume the position of hunter. By Sasha's side, because of that, the big guy there did not need to worry about that woman. Because of that, in 6 days, Sarang, she will bring a new grimoire of Shinigami magic for our protagonist, and starting tomorrow, he will begin a complete purification training. Because of that, he should rest well tonight, and she even says that her room will be next to his, so if he needed anything, he could talk to her. He asks if she needs to sleep, and she says that as her body is divine, she does not necessarily need to sleep to rest, but admits that she likes to enjoy pleasant environments like this to recover her energies. Sasha says that Sarang, she also likes a lot to sleep in places like this. Mount Jason, it had a very high spiritual energy, since it was a place free of pollution. Upon leaving the room, she keeps saying that if he needed anything, he could call her. And thus she ends up saying goodbye, telling him to have a good night of sleep. Wait, you are going to sleep in the room next door. My god, she is going to sleep less than 5 men are away. If I break the wall, it means that we are going to sleep in the same room. He even keeps thinking, how does Sasha sleep? And even keeps imagining her wearing a very cute pajama. Maybe she would sleep turned to the side, all cute, or maybe she would sleep face down, in a very comfortable way. For the good of humanity, he should confirm the way she sleeps, even because there is nothing wrong. He simply sees that innocent cute face, sleeping. Sneakily, he opens the door of his room and begins to walk with ninja steps so as not to make any noise. He imagines that it is not anything wrong. He simply takes a peek to see Sasha's face sleeping. Upon placing his hand on the doorknob, he begins to get nervous. It was just to take a little peek and soon come back. But at that instant, someone asks what he was doing. Who appeared there in the corridor was precisely Sarah, and the guy keeps giving a little excuse, saying that he was very hungry and decided to go out to eat something. He got so nervous and began to give many explanations, making it very clear that he was involved in something illicit. Then he turns around giving a little excuse. The girl tells him to wait a bit. All embarrassed, he turns around asking what she wanted, and she tells him to follow her. Thus they go to the kitchen. She begins tying her hair, saying that she will prepare noodles for him, and within a few moments she had prepared the dinner. He was being very polite, and she tells him to simply call her Sarah. Then the boy asks how old she is. She reveals that she is 18 years old. Lee asks if by any chance she did not go to school, The girl said that all of them there did homeschooling and later they would go to the school to take the tests. He understood that living a normal student life required a lot of time, and as they trained to become hunters or priestesses, they would need to study at home, even because if it were not for their sacrifice, the fight against the Mokdugs would be very difficult. While he ate, the girl said that she would like to apologize. A little embarrassed, she says that she must apologize for having provoked him today. She just wanted to make it very clear who was the strongest, since she hated the fact of having been excluded and having him placed in her place. This girl she had trained since she was little to become Sasha's partner. All the girl's sisters were confident that she would manage and would be accepted. But when she received the news that a boy with no experience at all was chosen in her place, the girl became very angry. Here I agree with her, guys. If I were in the place of this girl there, I would also be furious. But she admits that after she fought against Lee, she started to accept better this decision of Sasha. But she was destroyed inside because no one had noticed her real value. Lee, he gets worried, but with a smile on her face, she says that she understood very well why the goddess had chosen him, and thanks to the fact of having met our hero, she could forgive the goddess. Upon hearing these words, he gets a little embarrassed. After having finished eating, Sarah says that she will wash his dishes, but the big guy says that he himself could wash, and thus they wash the dishes together. At the time of returning to the room, he says goodbye, but she says that he is entering the wrong room, since she had seen that he was entering the room next door. Wow, that is true. She saw that I was entering Sasha's room. Earlier, she caught me in the act because I was going to try to take a peek at the goddess who was sleeping. The girl asked why he was trying to open the wrong door, and he kept trying to disguise it. So then she went there and opened the door for him. But the boy started to let out a scream because that there was Sasha's room. Right after that, Sarah closed the door. You shameless guy, you were trying to peek at the goddess, weren't you? No, I swear I wasn't. I swear. And so she ended up making him sleep outside, tied up. And while the sun was rising, he kept saying that he could have at least taken a little peek when Sarah opened the door, but he didn't manage to see anything. The next day, very early, Sasha says that she will have to return to the divine realm. Since she was a high-ranking goddess, she had a lot of work to do, and even says that there will be 1 week left for him to finish the Sunside training. Right after that, she asks them to please take good care of her hunter. The shaman keeps saying that the goddess can rest assured because she will take very good care of him, and so Sasha ends up leaving. The old lady said that Shinigami has many expectations about him. Because of that, they should train very seriously so that he can develop this technique. First of all, he should focus on learning the basics. He should do a simple bodily activation of mana. She asks how he does to manifest the weapons, and he says that he simply imagines them in his head. The activation was very simple. When he imagined a sword, it simply appeared in his hand. But to manifest more complex objects, he would need to think a little more. The old lady says that what he uses is UI energy, and it basically serves to send mana from the brain to other parts of the body. But the old lady explains that this UI energy could also be used to make bodily enhancements. Thus, when they go to fight against Mokdugs, his body would be much more resistant to attacks, being able even to withstand numerous attacks. Arms, legs, waist, thigh, foot. All of that could be reinforced with mana from UI energy, but there was a catch. If you kept thinking about this technique, it would take too long to activate, and that could not be fast enough.
Alright, Grandma, but how am I going to activate it if I don't think about it?
That was the key point. You should deactivate the brain so that the energy simply activates on its own.
And you're telling me that I'm going to learn this in only Brat's days?
Holding a bell, the grandma says that he should put this on his wrist, since she has a secret training technique. He should use that bell on his left wrist. He keeps shaking the bell, saying that it's not making any sound at all, and the grandma says that he cannot take it off, not even to take a shower. At that moment, that girl from the bus who was with the grandma appeared. She was holding a stick with a kitten paw and immediately hit our hero's face. The guy didn't understand anything and even complained, asking if the grandma didn't take care of her granddaughter. But the old lady said that this child was not her granddaughter. But isn't that the little girl who was with you when we climbed the mountain? The old lady said yes, but that was not her granddaughter, it was herself, just from the past. And she even jokes, saying that our protagonist did not imagine that she was that beautiful in the past. And she explains that the training starts with him using that bell for 1 week, without taking it off at any moment. The basic purification training had begun. While he stayed with that bell, he had to practice several physical exercises with the sisters. And everything there had a very strict training routine. And every time the bell rang, that girl appeared with that kitten paw stick and always hit that stick on his face. And that happened at the most random moments of the day, guys, even at night when he was sleeping. She started hitting different areas and the boy started crying, saying that his butt was hurting. On the 4th day, the physical resistance training had become more difficult. He was imagining that this training consisted of him being able to predict that girl's attacks and reflect or dodge. Because of that, when the bell rang and she appeared, he showed a magic mirror, and thus the ghost disappeared, and the boy thought it had worked. However, the mirror broke, and the girl appeared behind him, hitting that kitten stick right on his butt. At night, he was already crying, saying that he could not stand being beaten like that so many times a day. It was already the 6th day and he had not managed to learn anything from this technique called Sunsai. And while making the bed, he keeps saying that Sasha will be very disappointed with him because he had made no progress at all. His whole body was hurting and he could barely find a comfortable position to sleep. He felt that at least his physical part had become much stronger with these trainings. At that moment, he heard the bell ring and immediately grabbed a small mirror. Looking around, he kept wondering where that girl was. It seems like she's nowhere. However, the grandma ended up appearing from under the blankets, and thus he ended up taking a hit. You know very well we're all broken. He keeps saying that this is the worst training in the world. And so the 7th day had ended, and Sasha returned to see how he was. All cute, the goddess asks if her dear hunter had done well. Since Grandma said that she gave the best training possible, Sasha says that she will check if her dear Lee had learned the sunside technique. Giving an awkward laugh, he keeps wondering how he is going to show her that he did not learn anything. So he reveals saying that he does not know how to use the sunside technique because he did not learn it. However, Sasha reveals that Grandma had recorded this technique in his body and imitating a kitten. Sasha said that kitten paw at the tip of the staff served to record this technique. Now I understand. He had understood it wrong. He thought that he would need to dodge the attacks and not let the paw hit his face. Giving a laugh, Grandma said that he misunderstood the training the whole time, and upon touching his shoulder, Grandma said that technique had already been recorded in his body, and now it was for him to show the goddess that he had learned. Thus, he stands still face to face with Sasha. She calls him to fight and says that she will go very easy so as not to hurt him, but right after that she rushes at him with full force. Lee was facing Sasha, and staying optimistic. He said her speed might be similar to Sarah's. That's why he was able to read her movements. Sasha prepared to unleash a spinning strike and ended up smashing directly into the shield Lee had just materialized. He realized that her attack was much stronger than Sarah's attacks. Sasha said he had made the right choice by materializing a shield to block. However, during this training, he wasn't allowed to use his mana to materialize objects. It was forbidden, and he was only supposed to use body reinforcement based on the sunside technique he had learned. That was because he needed to gain experience in hand-to-hand combat. He couldn't keep relying on weapons all the time. Lee really needed to become stronger, so he immediately dismissed his shield. Well, from now on, instead of hiding behind a shield like a turtle, you're going to learn how to move and dodge like a cat, Sasha said. She immediately launched an attack spell at him. When the spell was just about to reach his face, he realized there wasn't enough time to dodge. At least, that's what he would have thought before learning the sunside technique. By reinforcing his body, he leaped high into the air, but he couldn't control himself very well, and he shot up so high that the people watching started wondering what he was planning with a jump like that. One of the girls even mentioned that he had just realized he had jumped way too high. That was because he couldn't properly control the strength of his body reinforcement. Unexpectedly, Sasha jumped as well, even surpassing his height. From up there, she praised him for dodging the first attack, but said he wouldn't have any chance of avoiding the second one. And of course, he was looking at a pretty incredible view, since she was wearing a skirt and was above him. But right after that, he ended up taking a kick straight to the face. The impact was powerful. He started screaming in pain. But surprisingly, he wasn't actually feeling that much pain, and he hadn't even suffered any serious injuries. After landing, Sasha explained that he had absorbed the impact well thanks to his body reinforcement, and she even gave him a sincere compliment, saying he was making great progress. Right after that, she prepared to stomp on him, telling him to try to dodge, and he barely managed to avoid it out of pure desperation. However, he still wasn't controlling his strength properly, and his dodge was so forceful that he slammed straight into the wall. Sasha walked over and told him that he had to control his own strength because that body reinforcement technique consumed a huge amount of mana, and once his mana ran out, it would start consuming his own life force. That made him a little worried. Sasha said that if he wanted to fight a mock Doug in hand-to-hand combat, simply dodging attacks wouldn't be enough. He would also need to strengthen his body and block. So our protagonist took a solid stance and thought that this time he was going to try blocking all of her attacks. Sasha realized he was truly giving it everything he had, and instead of just watching, he went on the offensive. The girls watching commented that Lee was going to increase both his power and his speed, but he would never be able to defeat Sasha. Even so, the fight was actually becoming slightly more competitive. That attack even caught Sasha by surprise. So she stopped holding back and started attacking him from all kinds of different angles. One moment Lee was getting beaten up, and the next moment Sasha was hitting him again. To be honest, the fight wasn't balanced at all. In the end, she landed a kick right into his stomach. He thought it was over, but Sasha suddenly appeared behind him, telling him that he could never lose sight of his opponent. What? She's already behind me. She also told him that he needed to focus on following her movements, because peripheral vision was extremely important in hand-to-hand combat. He took a second kick to the stomach, and the girls at the dojo commented on how tough he was for enduring those hits. Besides, Sasha was usually very kind, so they thought it was strange that she was being so ruthless. Grandma said that he really did need this kind of intense training. He had to train hard so he could learn. Poor guy, he was getting beaten up non-stop, and after he got back on his feet, she told him to focus. Try a little harder to predict her movements, and then she started moving at incredible speed. She was moving so fast that he could only follow her movements as if they were flashes of light. Grandma Shaman commented that when someone became completely overwhelmed in battle, they couldn't even find their opponent anymore. At that point, it was basically the same as being defeated. It looked like Lee had reached his limit. But then the girl leading the training closed her eyes and focused. At that moment, the bell attached to his wrist rang, and he instinctively reached out his hand. Because of that, he managed to block Sasha's attack by grabbing her thigh. The girls cheered, saying that Lee had finally managed to defend against one of Sasha's attacks. Naturally, it caught Sasha by surprise, but she looked pleased. She smiled, but immediately afterward kicked him in the face, sending him flying. He had managed to block the attack thanks to the bell attached to his wrist, and right after that, he slammed hard into the wall. Sasha said she had really enjoyed today's training, and after giving Lee a big hug, she told him that his progress was truly admirable. And honestly, he didn't know how to feel about it. She knew he had only managed to block her attack because the bell had rung, but she still thought that lucky coincidence was brilliant. She kept hugging him, and his cheeks turned bright red while she continued praising him. She thanked him for working so hard just to help her with her duties as a Shinigami. Lee hadn't only been getting beaten up by Sasha, but also by that elderly shaman girl. She even said she didn't mind that he was weaker than she was, because she would help make up for all of his shortcomings. He was frozen like a statue while she kept hugging him, telling him he had done an excellent job. Grandma said that Lee had really been working hard these past few days, and that for someone who had put in that much effort, this kind of progress was only natural. Grandma even joked that Sasha was being awfully affectionate. She also realized that Lee's dedication showed he genuinely enjoyed this job, and that was something all the Shinigami found admirable. Basically, this was the kind of job that almost nobody would want because you risked your own life just to guide people's souls. Right after training, Sasha was talking with the shaman while Lee stood off in the background, completely embarrassed. At dinner, he was still dying of embarrassment while the two of them chatted. And after dinner, while walking with Sasha, he was still blushing. He couldn't stop thinking about something that had happened earlier. He kept thinking about that hug, and even thought it was the most pleasant feeling he had ever experienced in his entire life. He even wished he could hold on to that feeling forever. A moment later, Sasha called out to Lee. She even asked if he had been listening to her story, and he awkwardly replied, "Yeah, I was listening." But when she asked him what she had been talking about, he froze because he hadn't been paying attention at all. So he started making up a completely nonsensical explanation that didn't make any sense. Sasha told him to stop lying, and even asked if he had been thinking about the hug she gave him, and he was completely caught off guard because she had figured him out. She went back to what she had been saying and explained that she would have to return to the Divine Realm and stay there for a few days. Meanwhile, Sorang would be the one training him. That was because a nun was going to die the following week, and her soul would need to be guided to heaven. Someone who had lived such a virtuous life as a nun deserved that kind of treatment. Very few human souls remained kind and compassionate throughout their entire lives. That's why they received special treatment. And after arriving in the underworld, there would be a celebration to honor that woman's life. Then, after 49 days, once she transcended the cycle of reincarnation, the chains of humanity would be broken, allowing her to enter the pantheon of the gods. That was the reason the Divine Realm valued human souls so highly, because every single one of them had the potential to ascend to the pantheon of the gods. Our protagonist listened as Sasha explained why she had to be away from his training. However, Sasha told Lee that he didn't need to worry, because Sorang would take over his training. And he immediately imagined Sorang treating him terribly, saying he wasn't good enough to stand beside Sasha. He even told Sasha that he would do his very best while training with Sorang, but deep down he wasn't very confident. Meanwhile, Sorang arrived at the mountain to train Lee. She was annoyed, saying that all she wanted was to be with Sasha, not with that useless idiot of an assistant. At that moment, she heard someone calling her name, and when she turned around, she realized it was Kran, a guy who looked quite a bit like Sorang herself. He asked if she remembered him, and Sorang said she did because he always wore the same kind of ribbon in his hair. He chuckled and said that the two of them had been the only blonde students in their class. Sorang also remembered that he was the only boy she had been able to defeat during martial arts class. He looked a little embarrassed before asking why she had come to this mountain and whether she was there for training. At that moment, Sarah showed up, and the boy immediately became a little embarrassed. Sorang knew Sarah because she had once been one of the candidates to become Sasha's partner, but in the end, she had been rejected. Kran introduced Sarah, saying that she was his combat partner, and that the two of them would be fighting the Mokdug. He also mentioned that he had brought his drone. A few minutes later, Sorang found herself wondering how Kran had managed to become one of the Mokdug hunters' partners when he had always been so weak. On top of that, he hated competing against other people, and one of the most important qualities of being a hunter was having a competitive spirit. Besides, every hunter volunteered for the job. That's why it was so strange that Kran, such a kind and timid boy, had volunteered for such a dangerous job. After quite a while, Lee finally showed up and greeted Sorang. The girl got annoyed, saying he was late, and even warned him that if he was late again, he'd have to answer to her. After taking his bag, she told him they needed to head to the training grounds right away. Shortly afterward, they made their way to the Killer Beast Barrier. When they arrived, Sarah was also getting ready for a training session. Kran said they had exceeded the limit of evil acts during the past week, so she would be training with a special type of mana. But Sarah replied that she was powerful enough to fight perfectly well without using mana. That immediately made Kran worry, thinking he wasn't good enough to be her partner. Sarah noticed how insecure he looked. So she pinched her partner's cheek and told him to stop saying things like that because she truly valued everything he did. Lee asked if he could learn that special mana technique and combine it with Sunsai. But Sorang said that kind of technique wasn't something he could use so easily. Without Sasha's help, our protagonist would have a hard time continuing to improve. but Sorang said she would do her best. He also needed to control how much mana he used because if he completely exhausted it, his own life force would begin to be consumed. Even so, she was going to place a very strict restriction spell on him, although she wasn't sure if he would be able to use it just yet. With a little laugh, that troublemaker said she was going to check whether the drone's connection was working properly. After pressing a button, she said she was going to send a mild electrical signal through his nervous system. But there was nothing mild about that shock. It was an incredibly powerful jolt. He ended up completely frazzled, and the girl just giggled, claiming it was an accident. He realized she was just messing with him, and laughing, she said he had basically become her puppet now. Just like that, Sarang started controlling Lee's arms and legs. She could even manipulate his lungs and vocal cords. She could even force him to scream, and she ended up making him kneel before her. Meanwhile, Sarah and Kran just stood there watching everything. After that humiliation, Lee swore he would make Sorang pay for it. Once the joking was over, the blonde girl said they were about to begin the first special mana training session. He got annoyed, saying he didn't even know what kind of training it was and that she was just messing with him. But the next instant, he was teleported into a room. This was the training barrier where he could fight against Mokdug. His body was in a spiritual state, so he wouldn't suffer any real damage. She explained that this virtual simulation would be extremely useful for practicing hand-to-hand combat, and warned him not to treat it like a game just because the Mokdug inside were virtual. He got annoyed and said he already knew he had to take this training seriously. At that moment, a light began shining in the distance, and the one who appeared was none other than Suzy. He looked surprised and asked Sorang why it had to be that particular Mokdug. Then the girl appeared in a fully materialized body, saying she had come for a date. She even started calling Lee my dear. Seeing the shocked look on his face, Suzy asked what that expression was supposed to mean and whether he wasn't happy to see her again. Then she said that this time he wasn't going to escape from her, and if necessary, she would break both of his legs. He let out a small laugh and asked, "Why does such a beautiful girl have to be so violent?" Sorang explained that the simulator perfectly copied the monster's personalities and characteristics. At that moment, Suzy charged at him. Sorang warned him to be careful because Suzy was genuinely going to try to break his legs. After he dodged the attack, Suzy commented that his movements had become much faster. As she charged again, she said he had become even cuter now that he was stronger. At that moment, he started materializing a shield. However, Sorang cancelled the materialization, telling him to fight using only his own body. As a result, he took a kick straight to the ribs. Suzy asked if he liked her legs since he was holding on to one of them. This guy wasn't dumb at all. He thought that even though she was only a virtual opponent, her body still felt incredibly soft, just like real skin. Trying to seduce him, she told him to stay perfectly still while she wrapped him up in her webs. However, Lee jumped backward. Sorang reminded him not to materialize any shields, although she said he was allowed to materialize weapons if he wanted. Before he even had time to think, Suzy charged again with her sword, and he managed to dodge. He was trying to understand what this special mana Sorang kept talking about actually was. She explained that it was a technique in which the fighter enhanced their own body, much like Sunsai. Each person possessed a different type of special mana. She explained that in order to use this special mana, he first had to enter a Mokdug barrier. Only then would he awaken and release its full power. That's exactly what he had done that other time when his hair turned lighter. With that power, he would be able to materialize special-grade weapons. He even gave a thumbs up, saying that all he had to do was follow those 3 steps, and then he'd be able to materialize a plasma weapon. While dodging Suzy's kicks, he kept shouting that this was anything but easy. He knew exactly how traditional weapons worked because he was a 3-dimensional modeler. Looking completely proud of herself, Sorang explained that she had designed the plasma weapons and uploaded the blueprints directly into Lee's mind so he could materialize them. She was basically copying the blueprint and sending it straight into his head. When his eyes began to glow, he received all of the information and that somehow caused him to release a small amount of special mana. With that special mana, he could also absorb some of the Mokdug's energy. He was still a little confused about whether any of this would actually work. But Suzy didn't give him a single second to breathe and kept attacking non-stop. He kept avoiding her close-range attacks. Also, he could focus on using that special mana. That's why he started running away to create some distance. But the girl kept calling him my darling, while chasing after him. He remembered that the last time he had managed to use special mana was because he had filled his mind with happy thoughts. So that's exactly what he tried to do now. Besides imagining that Sasha was his wife and that they already had a child together, he also imagined that she wanted another baby. She walked right up to him saying she wanted a 3rd child. Meanwhile, Sorang kept reminding him that he needed to think positive thoughts. The problem was that the situation had become so chaotic that it kept interrupting his concentration. So he changed the way he saw things, imagining that he wasn't being chased by Suzy at all, but by Sasha wearing a swimsuit. Playing along with his fantasy, he told his wife to try and catch him. And instead of Suzy calling him my darling, it was Sasha asking him to have a 4th child. That was when he finally got caught. He crashed hard onto the ground, and in his mind he imagined Sasha glowing brilliantly while lying on top of him. She told him there was no way he could escape this time, and even asked what they should name their 4th child. He was making all of this up in his head, when in reality the one standing there was a Mokdug. But then he accidentally said it out loud, and the girls asked, "What's this about picking a name for a fourth child?" Because he had filled his mind with so many positive thoughts, an incredibly bright light suddenly began to shine. Susie tried to shield herself from the intense light, but then she noticed something strange. Lee was holding up an object for her to see. It turned out to be nothing more than a compartment filled with hidden bombs. Then he started launching wave after wave of energy bombs behind her. Soaring said Lee had been very clever because he had used it as a distraction. But we all know that wasn't the real reason. He had just been lost in his own fantasy. She even explained that this special mana super mode would only last about 5 minutes. He asked Soaring to activate the blueprint again so he could try to materialize the weapon. But Susie insisted that the plasma weapon wouldn't work because she had a protective barrier. Soaring informed him through the communication link that she had already sent the blueprint, and as he stretched out his hands, he began trying to materialize the weapon. A plasma weapon then appeared in his hands. Soaring said she believed in that shot, and he took aim before firing. The attack was so powerful that even he couldn't believe what had just happened. The ground was completely devastated, and he defeated Susie in no time, while Soaring reminded him that things wouldn't be nearly that easy in a real battle. He collapsed onto the ground, saying it hadn't been easy at all and that she was only saying that because she wasn't the one running away from that woman. However, he had used up far too much energy and collapsed from exhaustion. Soaring was thrilled, saying that Lee had improved tremendously. She even asked what kind of happy thoughts he had used to enter that special mana state. But when she tried to replay the footage of Lee's thoughts, the system censored it. Soaring immediately realized exactly what our protagonist had been imagining inside that devious mind of his, so she punched the system window as hard as she could. Lee kept asking what Soaring was waiting for and why she hadn't gotten him out of there yet. But then we saw Soaring summon Susie once again, leaving our protagonist completely cornered. Now that he couldn't even move his body, the girl declared that he belonged entirely to her. "Hey Soaring, aren't you going to get me out of here? Hey, help!" And just like that, he ended up trapped inside that room as Susie's personal plaything. At this point, I know a lot of you would give anything to trade places with him. The scene shifts to the world of the Mokdugs. The wolf said that his mother had sent an unnamed Mokdug to hunt down the soul of a villain. The wolf thought that was a little unfair and said he wished he had been assigned to that mission instead. Aurora said that the 6 canines had to stay behind to deal with that general-level executor. That's why they hadn't been assigned to those low-level missions. Still, it was a little embarrassing to be standing around while much weaker Mokdugs were being assigned to important missions. Summer showed up, saying that their mother was never the type to explain things in detail. Right afterward, Summer praised Susie, saying she had done an excellent job in the fight earlier that day when she defeated Aurora. The girl looked full of herself and said it had actually been a little difficult because Aurora kept using those flames. She was also wondering why her seduction abilities hadn't worked on that hunter, Lee. Night Frost said he recognized that man as a true warrior because he refused to give in to temptation. But Summer joked that maybe the boy simply wasn't interested in women. With a little laugh, Susie said that would explain why her charms hadn't worked on him. Then Wolf started teasing Aurora, saying that if Lee really liked men, he had probably fallen for Aurora because he looked so feminine. That immediately led to the two of them trading insults, each calling the other an idiot. But Summer told everyone to calm down because they were waiting for their mother to arrive. Today was the day of their regular meeting, so none of the siblings should start fighting. Besides, their lazy sister would be furious if she woke up and saw them arguing. Susie even let out a little laugh, saying that sister was really terrifying. Remembering that their second oldest sister was still asleep, Wolf got annoyed and said they should go wake her up. At that moment, the door opened, and someone appeared, announcing that their mother had declared she wasn't feeling well today. Because of that, the meeting would be postponed. The 4 of them were instructed to return to their rooms. Wolf asked his oldest sister what she meant by that, since their mother had never canceled an important meeting like this before. He even stepped toward the door, saying he needed to make sure his mother was alright. However, his oldest sister told him not to touch the door. That door was connected to their mother's inner palace, and only the eldest daughter had permission to enter. Naturally, Nightfrost found that a little suspicious, but he agreed, saying that if it was their mother's will, he would obey. As everyone was leaving, the eldest sister asked Susie to stay behind for a moment. Nightfrost remarked that this was the first time in hundreds of years that their mother had refused to meet with her children. Aurora said that after their mother gave names to all 6 of her children, she had become extremely weak. Wolf said he understood that their mother had spent an enormous amount of energy just naming them, and that she was probably still recovering, but he was still worried about her. Summer started planting strange ideas in their heads, asking them who they thought had given their mother her own name, since she herself had a name before naming her children. He had spent a long time thinking about whether there might be someone superior to her, or whether she was the only one with the power to bestow names. Night Frost told Summer to stop entertaining such pointless thoughts. But the moment he suggested that maybe their mother wasn't actually a Mokdug, he was immediately attacked. Wolf asked if Summer had forgotten the oath they all made after receiving their names. Their first priority was to protect their mother. Summer admitted that he regretted saying those words. Aurora told Wolf to let Summer go because they were still inside their mother's quarters. Before receiving their names, they had simply been called Mokdugs and were nothing more than low-ranking monsters. That was why it was only natural for them to repay the kindness of their benefactor, their mother. Summer realized the subject was far too sensitive, and that it was better not to bring up that kind of conversation around them. But he already had an ace up his sleeve. If he could obtain Lee's sister's soul, it would surely help his mother. Meanwhile, Susie stood in front of the door and asked what her oldest sister wanted to discuss. In reality, she had something important to ask her younger sister. She still hadn't received permission from their mother to leave the inner palace, so she wanted her younger sister's help. Holding out a red cube, she asked Susie to take the item to Dir Mountain. After taking the item, Susie asked her older sister what it was. It was an enhanced Mokdug barrier formula that she had recently developed. The barrier could be maintained much longer than existing ones, and above all, it allowed the battlefield inside to be customized in countless ways, creating forests, deserts, or even an entire city. Susie realized it was an incredibly powerful item, but since her oldest sister couldn't leave the palace, she needed Susie to help her continue improving that magical device. Susie asked if those improvements meant she would have to fight Lee since he was currently on that mountain. Pointing toward the outside of the room, the eldest sister said that the unnamed Mokdug was inside that box. Susie looked shocked and asked what her older sister meant by that. She wondered if her sister had sacrificed that unnamed Mokdug just to use him as a research subject. That Mokdug was still just a child, but the eldest sister replied that he had chosen that fate of his own free will. However, Susie didn't believe her, threw the magical cube onto the floor, and turned around to leave. But after picking up the cube, the eldest sister called out to her younger sister and explained that the Mokdugs were born from humanity's sins and were the only beings in the world who were not gods. Since they had never received names, they weren't even remembered. Because of that, they were regarded as the gods' bastards. However, the 6 of them had received names, and that was only possible because of their mother. To preserve the existence of the Mokdugs, sacrifices had to be made, which was why they all did everything they could to restore their mother's strength. That cube represented the hope of saving their entire species. That was why the little Mokdug had willingly offered himself as a sacrifice for the project. Holding the cube out to her younger sister again, she asked if she was really going to disregard that creature's sacrifice. Susie picked up the cube again and even apologized for throwing it. She felt sorry that the child had never even received a name so he could be remembered. Susie said she would only use the cube if her older sister could guarantee that the unnamed Mokdug had truly volunteered of his own free will. From behind the door, the eldest sister assured her that he had. The eldest sister would never tell a lie. She said those words from behind the door with a truly sinister expression. The scene shifts back many years to the farewell between 2 siblings in front of a church. The young man told his sister not to worry because he was going to the capital to try his luck as an actor. He even promised that if none of his movies became successful within 10 years, he would come back and live with her again. They were extremely poor, and the only food his sister had been able to prepare for his journey was a few boiled potatoes. It was freezing outside, and she begged him not to give up. He told his sister not to cry because he was going to earn money and give her a better life. He also promised that he would stay in the capital for only 10 years before returning. The scene then jumps ahead 40 years to the present day. Sister Agnes, who worked at the orphanage, was that same girl who had been left behind by her brother. She had become one of the church's finest nuns and devoted herself to caring for the children. Then another nun came in and told Mother Agnes that someone named Shegong had arrived. She explained that Shegong was her younger brother, who had disappeared 40 years earlier. She also mentioned that he had gone to the capital to pursue an acting career. And since he had never become a famous actor, he was probably too ashamed to come back. She even asked the other nun whether her brother looked like a movie director or an actor, but the woman responded with a nervous expression. When she went outside to see him, she immediately understood why the other nun had looked so frightened. Her brother had shown up dressed like a gangster, surrounded by other armed mobsters. She asked who that man was, and her brother asked if she really didn't recognize him. He was Shigong, her younger brother. But the woman asked what had happened to the skinny little boy she remembered, and he replied that years of hard work had built up his body. The nun asked who all those men who looked like gangsters were, and he answered that they were his brothers. Life in the capital had been so difficult that he had ended up joining the mafia. Even so, he thanked his sister for welcoming him and said it was wonderful to see her again after 40 years. Of course, Sister Agnes immediately realized something didn't feel right. He admitted that he had never managed to live the stylish life of an actor. He had actually tried to find acting jobs, but everyone kept telling him he was too ugly and too much of a country bumpkin. Because of that, he ended up beating up the director who had insulted him. The crime bosses financing the movie at the time noticed how strong he was, so they recruited him as one of their gangsters. He then told his sister to forget about the past and mentioned that he had heard the orphanage's farm produced plenty of food. But the woman became angry, accusing him of trying to steal the church's farm. He claimed that he only wanted to manage the farm so he could improve the children's quality of life. But of course that was a lie. Mobsters are always looking for ways to extort people. He even claimed that instead of feeding the children bean sprouts, he would start serving them meat broth. Sister Agnes warned that if they didn't leave immediately, she would call the police. But her brother laughed, saying the police couldn't protect her forever. He told her to stop worrying about those things and let him take over the church's farm. At that moment, however, he heard a loud noise coming from outside and asked, "What's going on?" One of his henchmen was suddenly sent flying and landed in a heap right at the nun's feet. The mobster asked what had happened and whether he had been hit by a car, but the man was so badly injured that he couldn't even speak. The person who had shown up was none other than Sarah, disguised as a nun. Cran kept telling Sarah that she shouldn't go around beating up mobsters because it would attract too much attention. This was supposed to be a secret mission, but Sarah said she couldn't just ignore the hypocrisy of those mobsters. The blonde guy kept insisting that she wasn't allowed to use physical force against ordinary humans, but she replied that they weren't ordinary humans. They were even worse than that because they were nothing but trash. Meanwhile, our protagonist and Sorang were also disguised. They had come to collect the soul of Sister Agnes, the nun. All they had to do was wait until she passed away, and then Sasha would appear to guide her soul to heaven. Sorang explained that this was extremely important because the souls of humans who had performed countless good deeds were far more valuable and could even become Shinigami. Lee said he understood all of that. The only thing he wanted to know was why he was wearing such a ridiculous outfit. Sorang started joking around, and it became obvious that she had dressed him like that just to mess with him. Naturally, he got annoyed. She said they would attract too much attention because she was a beautiful blonde girl with blue eyes, while he was just a man in his 20s. Alright, Sorang, but what does that have to do with anything? Wasn't there a less ridiculous outfit? No. She explained that since they were at an orphanage, and it was the end of the year, it would be fun if she dressed up as Santa Claus while he dressed up as a reindeer. He still wasn't convinced by her explanation, and thought she had picked that outfit just to make fun of him. He even pointed out that it couldn't possibly count as a disguise, because it attracted even more attention. Sorang was already tired of listening to Lee complain, so she told him she had other costume options. She said she had also brought a master and slave costume, and of course, she would be the master, while poor Lee would be the slave. She had also brought a police officer and criminal costume. And finally a gunslinger and coffin bearer costume. No matter what, he was doomed to end up wearing something ridiculous. After she displayed all of those costumes on the system window for Lee to see, he realized that maybe the reindeer outfit wasn't so bad after all. A moment later, she received a call from Cran. He was asking for help because Sarah had started a fight inside the church. Through the video call, they could see Sarah beating up every single criminal. It looked like their plan to sneak in quietly and simply collect the nun's soul wasn't going to go as smoothly as expected. Later on, they entered the church to clean everything up. Sarang erased everyone's memories because no one could be allowed to know that these demon hunters existed. Sarang even commented that Sister Agnes would probably forget reuniting with her brother after 40 years. Cran apologized over and over, while Sarah looked completely embarrassed. They even asked Sarah if she wanted to wear a Santa Claus outfit like Sasha. Of course, Cran immediately started getting inappropriate ideas. They had even prepared a Santa outfit for her, but she said it had been tailored to Sasha's measurements, so it was much too loose around the chest. The shameless Lee stared at Sarah and noticed that her hips were about the same size as Sasha's. However, her chest was much smaller. The redhead apologized, saying she had only put on the nun's outfit because the Santa costume Sasha had lent her was far too loose. Lee realized she was feeling self-conscious about it, so he came up with what he thought was a brilliant idea to cheer Sarah up. He told her that her hips were about the same size as Sasha's, even though her chest was much smaller. He meant it as a compliment to make her feel better, but it completely backfired. She smacked him across the face with a broom. As he lay on the floor, Cran asked Lee what in the world he had been thinking by saying something like that. Later, the nun returned to her room to pray. She prayed for all of the children. In the end, she quietly said, "Amen." At that moment, she noticed that she had run out of medicine. She was also worried about her brother since he hadn't returned in 40 years. Just then, she suffered a heart attack. She began to stagger. It had all happened because she had forgotten to take her medicine. Eventually, she collapsed onto the floor. She tried to get back up, but the pain was overwhelming. As she leaned against the table for support, the holy statue beside her started to fall. She saw it crashing toward the floor, but at the very last second, she reached out and caught it, preventing it from breaking. In doing so, she gave her own life. However, someone caught her. It was the soul of the nun leaving her body, gently held by Sasha. She felt an incredible warmth. That was when she realized she had died. She no longer belonged to the mortal world, but to the heavenly realm. Sasha thanked her for dedicating her entire life to praying for the children. She possessed an exceptionally kind soul, and because of that, she would be blessed by the gods. Seeing an angel before her, the woman asked if she truly deserved all of this. Sasha answered that she did, saying Sister Agnes was a truly kind soul. The woman was incredibly humble, and she said she wasn't really all that extraordinary. She had simply lived one day at a time. However, every act of kindness she had performed throughout her life had written another note into a beautiful melody, and now that melody echoed throughout the entire church. It created an intense light, and that was the path that would lead her to heaven. Holding Sister Agnes's hands, Sasha told her it was time for them to ascend, and the two of them began to float upward. That path of sacrifice and devotion was granted only to the brave enough to walk it, and because she was exactly that kind of kind-hearted person, she was worthy of entering heaven. Meanwhile, outside, Agnes's brother had returned to the church. He had been drinking heavily and was completely wasted. Knowing that the church's farm was highly profitable, he wanted to take it for himself. But then someone called out to him. Standing in the distance was none other than Susie. She activated her barrier, causing the man to drop his wine bottle onto the ground. Susie said it was rare to find someone with a soul as empty as his. The man shouted for her to step out of the darkness and demanded to know who she was. He kept telling her to come into the light so he could get a better look at her. So she changed the entire environment, making everything around them much brighter. It seemed that Magical Cube really was incredibly powerful. Holding a knife, the man told her to stay back, but she replied that he didn't even know how to use a knife properly. At that moment, one of her tentacles pierced straight through his hand, and the man screamed in agony as it continued drilling even deeper. He was the kind of person who had committed so many sins that his karma had become overwhelmingly negative, making him the perfect prey for a mockdug. She drove another piercing tentacle into the man's leg. He was the kind of person who didn't even deserve mercy. While his sister had lived a life of kindness, he had become her complete opposite. He had completely disregarded the precious gift of life and the value of the soul. She stretched out her hands, unleashing countless tentacles that all rushed toward the man. But at that very moment, Sarah appeared and blocked those deadly strikes. Susie looked surprised and said she had almost been startled. She even commented that the little redhead was absolutely adorable. And where did you come from? However, Sarah wasn't interested in chatting and told that worthless mock dog to come at her. Laughing, Susie remarked that the girl was awfully confident. She didn't really want to fight someone as kind-hearted as Sarah. So she offered to let the girl turn around and walk away. That would be much better than hurting such a pretty little face, Susie said. However, she suddenly noticed that the redhead had a familiar scent. She asked why she smelled so much like Lee and whether she was his girlfriend. Naturally, Sarah became furious. But the mock dog insisted that she smelled strongly of Lee, and guessed that the two of them had been all cuddled up together. That made Sarah remember the time she had fought Lee, when he had hugged her. Susie even wondered if Lee didn't actually like men, because she had been convinced he was gay. She couldn't understand how that jerk had resisted her seduction, and since she was a woman too, she admitted it hurt her pride that he had rejected her. Yeah, even I have no idea how he turned you down. As she summoned her weapon, Susie declared that she wasn't going to let Sarah leave because she wanted to know where Lee was. Drawing her sword, Sarah replied that Lee wasn't her concern, so she had no idea where he was. And even if she did know, she wouldn't tell her. She tossed that sword aside and began materializing a brand new blade. That made Susie even more excited, saying she couldn't wait to fight such an adorable little thing. You can say whatever you want, but just know you'll be the one defeated today. Oh? So this hunter has quite the temper, doesn't she? Susie replied. The two of them locked eyes in an instant. Susie charged straight at Sarah. Sarah blocked the attack with her short sword. She immediately realized that Susie's strength was truly incredible. Even so, she managed to redirect the sword strike downward. Susie became visibly tense because her attack had been deflected so effortlessly, and Sarah immediately prepared to counterattack. Her thrust shot forward with the precision of a sniper round. But Susie wasn't about to take it lying down and spun into a sweeping attack, forcing Sarah to duck beneath it. Naturally, the mock dog was surprised that this human was fighting her on completely equal footing. On top of that, Sarah's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. The two of them clashed blades in a relentless frenzy. They were moving so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to follow the fight. Cran was watching from behind and commented that he couldn't even see the blades moving. Susie praised the girl, saying her technique was truly remarkable. According to the redhead, that sword style had been refined by her family for thousands of years. She even added that it was the perfect technique for splitting the skulls of monsters like Susie. Susie immediately leaped backward. She reached out her hand, causing a new device to appear, and from it came webs that shot toward the redhead, trying to capture her. Sarah shouted for Cran to use the fire spell, and he immediately activated it through the system. Instantly, Sarah's sword burst into flames, allowing her to burn away all of those purple webs. But that wasn't the end of it. Susie began using several more devices, and now those tentacles appeared, eventually transforming into webs once again. Sarah told Cran to intensify the flames, making her sword even more powerful. This was the Flame Moon technique. Susie realized that this human wasn't actually casting any spells herself. The one doing it was that blonde boy, and she immediately prepared to attack him. However, Sarah rushed in to protect her partner. Since the support was so valuable, he had to be eliminated. But Sarah wasn't about to make it that easy and immediately went on the offensive, pressuring Susie. Susie asked if that little brat was really such an important support partner to her, and pointed out that he was in danger. But Sarah replied that she trusted her partner. That was because the blade thrown at the boy was stopped by golden chains. Sarah said she trusted her partner, because he was also a specialist, and after overwhelming Susie with a series of powerful attacks, Susie knocked her backward. That was the perfect opening for Sarah to finish the fight, and Cran realized it was also his chance to reconfigure her weapon into a larger sword, increasing both its size and attack power. Sarah strengthened her strike, but Susie managed to dodge it. Even so, it was incredible because the weapon had been switched in an instant, allowing the girl to completely change her fighting style. The mock dog was being pressured far more than she had expected. After counterattacking, Sarah leaped into the air, and while she was airborne, her weapon changed once again. It had now become a spear, and she thrust it straight at Susie. However, Susie blocked it with the flat of her sword. Shouting out, the redhead told Cran to activate the ice technique. He agreed and activated it through the system. The spear immediately changed color, The Mokdug noticed that all of the mana had been concentrated at the spear's tip, and she even laughed, saying that looked incredibly dangerous. So she counterattacked, triggering a massive explosion. The blast caused the mana to disperse, creating a huge wave of icy snow. The entire area was left frozen and completely devastated. Sarah was freely changing the weapon's weight and reach throughout the fight. That made her an extremely dangerous opponent. Without a doubt, these were the two strongest opponents Susie had ever faced, and since she had been instructed to collect data with that cube, that was exactly what she was about to use. She activated the cube, barrier reinforcement technique. Meanwhile, Sasha was guiding Agnes's soul away when she sensed an incredibly powerful spell being used outside. Because of that, she called for Sorang. The blonde hurried over and asked Sasha what she needed. Sasha explained that she could sense a tremendous amount of energy coming from a Mokdug barrier, and they were most likely fighting outside the church. If things continued like this, Sarah and her partner would be in danger. So she instructed Sorang to head there with Lee and join the battle. However, our protagonist insisted that he couldn't leave Sasha alone. Sasha assured him that everything was fine because she was almost finished guiding the soul, and the soul couldn't leave the circle anyway. Lee then told Sorang to stay there with Sasha while he went alone. The blonde became angry, saying that he needed a partner and that he couldn't accomplish anything without one. Clearly irritated, she told both of them to stop wasting time and follow her outside. Since that Mokdug seemed to be extremely powerful, Sasha said she would temporarily pass her abilities on to Sorang. Now Sorang would become a representative of the divine and would be able to use all of Sasha's qualifications. The girl became a little nervous and said she wasn't worthy of receiving that power, but Sasha reassured her. Don't worry, you'll only be using this power to fight the Mokdug. As Sasha held Sorang's hand, she told her that her Luna was capable, and realizing the weight of that responsibility, Sorang's expression became serious. This would be the first time Sorang and Lee fought side by side against a Mokdug. Because of that, Sasha also lent her lucky charm to Sorang, placing a ribbon in her hair. Now she was ready to fight alongside Lee. Our protagonist asked whether that bright light would cause a commotion among the people walking outside. Sorang explained that the energy was spiritual, so not everyone could see it. When they arrived outside, they began trying to figure out where the Mokdug had deployed its barrier. But before anything else, Sorang wanted to analyze the barrier's technical data. Lee jokingly said that they were temporary partners now. The girl replied that she hated the idea, but she was only doing it because of Sasha. The scene shifts back inside the barrier, where Susie stood facing the small, unnamed Mokdug. The entire space inside the barrier had been completely reconstructed. Even Susie hadn't expected the barrier to be this powerful. Meanwhile, she hears her older sister's voice, saying she hopes Susie liked the enhanced barrier. Since her older sister was still by their mother's side, she couldn't leave at the moment, so she wanted her younger sister to carry out the experiment. Susie asks what she's supposed to do, and the woman tells her to walk to the center of the room. When Susie gets there, she's completely shocked. That tiny Mokdug was the very one who had volunteered to become the sacrifice for creating that magical cube. She feels sorry for the little Mokdug, but her older sister tells her there's no need to pity him because the child chose this himself, and now they need to complete another stage of the experiment. Susie asks what she should do, and at that moment, her older sister throws the gangster's body into the room. Susie asks how she managed to bring his body inside the barrier. Her older sister says she simply used a spell. He was badly injured, so it was easy. First, she used magical seals to restrain his body and make sure he couldn't escape. But during the process, he ended up dying, and his soul remained trapped inside his body because of those magical seals. A blob of slime begins absorbing the man's body and carries it into the tank alongside the Mokdug. Then a strange spell appears outside, synchronizing the two of them. Susie asks, "What's happening?" and her older sister says she's trying to fuse the sinner's soul with the Mokdug's soul. Meanwhile, the drone starts malfunctioning. Before long, the drone falls to the ground, leaving Sorang completely confused. She finds it strange that the drone suddenly stopped working. Lee thinks the battery might have died, or maybe it just broke. But Sorang explains that it isn't an electronic device, it's a magical one. It seems the barrier's interference is what caused the drone to stop functioning. Lee also finds that strange because the drones normally work just fine inside monster barriers. So Sorang concludes that this barrier must be powered by an even stronger spell. What's odd is that when she analyzed it from outside, it seemed like an ordinary barrier. Sensing that something is wrong, the protagonist immediately raises his weapon. He asks what's on the other side of the door because he heard a noise. The door slowly begins to open, and he starts walking down the hallway while Sorang tells him to slow down since her legs are so short. She follows closely behind him. At that moment, she receives a call from Sarah's support partner. He tells the hunter that the two of them have entered the barrier to help. He asks if Sorang can hear him. She says yes and mentions that they're searching for the gangster's body. That completely catches him off guard since they left the gangster's body outside. There was no way it could have gotten inside. Since the soul is still inside the body, Sorang says there's still a chance they can recover it. At that moment, magical inscriptions begin appearing all around them. Crayon realizes that some kind of ritual magic is being performed inside the barrier. What was happening was that the man's body was merging with the Mokdug's body, becoming a single being. The soul of an evildoer who had spent his entire life accumulating negative karma until he lost his very essence was considered a suitable candidate for this fusion. That little Mokdug had volunteered himself for this kind of research. At that moment, the older sister tells Suzy that she needs to leave because their mother is calling for her. She also tells her younger sister not to worry because the barrier is filled with traps for those human hunters. So she tells Suzy to focus on the fusion ritual instead of worrying about the battle against the humans. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues searching for where the gangster's soul is. A hatch suddenly opens in the ceiling, and a massive metal sphere drops down, slamming into his shield. Lee comments that this kind of projectile is dangerous and says they should probably keep looking up while walking so they don't get crushed by one of those giant balls. But it doesn't help because several more start falling. Soaring screams that they're going to be crushed, and Lee, he manages to keep her from getting hurt, but then a magic circle appears. From it, those explosive spheres begin activating. They float into the air and start glowing with an intense light. Lee immediately slams his shield into the ground and materializes a protective barrier around the two of them. Those heavy spheres crash against the barrier one after another, and in the middle of the darkness he asks if Soaring is okay, but she screams that his hand is touching somewhere inappropriate. He quickly apologizes, then starts trying to come up with a strategy to get them out safely. Soaring guesses that the magic circle is what activates those floating spheres, and that's exactly what was happening. So they would need to destroy that magic circle to stop the spheres from floating. However, it would be far too risky to leave the safety of the barrier. So Lee asks Soaring what they should do. At that moment, Cran calls Soaring. They were also in a tough situation, trying to dodge those giant spheres. But Cran tells Soaring not to worry because they were almost there. The blonde girl shouts for Sarah to destroy the magic circle on the ceiling. When Sarah arrives, she immediately notices the magic circle right above them. Sarah asks her partner for support, and he activates the strength enhancement. With that, Sarah becomes much stronger, and after leaping into the air, she reaches the ceiling. She prepares a powerful strike and lands a direct hit on the magic circle. Little by little, the spheres begin losing their energy, until they all come crashing to the ground. The boy celebrates with Sarah, saying they did a great job, and she lets out an embarrassed little laugh. "Now, could you help me over here? My hand's stuck." After he deactivates the strength enhancement, she ends up falling. He walks over to the barrier, saying the two of them can come out now. Then they see Soaring slapping Lee across the face, calling him a shameless pervert. She angrily says that he touched an inappropriate part of her body, and he defends himself by saying he had no choice because it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, the other two simply stand there watching the whole scene. Meanwhile, in the central chamber, Suzy continues maintaining the fusion process. She has to keep the fusion stable for it to succeed. However, someone suddenly kicks the door open. Sarah storms in, furious, saying she finally found that jerk. As Suzy turns around, she wonders how they managed to escape all the traps her older sister had prepared. Materializing her weapon, Sarah charges forward and hurls a flaming spear. The spear is about to hit Suzy directly, but she throws out one of her web devices, and the purple web blocks the flaming spear. Lee also arrives alongside the others. It looks like the experiment to fuse the Mokdug with the human soul will have to be stopped, but that's not what happens. Suzy knows how important it is, and she can't interrupt the experiment. That little Mokdug willingly accepted this fusion, and if she stopped now, his sacrifice would have been meaningless. She cannot stop under any circumstances. So she continues the process while a magic circle activates beneath her. From it, countless monsters emerge. She turns to Lee and says she's missed her dear so much. She really had fallen for him, guys. She even mentions that every time she sees her dear, he's with a different woman, and says that this little blonde is pretty cute too. Suzy says she'd love to give her beloved all her attention, but she's too busy maintaining the fusion. Lee doesn't waste any time and immediately starts taking down the other monsters. If things kept going like this and she had to fight all four of them at once, she would definitely lose, especially since Lee had already defeated her once before. The protagonist realizes that these monsters seem to have a sense of honor. For example, the wolf left after losing his bet. The cat also made a deal with the protagonist. If he let the little mice escape, Summer agreed that he would leave, and the fox, Aurora, didn't attack them from behind either. Instead, he activated the barrier first to let them know he had arrived. That showed Lee that these monsters weren't ordinary creatures. They had their own ideals, they could communicate, and maybe things could even be resolved through dialogue. So he turns to Suzy and asks her what her name is. The girl is surprised that the human is actually trying to talk to her, and is even asking something like that. Sarah and Sorang both assume Lee is flirting with her, so they immediately get annoyed. Cran even comments that it's the first time he's ever seen Sarah make that kind of disgusted expression. A little embarrassed, Suzy says she didn't quite hear him and asks if he really wants to know her name. Lee says yes, he'd like to know her name. Soaring immediately grabs his clothes and asks, "What is this idiot doing? How can you flirt with another girl when there's already a lady standing right here beside you?" But he asks Soaring to wait a moment because he has a plan. Cran asks Sarah if it's really possible to talk things out with those monsters. The redhead says that maybe Lee has something in mind. Both the Divine Realm and her own family know very little about the Mokdug. Either way, knowing your enemy is the basic principle of war. So it's better to watch and see what happens. The Mokdug says her name is Morning Sound, but everyone calls her Suzy. That was the name her mother gave her. Lee says that Morning Sound is a beautiful name, then asks whether the Mokdug could survive without the souls of sinners. He also asks why they need the souls of sinners in the first place. The girl simply laughs and says she won't answer that question, but she'll ask one of her own. She asks if the Makdug stopped taking the souls of sinners, would humans like him truly accept them as members of society? Would humans be capable of feeling affection, friendship, love, and compassion toward them? Could they even become friends or family? Lee says that if the Makdug stopped collecting human souls, there's a good chance they really could live in peace. Sarah listens to the entire conversation as Lee points out that the Makdug can speak the human language and seem to have their own beliefs, values, and ideals. But Sarah says it's impossible for the Makdug to stop hunting human souls. It would be like asking a predator to stop eating meat. The Makdug hunt human souls to survive, and that's how it's been since ancient times. That's why, in her opinion, the only way to deal with the Makdug is through battle. Lee says he's not claiming he'll accept the demon's methods, but they could at least sit down and talk to see if there's another solution. He wants to know if there's another path. If a way to save the entire Makdug species could be found, then they would no longer have any reason to fight. They wouldn't need the souls of sinful humans anymore, but until that day comes, they would have no choice but to keep taking human souls. And as she already told him, she can also understand the human's point of view. That's why she can't back down, because this is about the survival of her own species. The girl says that's all Juliet can say to her Romeo. She even gives him a wink and asks whether it isn't romantic to have an enemy who truly understands him. Right after that, she orders all the monsters to attack them. Sarang teases him, asking if Romeo is finally done cheating. He says she completely misunderstood the situation. The blonde is clearly jealous, saying he's flirting with another woman even though there's already a lady standing right beside him. And that's where we wrap up part 5 of this series, guys. This series is really difficult to cover because I have to translate it directly from Korean. So if you want me to keep bringing you the next parts, make sure to leave plenty of comments. Let's set a goal of 100 comments, so it's important that you comment more than once. Be sure to check out the community tab on the channel because I'm always posting something there. And if you'd like to support the channel even more, consider becoming a member. There are plenty of exclusive videos, and members get to watch new videos before everyone else. I'll also leave 2 recommended videos from the channel that I'm sure you'll enjoy. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.